fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we can control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Envy's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner. Oh, why not? I mean, take what like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this one. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by some of the best ladies in the business. We have Gompers and Dryad on the desk with me today. Ladies, how you doing? Who wants to go first? Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm chilling. My camera was not working for a second, but it was fixed, so we're good. Nothing happened. I was not freaking out.
No, there was no random screams of "oh no." Totally fine. Totally calm and collected. No. We're so good. Gompers, how you feeling? We got rid of the wrong pred yesterday. I'm sure.
Yeah, we
now we're
did.
gonna be 100% today.
I felt like a traitor. I felt like a traitor going for someone other than Trust and Plug, but you know, it's all based on performance, I guess.
It's all good. Well, listen, Plug has a chance to redeem themselves today because we are here back with 2 back-to-back games today, which I personally am very, very excited for. And I was prepping for it. I was like shaking, like literally on my note taking that I was so excited. But we do have 2 games for you guys today. Moving forward, we do have Plug and M80, and then non-verbal, excuse me, I almost said the other name, non-verbal and Prosperity Esports. And this Swiss stage is, Dan, is turning out to be quite, I said this yesterday, the kind of a litmus test of like seeing where everyone's at and seeing how they're going to perform moving forward. Basically just kind of, if you are first paying attention to challengers now is a great time to see kind of where the level setting is.
Yeah, I think the first week, as we saw M80 lose to Ambrosia, we were like, okay, is this how it's going to be for all the other teams that we expect to win to be losing their matches? But then, no, it was fine. It was all back to normal. M80 wins their match just recently. And now it seems like the teams that are winning are the teams you're expecting to win, right? It's the teams that you saw in stage 1 look really good. Now moving into stage 2, they look stronger, as the other ones are kind of still figuring out what they want to do and how they're going to improve in time.
I mean, Gompers, right away, looking at this Swiss stage bracket, is there anything that stands out to you? Anything if you had to tell someone to go back and watch the VOD, is there anything that you would tell them to watch right away?
Oh gosh, honestly, I'm not sure. Everything has been turning out, I guess, the way that I feel like has been predicted. So as far as good games, oh man, I mean, Burgers definitely put up a pretty good fight against M80 in that first map. I definitely stop it there, and then maybe. So I guess that's something that I would say be excited to watch. But yeah,
I think for me would be watch any NV game. Like, I think they're absolutely like just such an exciting team to watch. And if you are new to challengers, you know, kind of look up their story, look how they got here. They're, I think, just the team to root for. Now I don't want to call them a dark horse maybe, but absolutely exciting. But we're not watching them today. We're watching other folks today. We're going to be watching Trust in Plug versus M80 first. We saw both of these teams play yesterday, but not against each other. So if you joined us yesterday, kind of take what you saw yesterday and mash it up, put it together, because we are going to see these folks play each other today. We did see M80 win yesterday, but Trust and Plug lose yesterday. Dan, you couldn't join us on the desk yesterday due to technical issues, but going back, and I'm going to ask you right away, like, what is your immediate thought about this matchup?
My immediate thought, okay, I want to talk about immediate thoughts come with what was just announced for M80, right? So week 1, we go into this team that just does not win their opening match against Ambrosia. And at that time, we thought the coaches were going to be Drew Spark, was going to be Chet as well, who had just joined, and Psycho. Then Psycho says, okay, I'm actually just kind of managing things. I'm not the coach. It's okay. He's gone. So it's down to 2. And then they play this one match that we saw yesterday. But now, just now, Drew Spark announces that he's leaving the team. So I just think it's insane the amount of changes that the team has had on the coaching staff, because sometimes you see it for players specifically, especially in challengers, you're willing to make changes after stage 1 if things don't go the way that you want to. But for M80, everything was going well. I love the addition of Chet, but now Drew Spark leaving, it just kind of leaves me wondering what are the things that are happening inside, and how is this going to allow the players and set up the players for success. I'm assuming it's maybe just a very different system that Drew Spark and Chet had, and I mean, it proved that it was good yesterday getting that win, but I want to see now a little bit more of that consistency. I mean, we know what Chet is capable of doing. We know he's lifted international trophies, but now on this squad, it's just a lot of changes that we need to take into account as we go and watch these games.
Yeah, I think, you know, Chet's biggest test, not biggest test, but a great test right now is that he's going to have to face a team that just competed yesterday most recently, Trust and Plug. Go back and VOD review. And, you know, he was busy doing an interview with me. So he might have stayed up a little bit late, but they'll be facing Trust and Plug, led by Teague, their IGL. And we highlighted some of these folks yesterday. But Dan, Gompers, we were talking yesterday about, like, these are some, you don't want to sleep on this team. Even though they didn't win, and we saw genuinely some macro issues from them, they were all absolutely fixable and adjustable within this time frame between yesterday and today.
Yeah. No, they honestly looked, I would say, really, really good. They definitely have a couple things that I feel need to be reworked. You know, they played against Envy yesterday. they didn't have the best time. It was definitely a closer game, but I feel like they lacked a lot of that mid-round planning and aggression. But I'm hoping that, you know, after being able to get the nerves out and, you know, okay, we're on camera, it wasn't that big of a deal, let's go back, let's do the same thing again, and maybe even better. And I'm hoping even better, because the second game, you know, we got to see Teak shine a bit, you know, against Envy, and that kind of showed that the nerves were starting to leave. So for Trust and Plug coming in today, is it going to be a different story, or are we going to just see, you know, the same repetitiveness of not being able to have that plan B, you know, in the mid round?
Dan, someone we wanted to highlight today is Sacred. It's a player that we saw yesterday, when we wanted to highlight them because this is a player that, while may not be having the most flashy plays or whatever it may be, has been extremely solid and has been someone to watch. I mean, a 1.9 KD, like, it's just someone that is, like, you know that the SpongeBob means, like, all reliable? Like, that sort of, like, just, like, they'll get the job done type beat, Dan.
Yeah, I like the way that Sacred has been playing recently. It's sure you're not finding success against these teams that are a little bit stronger, but I do like the way that they like to go for these fast plays where he's pretty much only playing the Omen as of recently, and he's a player that is very flexible when it comes to the controller role. We've seen a little bit of Astra, we've seen a little bit of everything else with the Brimstone too, but going into this Omen and going into these Omen maps, he is willing to take those fights, and he's also willing to set up Chaotic for success, right? Send the Paranoia in, Chaotic is answering right after. And it's just those little things that allow them for a faster play that sometimes catches teams off guard for a few rounds. So that is, you know, one of the win conditions that you have when you look at this player and Trust and Plug in general.
I mean, honestly, right now we're looking at Clove on Bind, which is a much more, we've seen Clove plenty on Bind with the aggressive playstyle. Bind is no longer on the map pool. Dan, do you think there's any chance, this is maybe like a big pie in the sky question, of seeing an Astra or, you know, a Brim mayhaps, like, because Omen, while he has been playing this kind of perma Omen and has been playing extremely well, there is room to, you know, trick your opponent and move forward and change it up? Or do you think that they're going to stay with the Omen? Because, I mean, Omen's in such a great place in the meta right now.
It's going to depend for sure on the maps that we're going to be seeing, because we've seen now Ascent 2 times, Haven 1 time, and Lotus 1 time from this team. So those maps really set up that Omen for success, and you're going to see that Omen more often than not. Now, if we move into other maps, obviously, if we go into Fracture, for example, you're going to be probably seeing that Brimstone. It's going to depend, but for now, I like that they're going with these maps that are forcing him to play this Omen that is so good.
Yes, I mean, Omen is such a steady duelist. I think I was talking to someone about just the state of the game yesterday, and I was like, if you see an Omen, again, all reliable, kind of that steady, strong pick. But one of Sacred's teammates is Chaotic, someone we also wanted to highlight on the broadcast day. I think we're going to throw up some stats for him right now. Again, I wish we had a photo to help him shine, but I mean, Gompers, I'm just going to send it to you right away about Chaotic, because I know you printed them yesterday, so I'm going to let you take it.
Yeah, no, Chaotic is a phenomenal player. I think yesterday we didn't necessarily get to see how well Chaotic can play, just because it wasn't really that game where they were playing the way they typically do, right? Majority of the time, Chaotic wasn't being set up for these pushes, and I mean, per se, it really did feel like Chaotic was a little afraid to play yesterday. Of course, that being given, they were playing against a team that was really, really assertive. Envy was pushing them to their limits. So for Chaotic today, you know, I feel like it really is all about letting this player shine, letting this player play their best game, because they are absolutely phenomenal when put on the Yor. They are absolutely phenomenal when you're able to actually allow them as the initiator, as the controller, to execute on the site, to feel that level of confidence. And we get to see it, you know, in these clips, right? They're not afraid to peek these angles, but yesterday they were, and that was an issue.
Something that I wanted to say about this as well is that we've seen how this meta for the Euro has shifted in Challengers, and how a lot of the teams, a lot of the players started playing a lot of this Euro. I think for Chaotic, he's one of the best ones that we've had, but is missing a little bit of a consistency too. For Trust and Plug, we've seen what they're capable of doing when they look good, when they look clean, and they're able to go for the side hits with the Euro. It's really, really insane, but it's just not something that we see every time. It seems like sometimes they get they're kind of forced to play what the enemy wants them to play and how they want them to play, and that is when Chaotic's struggling a little bit most. So that is one of the win conditions that they have today against one of the stronger teams that we have in Challengers. I mean, M80 made it to the second place just in that stage 1. So you have to say M80 is the favorite here, unless some crazy things happen on the other side.
And what a test for Chaotic to show that consistency, show what we've been talking about, this Yoru that, I mean, yes, they played against Exeter yesterday, who's Exeter, but, this is a really awesome test to show the skill and something that we've been telling the audience that, this is a Yoru that you need to look out for. And like Dan said, is one of the best. But again, like I've been saying just verbatim, they will be facing M80 today. And we've talked about the coach changes. If you're not aware of it, we'll get into a little bit, but this is a roster, if you're just watching, it's definitely full of heavy hitters and names that whether you're competing or in ranked, you want to just run away from. But Dan, you talked about in the beginning of the show, so I'm going to throw to you that this team was coached by Drew Spark of formerly of Exa and Sentinels, but now as of literally an hour ago, basically has decided, or an hour and a half ago, has announced that they will be stepping down from his position at M80 for Chet just to be, I assume, the sole coach, Dan.
Yeah, that's what it seems like is going to be the case. So beginning of the year, just to paint a picture for everybody, it was Drew Spark and Psycho, both of them coaching. Then Chet joins as of stage 2. So you have Chet and Drew Spark, Psycho moving into management, and now Drew Spark leaving. I'm assuming Psycho is going to stay managing M80 and all the operations. So as of right now, it's only Chet coaching the team. So a lot of changes in the coaching staff that you really don't see very often. But now let's look at the players. They're fine. They're so good. They constantly make it to the grand finals since last year, even changing a little bit of the roster that we have today compared to last year. They are one of the favorites that we have, and it's for a reason. Everybody's so consistent, so reliable, and now is when we're going to start to see what, if any, changes Chet is going to present to them when it comes to compositions, when it comes to the way that they're playing, to see if this time around is not a second place, but a first place.
Something that Chet said to me in our post-match interview yesterday is that, they're still kind of adjusting, still finding that sort of rhythm and that synergy together. And he said something very interesting to me during the interview. He said, we should not be getting 11-13 wins against non-salary teams. He doesn't want that to happen. He said that is not what we want. And so moving forward today, we will see how that goes. But a player we want to focus on for M80 is Bao, who had an excellent game yesterday, if I'm remembering correctly, Gompers. Just someone who just kind of always finds himself in the right place at the right time and will deliver incredible, not only mechanics, but just like stuff that frankly he should not be getting away with.
Yeah, he honestly, he was great yesterday. I don't think there was anything in specific that I would say really had an issue. Of course, like headlining it was Sadow, a lot, but in the background it really was Bao. Again, it's all about the confidence for the Duelist, and the only way to feel good getting onto the site, it really is a majority of the time the controller, right? And Bao being able to fill in that role, whether it be on Split, whether it be on Lotus, playing into that Viper role, it felt like a lot of the time there wasn't any space to be taken away because Bao was always there. Obviously, that's such a demon clip. The fact that they put that first was so sad. But it's always Bao there to really just take up space. And I think it's so nice to know, as a Duelist, well, I still have this person there, lurking, whether it be behind, whether it be trying to take up the space that I need to really execute on. And it's always Bao. It's always, the Viper's wall, just being there to guide everybody else onto the site. And just a beautiful player overall with the aim as well. I mean, you can see it here. There really is honestly no critique that I can have for this player in general. There have been no mistakes that I've seen so far that should be pointed out.
The perfect player, just that.
Truly.
I love watching Bao. He's so fun. I think when we were watching stage 1, he was playing a lot of that Vice as well. And now obviously moving into the controller, kind of flexing into these two roles. And he's just so good when it comes to the late rounds and how he knows he wants to play by himself. It's really impressive, right? Because you have this guy, Sadow, going in first, getting the openings that, at some point he was struggling to do so. But who was the guy constantly saving him from those situations? It was Bao, getting 2-3, getting those multi-kills constantly. So now if you have these two players kind of active and having a good day, you have an M80 that is just completely unstoppable.
I mean, Gompers, you highlighted him a little bit while we were talking about Bao. There is no Sadow without Bao. Sadow specifically, I asked Chet yesterday, like, what is it like playing with this player who is just simply different and like Bao gets away with so much. But you highlighted him a little bit while you were talking about Bao, so I'm just going to let you take it and speak about Sadow, who, if you are not paying attention to this Duelist, you are making a grave mistake, my dear audience.
Yeah, he was on yesterday, and that's what I wanted to see, right? Again, against Ambrosia, it wasn't the best game. It felt like Sadow wasn't performing to the best of their ability, but here, the confidence levels were off the chart. The split game went, gosh, way better, and I don't know what they fixed, but they fixed it. And again, just an extremely talented duelist with a knack for literally murdering everything. And it's a skill to just have such an I guess such a great reaction time. And, you know, I'm just looking forward to seeing, are they on today? Are they off? I'm hoping that they continue to keep this streak because M80 just looked phenomenal yesterday.
I think it's definitely one of those things where, like, we always, like, especially yesterday, we tried to highlight the more support, like the support players, our initiators, even today our controllers, but not to highlight Sadow would be a crime almost. It's kind of almost like the floor of Shot by Rebellions. Like, you always have to talk about her. and then with M80, you always have to talk about Sadow because what he gets away with and what he is able to do for the team, including, most importantly, in my opinion, making space and making the other team feel a lot of pressure and sweat is really, really important. But Dan, looking at this head-to-head, we have Chaotic versus Sadow today. I mean, might see that Yoru v Yoru matchup. Where do you think, Dan, these duelists will find their biggest conflict with each other?
I mean, I love seeing Sadow on the Raze. I just think that's his base agent compared to maybe a little bit of the Jet, the Yoru, whatever else that he's playing. I just think I think any map where Sadow is allowed to play the Raze is a map that you can expect a lot more consistency from him. And honestly, that has been a little bit of a struggle from stage 1, and it is not really his fault. I don't really blame it on him. It's just he had to go through a lot of changes from moving to Brazil to having to move now twice inside of the US to now kind of finding himself a little bit better. So I think as he finds consistency, you want to rely on those maps. And while on the side of Chaotic, you've seen a lot of the Yoru, he's kind of able to play in whatever map that we're going into. But if you're looking for a strong win condition for Sadow, maybe it could be something like Fracture.
I mean, Gompers, I mean, I'm going to go back to you because you vowed for Trust and Plug yesterday, so I'm going to keep on going to you as they're kind of their Britannica, if you will. Chaotic, do you think this is a equal matchup between the duelists for maybe those in the audience who don't know either duelist very well?
You know, oh man, that's a hard one because it's like, I feel like not everyone has gotten to see what Chaotic can do. So I'm going to say, yeah, to be completely honest with you. I feel like they're both pretty equal in terms of being able to take up space. The issue, again, being, you know, is Chaotic being set up for it. I guess the only difference I would say is Sadow is a lot better at being that individual player that occasionally doesn't need to be set up for those certain specific plays. But, you know, if Chaotic is set up correctly and they feel confidence going into a side or they feel confidence picking off a 2v1 or a 1v1, then I feel like then, you know, they really do shine and they can be exactly comparable to Sadow. But in terms of individual skill, I guess I'll say Sadow might just be a bit up there just in terms of being able to, you know, not have to be set up for plays to feel confidence in. They are confident in who they are as a player and what they can handle.
Well, moving into today, this is Trust and Plug's greatest test, I think, while facing M80. I'm looking very much forward to it. And we do have some map picks and bans for you and us on the desk as well, because we have not seen these yet. We're going to see Ascent, Split, and Haven. Dan, I'm going to go to you right away. You were talking about, like, it really depends on the maps. It really depends on the maps. What stands out to you with this map, Veto?
Well, first on that, we saw M80 this stage play Ascent. I was just praying that it was not going to be the default composition because I was going to lose it. I was going to go crazy. But then they showed when they play against Ambrosia that no, they actually bring something different. And I actually love to see it. Is Okanos on the Tejo, Victor on device. And they're playing around with this composition in a very interesting way, especially because they're willing to innovate with Sadow on the waylay. So I love to see this from them, especially because they get the chance to start on the defense once again. They struggle a little bit towards the end when they went into the attacking side. So I'm going to be paying attention to how those entries are going to look like for Sadow if he's staying on this waylay. But I think they do have the strongest competition going here.
Yeah, I have to agree. I would say that too, just because, you know, again, Trust and Plug, not the best performance yesterday in terms of what Ascent was looking like. Their attack was very, very slow.
Yes.
And a lot of the time, like, again, their mid-round, you know, planning was just not there. And they were lacking in a lot of adaptation. They just didn't know how to handle Envy. And I think here, especially going up against a team like M80, where they're very explosive and occasionally tend to be very, very, I guess more so just thoughtful about the way that they're approaching things, it might be a bit hard for Trust and Plug to kind of keep that momentum going, especially since they're starting off attack, which they're way better on defense. That might also be an issue moving forward.
Well, again, like I keep saying, this is neither greatest test, but also personally, Ascent, I'd love to see some innovation from Plug, especially after learning from their mistakes yesterday. But we're all pretty aligned on the desk and the casters. We believe in M80. Gompers, I'm gonna, again, girl. After yesterday, what was it? Just the attack on Ascent? Like, what was it about Trust and Plug that made you, or was it something about M80 that made you so vote for M80 rather than Trust and Plug? Because you were pretty adamant about Trust and Plug yesterday.
I think they're so, I genuinely, deep in my heart, I think Trust and Plug, the potential is there. I really genuinely do. It's just the way that they played yesterday did not give me the confidence going into this game to feel as though, you know, going up against a better team, I guess I wouldn't say better team, but going up against M80, I feel like most definitely will be a bit of a harder match. And, you know, for me personally, if they fix the issues we saw, then absolutely, I think they can definitely withstand the test of time. But yeah, I know that Dan wants to get talking about the fact that
I heard a soft ooh.
Wait, this is so interesting. They're switching roles again. So instead of Okanos and Sadow, it's going to be Victor on this Sadow, who he was playing the Vice before. So Bao is going to back to that Vice that we've seen in stage 1. I said I feel like this is one of his best agents, as we got to see all those matches being played. But it's interesting that they're willing to switch something like this. And also that Waylay conversation that we had, well, that's not going to be there anymore because it's going to be the Euro versus Euro 2. So really interesting changes for M80 when it comes to roles.
I think there was a tweet yesterday that someone said to Okanos, where basically they're trying to figure out what he's gonna play, and it's like like a roulette wheel. Like you're not sure what's gonna happen. That's funny. And I think it was a player. I forget to send it. I think it was a player within the Challengers League. But I mean, I'm a Sadow lover, so I'm excited to see Victor on kind of this promo Sadow and those compositional changes. And let's maybe Trust and Plug has been able to fix the mistakes that we saw because they will be starting on that kind of rough attack that we saw yesterday. But enough yapping from us, ladies. We're going to send it to our friends over at the casters to get this game started. It is Lemon Kiwi and Nerds on the call.
Thanks so much, Liz. Yep, only one of these teams will walk away with a positive record in Swiss today, and Victor versus Moose Nerds. I'm so excited. It'll be about, you know, how they bring their experience and that success to their team, and if M80 are truly destined for the top 2, or if Trust and Plug can humble them.
I agree with the head-to-head on the two tier 1s, you know, flexing down in here and the experience they bring. And the thing that I'm like focusing on in terms of doubles is the double Senti composition that I've been really studying recently and thinking to myself how Yoru as well as Waylay kind of counter into that on site entry. And my nerd brain is really going into that level, but I digress. I like the changes out of M80 because I believe a bit ago against Burger Boys, we saw Bao playing on Viper. We saw Sato being on that Yoru. We saw a lot of, you know, prowess out of Victor. So all of those changes make sense with Chet coming in, Drew Sparks leaving, all of these little pieces coming together. I 2 cents, it's only healthy for them.
We'll see if it pays off because, yeah, Chet was talking to Liz about just making sure him and Victor stay productive and really suiting his style on moving him to an initiator, more of a flex role. And now it's Plug moving all the way up to B, and right at the front door, the Sova, the Vise, and a wall that could separate them if they're not careful, but just at a distance, poking their head out. Chaotic is first to fall. Now you got shock bolts that could just try and stagger things. Now Trust and Plug off the cage are able to just rush in. Now they've cleared the side, at least the boat side of things, and Bao just wants to buy time, keep himself safe, stays in the closet, waits for the re-entry of M80, but they're kind of smoked off, so Trust and Plug have a window to try and dislodge these 2 defenders. But Caillou has been just a fragger today off the first blood, drops the spike carrier, almost gets a 4th, and Trust and Plug just one step at a time, but it all crumbles in front of them.
3 gone.
That's unfortunate. Bone's going to be the last player standing, but they're just holding this line. Victor to grab it near the end as well. Good stuff out of M80. Stalling out that side take. It was really slow out of Plug as they were trying to crawl their way into B, and unfortunately, it just doesn't come to fruition. And I think that's another element of this M80 squad is that they feel really coordinated on their own, as well as when they do have to work together, as well as the displacement, right? Caillou caught 2 of them out of the Tejo displacement. It just shows that like the coordination out of M80 has been so beautiful to see. And on the defensive side, I feel like they're still going to thrive, even though they aren't playing the, you know, this new meta of like double senti, which has been rising on the defensive side. The reason I bring that up is because a lot of times, you know, it's not your map pick. You end up choosing defense and then going for the double senti, dominating on defense, and then having an easier attack side. At least that's what's been happening throughout like some VCT. If we're talking like Pacific, we're talking little EMEA, Apex Action, all of those teams. But I digress.
M80 had a lot of changes in just their coaching lineup that the desk talked about, and to just kind of get back to that top 2 peak. You know, just that first loss that they had in their very first match kind of all took us for a loop. But trust and plug, if there's anyone that can kind of surprise you, it's this team. They went to so many map 3s last stage. 6 out of the 7 of their matches last stage went to map 3. So it's like Trust and Plug had these gaps in their map pool that were quite obvious, and now I think they'll try to play as close as they can. They've really leveled up as a team, and they're leveling up towards the A site. And Victor and this Okanos fellow try to stand in their way, and this Yoru just gets isolated because of the grav net. The door is closed, and probably on this round as well, metaphorically, Trust and Plug are fragged off the map before they could even look at the objective.
I like the reads out of Victor here. Very good timings being caught. Bones now in an impossible scenario for retake, just runs into Victor, who now is not only very close to their ultimate because of finding all those eliminations, but also just really feeling themselves on this role. And that's the thing I said at like the top of the show, is that I very much, because of the Burger Boys game and because of the Ambrosia game, am happy that these changes have worked. And it's like showing that consistency out of the M80 squad. All of this stuff culminating for M80 to really have a solid couple of rounds here. And even more than that, if you just look at the amount of weapons that they have, the fact that they can, you know, be on defense here with 2 rifles, a Marshall, and Stingers, really doesn't surprise me that, you know, they're setting themselves up for success.
With this double senti comp from Trust and Plug, you're expecting them to have a better defensive half, or a lot rides on Chaotic and how he can help entry the flashes, but Trust and Plug with a different approach, just not all funneling into one site. Started off with B, then A, now really dispersing across the map, and look how forward they are just through this middle lane, already droning off through the back of B. And this is to try and maybe access someone like Caillou at the back.
And playing it slow with the better weapons, and the mid position's really nice here. Something I've seen out of Chaotic is that, you know, you play with that Sova. There have been sometimes Chaotic gets caught off guard, so I'm really looking to see Chaotic be not only aware of the timings, but also just playing off of your initiator.
Cover going out.
Taking a lot of time for Trust and Plug to look for information off of Bones, and just feeling the most confident about how they can converge into B, but they really revealed their cards. They revealed their foreheads to someone like Caillou, who, man, must have been really warmed up for this match. He is insane today. The 3K off the pistol, the 3K there today, reading Plug like a book. I mean, they droned out of that doorway. M80 just held their ground, and they barely dropped any bodies this match yet.
Oh man, just reminds me of the time on defense when Plug pulled out a little bit too far and Chaotic got caught off guard. It's just those small like timing things. That's just so unfortunate, not clearing logs in the moment. But you can't discredit how Caillou just finding 3 there through the paranoia on the spam is a mix of both luck, timing, and just absolutely optimal intelligence out of the IGL. So now, I mean, they've set themselves up even beyond just the 3rd round, which was, I assumed, would be very tumultuous, but it really wasn't. It was just a one-sided thoroughfare for M80, as they consistently showcase why they're the explosive team that we've come to know and love.
Just the M80 economy is going to get insane too, just off the bonus. They were able to carry every weapon to the bonus, and then just I think they only have 4 deaths across these 3 rounds, so M80 definitely bolstering themselves up for a marathon of a run. And I'm glad you brought up the timing there for Trust and Plug, because it is just a sync thing. Imagine if that Paranoia came in at the same time as people were walking in. It would be, you'd be able to really stress M80's focus, but right now, Trust and Plug just keep losing members. But this is, you know, a Sheriff round. You're not expecting a whole lot.
No. I mean, there is a really good setup here for B. You have the Gate Crash available, so off this exec, there could be a TP down Boathouse, and you have a really, like, it's a 2v3 flood.
Okay, had to shift away. Baozak gonna get the immediate support. Sato holds one side, is able to dispatch the problem, is gonna get netted and a paranoid. So Sato just using his clone for a bit of a meat shield at the end. And Trust and Plug could be getting away with an eco there, just off the man advantage, the trades they had early. Victor is on his way, and this is a tough site to be able to push into. He's got Teague, he's got Sacred up in the closet. Sacred already tagged up, Victor's position revealed. Has a lot of time to work with still. The spike is taking down. Victor's gonna take a different approach. Sacred reads it, and they're just not gonna want to engage that. Beautiful Thrifty out of Plug.
Let's go. That was way cleaner. It's funny. It's almost like they heard us because you were bringing up, like, you know, maybe the Paranoia can come a bit earlier, the timings. There was a dump of utility on poor Sato, who we expected to be that kind of anchor against the lower buy, but because you had the Paranoia, the Gravnet, you're down on the ground, they could really overwhelm the Star Duelist, because if the Star gets dimmed, well, it can't shine, and that is honestly not a bad call for Plug to make. So now the economy's looking good. We have, in round 5, a really solid rifle between these two teams. Some ultimates online, Hunter's Furies for both sides. And things should be getting spicy with attack op.
That one way it's been... Okanos hasn't really been pushed to this point. He's ready to present to Chaotic. And just Trust and Plug aren't able to be as explosive with Chaotic. Not as many bells and whistles to really enable that Star Duelist, and the Paranoia even limits Trust and Plug from getting into A, and the Hunter's Fury still manages to get one. Caillou is just built differently this first map, and Trust and Plug, well, I just don't think they're going to be seeing A anytime soon.
Oh, and if you do go back towards B, they have had some success. Oh, the timings. They've doubled up here towards Tree.
Paranoia could be big here for Sacred. Depends if he hits those initiators and he goes in, but just couldn't get the right teamwork going there with Teague. That's what the T stands for, right? Well, how about Nell? Because you got the spike down, and this is not a good spot to hear for Moose.
Yeah. I think Moose might be looking for an eco or just a save for the next 30, because you're going into another round where it's going to be rather rough.
30 seconds left.
There's that first. 30 seconds on the spike. I mean, you keep this op potentially out of the enemy hands. More than that, also, the entire B setup has been the same, so you know what you're going to be running into on Vice with a player disadvantage here. They kind of had to funnel into A and felt like a lose-lose scenario that M80 put Plug into.
10 seconds left.
For Sadow to keep this up, that's something to worry about. I don't know how much he's really revealed it this round, but Trust and Plug, they have bigger problems to deal with, like how to actually get into the site. And you could maybe see them try to hit B again. They had some success coming through the mid side, that mid cut door. But you still got to worry about the Vise util and how they're able to really separate Chaotic away from the rest of his team. And to be able to isolate them is what M80 have been so successful at.
Yeah, it's something I kind of brought up, I think, round number 3, where it's like I've seen a couple of moments in VOD reviewing that Chaotic is just a little disjointed away from some of the initiator utility, which you don't want to see out of your Duelist by all means. It's not to say Chaotic is by any means not an amazing and star player. It's just more of like, once you get synced in with the team, once you get plugged in, then there's a lot that can come through. Talking about plugs, Trust and Plug, they are close to having a full 5 stack of ultimates. Hunter's Fury and Annihilation are there. You're one off of everything else. And the thing that I'm really looking for is, again, how is this timeout going to help them get synced back together and what ultimates they're going to use? We've had a Vice wall set up consistently towards B. Vice has been going towards B, maybe trying to pressure that. Last time they walked up, it didn't really work in their favor, but now they have ultimates, and even more so, they've carried over that op. So those pieces of utility can really help Plug work together on this timeout.
Trust and Plug are going through their own changes too. Like, they're figuring out roles. I remember, like, yeah, we talked about Moose, but Bones is also new, and he's playing Initiator instead of Duelist, and this was a star Duelist back on his old team. So, and Trust and Plug were a team that played a lot of double Duelist back when Jerwin was on the team, so I had a feeling that maybe Bones could be that second Duelist one day, and definitely need an explosive star Duelist to carry you through these seasons. And then they brought on Coach Goj1. Hopefully I'm saying that right, but Trust and Plug, it's an evolution for them, and they're gonna have to do this round without Moose. Sadow shows us up.
And an immediate reposition towards A. They're funneled A as well, and Sato's there as well as the rest of the squad.
We expect just like a crouching up, hidden tiger kind of move there, but hey, Trust and Plug are able to scratch the surface of M80. The annihilation, that's what I want to see. Disruption out of Trust and Plug, causing that chaos. And Caillou's just keeping position hidden as much as possible as Okanos gets dragged to his death. Caillou can't avenge him, and this could be one of the best rounds for Trust and Plug, minus of course the thrifty. Spike does go down. Sato with the op is gonna help assist Bao, and if Trust and Plug show their positions, this could be deadly. Teague just trying to buy time. There's the flash from the Yoru. Sato's gonna drop down, swaps off the op, and M80 have a chance to take back over. It's all thanks to Bao, but Sacred holds the op and holds the round for Plug.
Wow. I mean, really testing the setup out of M80 that has been very consistent of the Sato Vice, and then you move off. And it worked, right? Plug utilized their ultimates. We saw a lot more teams sync out of them to enter on, and you even have some new ultimates coming online here. Chaotic gonna hold on to that up, which has proven now with a little bit of patience on that timeout to be way more impactful. We're talking popping out a tree. I remember you saying it was like a little bit of a sneaky maneuver there with the crouching ops. Honestly, I'd love to see some sneaking around. Yoru, the maker of mischief. Sato, the one to pilot them. Chaotic on the other end. Who's gonna be the biggest mischief maker, right? That's the question.
It's got to be Sato. He had first blood with the op last time with just that lurker from Plug peeking him at B main. This could just happen again, but Sato still carves through Bones, even with the op approaching there from Chaotic. And he still wants his one, but now that he's smoked off, this is really going to delay things for Trust and Plug, maybe allowing them to explore the rest of the map in the meantime.
And this B setup has been so consistent. I mean, Sato has found so much value off of it, and now they've even bolstered it up by having Sova on there. Now Sato down towards tree. These repositions have been nasty. They've been really consistent, and Plug knows to some degree, but they have not found a good counter.
Sensing someone in tree and just having it start from the entry. That catches Teague on the exit, forcing him to commit or not. It's such a big brain play from Victor.
Oh no. That's all I can say. Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so unlucky, no.
That's a tough one. Yeah, and Plug were like, they're still just inching forward towards B, looking for Chaotic's pick with the op. They're causing a lot of disruption over on the boat side of things as the Omen teleports over. Okanos joins the fray, and Plug have their bases covered, and that's about actually infiltrating the back of the site. They only have 12 seconds. And here's Plug. Once they spot the Okanos paranoia, that was the time to engage. And M80 lock in, but they get locked down by Plug, and it's a spike that gets planted just barely in time, and it's up to Sato and Victor.
Hey, the Lobster Fisher, Moose really driving it for them, and now, how are you retaking with this op? Now, I will say there's a dimensional drift available for info.
Hoping that someone peeks him first and just Moose is out in the open like that. And Sato has a 1v2 to do. Chaotic still holding on to the op. And Sato's just better. One to go. But Sacred did manage to clip his wings. Sato 28 HP. Spike ticking down. May need to think about getting this halfway, but is worried about the Sacred peak at any second. And Sacred is quicker. Plug are in their shadow.
I almost half expected Sato, like, after their teammate fell, to get out of dodge. But the fact that I'm telling you, the mischief maker, the fact that Sato is able to just get in there and be like, you know what? Why not just find two? And now M80 forced to a timeout here. Going to be discussing some, I would say, probably retake protocols, maybe changing up the Vice setup. It's been around. couple of rounds that they've had the same setups there. I don't expect Vice to be moving off just yet because of the amount of value you find on that utility, but I do expect maybe some, I would say some different retake protocols, backing out a bit more instead of site holding because it's been rough for them. But honestly, a really solid round out of Trust and Plug. I just got to give them a little bit of hype because that was unexpected. Moose really stepped up to the plate, showing that tier 1 prowess by entering, finding 2 within like a snap second of time. Just as a round recap, it was really won off of the fact that they managed to kind of get in there, and what a good overhead replay. Even popping the ultimate for added info. And sure, Moose goes down, but honestly, that's the lobster fisher that we've come to know and love.
I think the early round from M80 is solid. They get the first pick off of Sadow. They get the lay back, but maybe they're just a little too horizontal on the lay back because they have all this Vice delay. You pointed that out. But could M80 maybe capitalize on that a little bit better? And this is ever since that Trust and Plug timeout, they've been finding success with back-to-back round wins, forcing out the M80 timeout. So what started off as a 4-1 start for M80, they really met their match. And look how they're already upping the aggression just off the one-way, off of the Tejo drones or the salvos. M80 looking to press, but Plug just hang back and wait for M80's aggression to come to their front doorstep, and Plug have a beautiful punish to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an eco round out of M80. Okanos is going to find no value, unfortunately. The one big thing of note is that they did kind of do what I said, where they keep the Vice towards the B site, but they allow Vice to explore a little bit more into mid and have some of the back ability where you can just get out of dodge if needed. What a timing. And what are the times to use the ult? Oh no.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. But regardless, we are starting to see M80 shift some of their stuff, and I'm really looking in this pre-round about that, because if they continue doing that, allowing Vice to kind of play into mid, setting Sato up towards the A site rather than the B site, not only is it a good change of pace out of them, but it allows them to take aggression in different parts of the map. One part of the map we haven't seen that's been not explored as much and left open by M80 is mid. But I will say they have had really good protocols of re-clearing and ensuring that mid is not a big problem.
Now Plug tie things up, and M80 we're hoping to have a bigger of a splash, but Moose with an early punish on that Sato peak that he likes to do at B. It'll be Caillou even trying his hand, or at least getting eyes on, is this a Plug push coming through B main, or is this a fake? And man, just these early peaks from M80 now really starting to shake things up as Plug are down to a 4v4.
4v4, honestly, I'm going to say it favors them a lot. Teague has such a good position here alongside their other Senti to crawl up mid. Don't catch much though.
Caillou has to hang back, and he's got a crossfire with Bow. Hearing already Plug set up in the area, but the spike is actually heading into tree, and Victor gets found, gets surprised, and smoked off from glass. So Kianos has to reposition, but Sacred was trying to beat him to the punch. Oh, Kianos is a bodyguard at the door, but the shotgun's even too much for him. And the numbers are equal once again, but Plug, the jig is up, and they got a spike. They got to get the spike down quick, and thankfully out of sight. No, Moose emerges, not expecting the defenders to be there already. The Steel Garden used there from Bow. Annihilation, trigger pulled from Teague. Ult versus ult. Nothing on the Annihilation. It looks like Teague will still have the weapon, and that's all that matters for Plug.
That truly felt like a Sentinel showdown, a Brainiac battle of the two players. I mean, Teague playing that really well, and ult for ult, and you have to back out of there if you're Bow. And now, I mean, puts into question here. Yes, Oki popped off. There was a lot that really went right for the side of M80, but at the end of the day, it comes down to that 1v1, and M80 is looking a little out of form with a 4-round loss streak. Back down to an eco, the timeout. Not favoring M80 here.
Plug really finding the sink, and Plug just running over Sato after M80 trying to change it up. Now Chaotic has come alive. They've really sealed this round together, especially when M80 had a broken bye. So it's all about farming up their ults, which Chaotic doesn't even really need to. He's going to have the cutoff easily on Victor, who's just slow walking by himself. And I think Okeanos is down to sit this round out.
just farming out here. Ace on the pistols. Chaotic, honestly though, has been popping off regardless of the eco ace and farming them up. It really is Chaotic coming alive, right? Chaotic on the entries has been feeling a lot less disjointed, and honestly I would even say the entire team as a whole feels less disjointed out of Trust and Plug. The socket has really started fitting in for them, and that's truly what needed to happen. Like, look at this push out. It's a perfect example of it, where they just managed to not only, at this point, yes, it was an eco, but they are setting up, and the core fundamentals still carry over round to round.
Trust and Plug are having better reactions, but ones that are a bit more confident in being able to find how disjointed M80 are. Chaotic with the dimensional drift, though, able to identify how far back these positions are and how much space Plug have to work with. So they just storm on in, but from behind, Sadow strikes. And now Plug have a lot more angles to worry about, and they just set their sights forward. They evict Bow from the closet, and it's a spike that gets planted.
Honestly, I was a little worried for Trust and Plug, considering the fast rounds have been in favor of M80, but now on the retake, M80 looking to speed things up yet again.
It's up to Sadow. Trying to identify where these players are. They don't have eyes on B main. They'll just smoke it off as M80 try to deal with one problem at a time, and there's two still within the sight. Teague and Bones working so beautifully together on the high lows. Now Teague still has a net in his back pocket. Deals with Victor. We went from an ace to now a 4K Plug or something else.
I mean, I remember earlier saying Brainiac battles, but like truly IGL coming out here at the top of the board alongside Q hand in hand. And I mean, at this point, you've got to give it to Plug, where they have really started to fix a lot of the micro adjustments that they've had, the way that they've been playing together. And the first couple of, seconds of that round didn't seem to go in favor of them, but the hold out of Teague is honestly making me a little worried for the defensive side even. Like, imagine Teague defense side, B boathouse, right? It's going to be so solid out of them. Back towards another broken buy here for M80.
How did that even happen? Okanos just gets cooked right in the middle of the smoke. And Plug just off just the information from Bones has been huge, and just the cutoff from Moose is even better. At least there's some punish from Sadow. This round is not over yet, not with him. And Plug are down to a 2 versus 1 to end this half on a good note.
What a timing out of mid. That's so huge for Trust and Plug. I will say, amazing call for Victor here to rotate towards the B site with so much noise down mid and A. He's going to be in the right position at the right time. As they just crawl up. I mean, Plug, they do have that annihilation available from Teague, which, by the way, is crazy that we're seeing it so often out of this IGL, who's just been fragging again, just to give them a bit more hype. And for this M80 squad, it's a difference of 4 rounds. If they can get this one, it'll be only a difference of 2.
30 seconds M80, left. Victor is giving them a sense of security by playing this deep into the site. They've cleared it, but not this final area. Annihilation! Victor is claimed, and Trust and Plug will go 8 to 4.5 on a win streak at that, which is a crazy thing. Ever since their timeout, Plug have really turned up.
Yeah, I mean, and that's gonna really kind of, like, I think I said this a little bit ago, it's going to scare me for this defensive side, considering that double Senti defense alongside Yor has been proven to be a very solid composition for a lot of teams. Obviously, there's a little bit of debate on whether you're going to be going for the Cypher or the Vice. But I think with Moose and how Moose is playing as an individual, Cypher makes sense. It's really solid on that player. More than all of that, this 1v1 was just unfortunate. And the ultimate coming to play near the very, very end is, again, off the back of the fact that Teague is able to get so many frags and just kill so many people while playing as that sedentary sentinel.
Yeah, if you keep activating these alerts from Moose, could be a lot of success from that side, and that's why you brought him on the team. M80's pistol begins with them just taking a lot of control over at Pizza, maybe trying to wrap around Market. Caillou is getting suppressed. There's nets, everything being thrown in his direction. And he's going to keep himself safe while M80 just busts through the front door. They're not even going to knock. They're not going to ring the doorbell. It's Bao that opens things up, and M80 fled in, but not without some congestion from Plug. to limit their forces on entry. Bones gonna hope to sneak up on them at stairs and maybe converge with the sentinel there of Moose. And they do. They pinch Victor and Okanos. And it's a 1v1 for the pistol.
I have the spike.
Oh, man. You have to fall back here. There's one shock dart and a dart available for scan, but the timing's rather thin.
Now the Seeker joins Moose. No longer the duel. It's now a 2v1. Moose has been tagged high-low. Let's set up, and Caillou just thought they were going to be at the back site, and Plug, they're getting real close to being in a dangerous position, and with this pistol, they could get a lot of momentum to push M80 to match point very soon.
Yeah. Realistically, like, that's the way, I mean, I feel like a broken record. That's the way that I've been seeing it go, is with these compositions out of Ascent. A new meta has shifted into it. And Trust and Plug are playing it really well. It got dicey there. I will give huge props to M80 for just trying to break through as fast as possible out of mid. The timing's a little rough there. The high-low flicked to but not found. Now it's going to cause, I would say, a little bit... I think it'd be cause for concern next round because it's going to be the rifle round. If they can't pick up the rifle on round number 15, that will truly be alarm bells for Chet and the rest of the coaching staff if they have someone helping out, or if we see Psycho helping out in this case since Drew's departure. All head cannon.
Maybe up to Teague trying to keep some of the Sentinel util back, because Caillou's been really good using the shock bolts just at the front doors to take care of some of this stuff. And Chaotic had a lot of enemies in front of him and still managed to get one and isolate this one at a time, even with his teammate by his side. So M80 are really going to be limited on their options if they're not able to fight back.
Like the walk up out of mid, trying to catch them off guard, but the timing of it just feels a little unfortunate out of M80. But they're on an eco, so Sheriffs need to shoot here, and we need to see Caillou on that fragging roll as the IGL.
He was huge in the last pistol, and M80 had such a great start with how strong the B-side defense was because of Caillou. Now it's a 1v3 with just the classic, so M80 gotta figure out how they can suppress Plug, because the trades are very much favoring this defense, and with the double Senti, it's going to be a lot for M80 to overcome.
And just the adaptability we've been seeing out of Plug, where the setups keep changing round to round, really shows that they've probably practiced this composition a fair bit. Sometimes we, like on the pistol, we saw most of the Sentinel utility towards A with a stack on B. Now in this replay, you could even see even more so. We have some of the Sentinel utility stalling on A, where you have the Cypher set up on the B site, acting as that KJ to some degree. And at this point, you can even see the same, if not like almost identical setup out of the Sentinels. The difference being that they're pushing out of A main and then sending it out after the gate crash.
A lot of good map control from M80. It's now about just trying to find Bones. And he's going to be in a position to let M80 walk in, but to cut them off. And hoping that the smoke is what's going to stagger M80, not allow them to react as fast. And the trips to being put on the market side to try and expect M80's push.
Yeah. I think also as they kind of collapse onto this B site, something to note is the lurk down A and its timings, implication of it.
Okay, Okanos able to get something done, remove Chaotic, and this has Plug maybe trying to bolster the A side. You see this deadlock, you see Teague rejoin Sacred side, and M80 are going to take that as a sign that gotta hit the weaker site. And it's a little tougher than they expected to get through tree. They do manage to dislodge the person in glass. It's up to Sacred to keep himself safe, and he only has time to really teleport into hell when maybe he wished he escaped through heaven. And M80 are doing a good job of circumventing the challenges of this round. And it's a 2v2, all up to Sato. He's gonna drop, and he's been discovered. A big turnaround from Plug.
I did not expect them to take that kill down towards A and try and snowball it into a victory. And yeah, I was gonna say immediate timeout. I mean, I expected this if it was lost and Plug managed to pick up round 15. That round 16, we're 1,000% seeing a timeout of desperation, but it feels out of desperation because at this point, we have gone about 10 rounds in a row with the fact, like, it's a bit wild to say that it's about 10 rounds in a row that we've seen out of this squad for M80 not to be able to fight back with the role swaps, with the positive role swaps in my mind, and it's not really working for them. That's the real question, is like, if this is what's happening here, it does kind of, you know, feel like a weak point for M80, this Ascent map and composition. Now, to be fair, I don't want to talk about it too early, but Split is on the table next, and they are way better on Split. This could be a 3-mapper. So don't get your hopes up. Yeah. At the same time, if Plug is going to like read into this, you have the firepower of Moose as an individual, I really wouldn't be surprised if we see Plug just going at it with fervor and maybe even pushing it to double digits for both teams on Split.
And this was also an Ascent map that hasn't been in the map pool in a while, so Trust and Plug, this was their pick. They're well drilled on it, and were able to get back on their feet as soon as they had that early deficit, and what a win streak. And Trust and Plug have both Sentinel util on B, Trip, Sonic sensors galore. So it's about this Yoru. Can it clone up, try to deal with some of these trips? If you can get lucky with the shock bolts from Caillou, but leaving the spike all the way behind, M80 have to assess what the game plan is.
Cleared out a good chunk of mid, so goal to insert Sato deeper, or as deep as they can. But there should be it's again the master of mischief. Who's going to be doing it the best here on this map? With a lean towards A and a player wine, this is going to be tough.
Poor Giannis can't even teleport. Unfortunate timing. And you don't even have the help of Sacred because he's smoked off and may need to teleport back into the point if that were to dissipate, but looks like the threat is gone. Caillou's gonna rejoin the spike because they're trying to make entry into B. It moves a huge double kill, unsmoked, unperturbed, and caged up though and put to bed there by Sato. And maybe have a chance, have a recovering the spike. Bones doesn't get hit by the net, a sense of security. And Sato quicker to the trigger, the one to salvage the round. A 2 versus 3 though is still a challenge they have to overcome. And Plug have already begun flooding in. Yoru clone is out. Flash from Chaotic kind of hits him, but he's still able to frag out against Caillou, and Plug go to match point off of this.
And I'm starting to really enjoy the way Plug is playing. I want to change my pred because that setup towards A was really good. Like, you have the double, it's the same sort of setup that we saw pistol round, where you have a stack of Sentinel utility towards one site. Let's see if I can get this paragraph out here and within my 20 seconds. You set up that utility together. It allows you to bolster that site. They can then stack towards the other side. You set up a player towards wine. You force them to go into the setup. Once they're forced to go into the setup, they lose players. And even if they take down your sentinels, that gives you so much time to rotate on in, meaning that in any scenario, Plug should be winning. And it's just so beautiful to see that how it's developing. Now, don't get me wrong, if every team's going to be running this, I might be very sad, but who knows?
Oh, is he okay? Sato's gonna uncloak in the cage while the rest of his team is barriered off. Oh, the game plan. It was there, but just halted by the double senti util, the bread and butter of Plug. And M80 is still gonna try and frag where they can. Victor with the big 2. M80 are here to dance, and they still managed to overwhelm Plug despite all of those delays. Now it's a 3 versus 1.
Great call out of M80. Just brawl through it. Just fight. It's like, hey, let's just fight. And that's the thing in my mind is like, how is the Yoru utility going to play against the double senti comp? Because Yoru can TP on in. The first round, by the way, picked up. First round picked up within a hot streak out of just Trust and Plug. I mean, good on them. I want to see more of this fighting. The big sort of looming overshadow is the match point of Plug. But even then, showing these bits of prowess for M80, making the game closer, should help them in the long run. And who knows? There's always comebacks. There's always those stories of teams reeling it in.
Still match point, and M80 are going to have to play it flawless. At least they broke the insane win streak. But all rides on this round. the rifles and the best chance that they have. Especially where they've inserted Okanos to try and catch if Sacred was going to peek early. No cigar there. Their lurk activated on the left side. But after M80 faced double Senti util and how disjointed that was, it's still going to be super sketchy if you think about going through B main.
Yes, they're going to try and lean towards the A. Another re-clear. Whoa, good call. Immediate call on the Hunter's Fury. Catch them with utility. Victor's down. And it's off that first tick. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and Plug left the middle of the map open on purpose. That red carpet now soaked in blood as M80 has to make do without it, and hosed down by Sacred and Moose, the firing squad in tree to pretty much secure this map. We'll see. Okanos able to use the ult to get the spike in hand at the front door. He's about to say hello to his mirror and better half of Sacred. 13-5 for Trust and Plug. We're trusting the process and certainly their map pick.
Yeah, that seems extremely drilled out of them. We're talking about the really nerdy setups, the way that they've been maneuvered, the double sentinel composition that they're running, and just the one round that was picked up for M80 was the brawl round where they just kind of fought into it. And it almost felt, I didn't want to say exactly like doomed from the start when they started that round slow, because you can always pop a little fast out of it, but it's the slow walk up that really kind of bit M80. And unfortunately, when you're going into double Senti, when you have the setups already kind of locked in, you're either going into a stack or you're going into a bunch of utility. And that's a like lose-lose scenario. For M80 though, there is one line of hope. Split is up next, so hopefully we can see some dominance there. Hopefully I'll hands up.
I'm like the opposite of Gompers, you know? I have a lot of belief, but not in the best of ways, because Trust and Plug go to so many map 3s and they have a negative record when it comes to winning them. We'll see if M80 can push them the distance. I want to see a map 3. I want to be entertained, and I want to see you guys after this break.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there, so I said poutine will make me feel at home and good, straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
I gotta focus. I'm shifting the soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy is always better.
People really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent. We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad. And if you're just joining us, you missed a hell of a change from yesterday if you were watching Trust and Plug yesterday, where Trust and Plug take their map pick against M80 of Ascent 13-5. I wrote down they got more rounds in the first half, than they got total yesterday versus their other opponents from yesterday. But moving forward, Gompers, I'm gonna go to you right away. You were like, this is the plug Trust and Plug I know. This is the team that I was like rooting for and I predded yesterday. Yeah. Now this is like what you believed in yesterday is being shown today.
No, they were so much more connected, I would say, as a team. And also Chaotic was shining, like absolutely perfect gameplay coming through from Plug. And again, like this was the team that I knew, the team that really carried away on the defense. The team that was a lot more cautious in the way that they like to handle their attack. And it was interesting seeing the op being brought out by Chaotic, on the attacking side. But I think it worked out so well because Moose actually, as a Sentinel, there's not really much you can do on the attack other than, play for the post plant, maybe have the occasional trip in the back. But I feel like Moose really took on that duelist role for Chaotic at times. And it really worked out well because Chaotic then set up Moose. And a lot of the time we would see like a little bit of a dynamic where the ultimate would come out from Chaotic and then Moose would be there to kind of profit off of it. So I think it was absolutely beautiful the way they play the attack and the defense from this team. And now I don't look stupid, guys. I seriously think this team has so much potential.
Dan, something I want to ask you is that this is a map that Plug picked first both times. Yesterday versus Envy and today versus M80. What changed between yesterday and today? Was it like what were you talking about, what they fixed? What do you think was the difference maker between yesterday's match versus Envy and today's versus M80? Is it the team, like their opponents, or what? Dan, talk to me. What is it?
To be honest, I don't think the early rounds were played any different to what we saw yesterday, right? Very, very slow rounds. They're trying to get that mid control. They're going to that mid to be hit. And this is happening constantly into these early rounds where it's kind of back and forth because M80 had just gotten that bonuses up 3-2-1. You don't really know. It seems like M80 are going to get away with it. And they're going for these slow plays that are working out really well until you start seeing those timeouts from both sides where you want to play it a little bit faster, play a little bit different, go for those brawl fights. And then that's when Trust and Plug start to get the hang of it and have the better understanding. Just having A4 half into this map of Ascent on the attacking side just shows you enough. They were so proactive throughout the map, and M80 were kind of doing the same thing over and over again.
Gomper, something I'm going to ask you is that I went back to the map picks and bans from yesterday. This Ascent was a map M80 was willing to float. It ended up being banned by Burger Boys in the second round of picks and bans. But this was a map that M80 are willing to play. It's not they banned Fracture last time. And so what do you think went wrong on the side of M80?
To be honest, they just let Plug in take a lot more space than I feel like was necessary. A lot of the time, it was a lot of mid control being handed over. Yeah. And not only that, but they weren't too proactive with finding and gathering too much information off the rip. The attack felt a little messy, and where Plug and Trust, that being the defense being their best side, they took advantage of a lot of cross-hold plays where, when a flash would come through, obviously no one else is going to think anything of it. They just walk in and there's 2 players watching and they're able to get more than one. So I think they just had honestly perfect positioning on Plug and Trust that M80 were just not able to counter, right? And they had, some sort of information that could come through from Tejo, but it felt like they didn't use it to the best of their ability, and they were just kind of lacking. And okay, where are these players standing? All right, and not actually taking the information and asking themselves, okay, what are they doing with it? But more so just thinking more in a singular route, if that made sense.
I want to break a round down of something that we got to see on the side of M80, but more than that, trust and plug and what they're doing throughout the map. So just to set this up, the round before there was a timeout, then there was a brawl on the A side for the defense. They were trying to fight, and it came to the individual 1v1s, and then we go into a full buy, right? So let's take a look at this round number 9, where the setup, it goes back to M80 to what it's been from the beginning, right? So you're gonna have the Vice and the Sova towards B side, Yoru towards mid, Teho and Omen on that A side. And very early on, the Yoru decides to change this setup. Instead of having that mid presence, Sadow is actually going to go for that B main control with the operator. He's going to lose that duel. And then that's when the chaos starts, because Trust and Plug are going for even coming down to this play with the ultimates. It's coming down to the individual 1v1s into the round, because M80 just cannot have any map control. They've been playing this 2-1-2 setup for pretty much most of the rounds. So you have that, you have an information coming through for the Sova on the attacking side. They realize actually Sadow's not going to be there. Oh, we actually just took him down B main thanks to Moose. And then they just take this over into Tree, where they get that one extra pick, and they just forces a pivot into A side. They plant the spike. It comes to the 2v2 for that retake of the 2 players that were playing towards B. And that's just the way that they win the round. So it was really well played by Trust and Plug. It's a little risky because you're relying on the fact that the side of M80 on the defense, they're playing by themselves, but it just happened that was the case, and it worked out so well for them. After that, they got Chaotic got an Ace, and it just seems like they were able to snowball into that half.
Gomper, something I'm going to ask you, since we were on the desk together yesterday, is that we're moving into M80's map pick of Split. And this is a map they chose yesterday and dominated on against Burger Boys. What do you think they have to do to make sure they bring this to map 3? Do they keep the same game plan as yesterday, or do you think they had to adjust the way Plug is playing against them today?
I think game plan yesterday really was just run and kill, to be honest. And if that's what's got to happen, then I think that's what's got to happen. I think a definite mental reset is necessary, because this was just not the game for M80, to be completely honest with you. This was not what I was expecting. I was expecting a little bit more of a fight. I think for Plug and Trust, they're definitely feeling more together, and whatever they talked about yesterday, it's definitely carried the momentum. So for Split, for me, M80 did a really good job at securing space early on, whether it be, and especially through mid, right? Since they are starting on attack. So I think definitely just trying to eke their way into space down towards mid, right? And just take their time and think strategically. I think the Yoru is going to be a good one for, for them, for Sato especially since he played phenomenally on Yoru, and I felt like he was just the most confident on that Duelist. So especially on Split, maybe we'll be able to see something different here.
I would like to, and I know it's from one to another, but I need to see more of Victor on this Teho, because what Okanos was doing on this Teho on stage 1 was insane. There was nobody that was able to match him, and even on that first week, it was like he was fighting demons. He was doing anything that he could to win those duels, to close out the rounds, and even to start those rounds. But now going into Victor, it seems like he's going for a little bit more of a passive style on this Teho and playing on this map. Yeah, sure, it worked out yesterday, but it seems like if this is how they want the roles to be settled, where Okanos is going to be most likely on that controller and Victor on the initiator as compared to it was before, they need to be a little bit more proactive, especially compared to what we just saw in Ascent, where it was incredibly passive throughout the map. They were losing a lot of map control, and Split, you want to be fighting for that a little bit more, which is something that they've done before, but I want to see them with these roles be able to do the same.
Gompers, they'll be starting on attack, M80, because Plug will be defense. Wow, shocking news. Great analysis, Elizabeth. It is like Dan is hitting on, it is ride or die at this point, and they have to be proactive. And we have a Teho matchup. I believe this is a mirror comp, if I'm doing the math correctly in my head. Mirror comp. Gompers right away, that it's going to be the Bones versus Victor, Teho, the Chaotic, Sadow, Duelist again. Is there anything that stands out to you with this agent selection?
To be particular, I mean, not really. This is pretty much the composition I guess I was expecting. I'm more excited to see Moose step a bit more this game into that controller role and taking a step away from the Sentinel, just because, again, they were playing very phenomenally as to being that second-hand duelist, surprisingly, as a Sentinel. So here, especially being the Viper and being able to keep watch of space that they were able to take up last game, I feel like here's where we get to see a good difference, right, in a shift in trust and plug and the way they play here on Split.
Pay attention to both of the Omens. Pay attention to Sacred and Okanos, the way that they not only set up their team for success and Sadow and Chaotic for success, but also the way that they like to play individually. This is why they opt for this Omen instead of something like an Astra on this map. They like to play for themselves, and in a lot of those cases, for both Trust and Plug and M80, they find success. But I mean, only one can do it on this map of Split.
And we'll be going into it right away. And I know just who to send it to. It is Lemon Kiwi and Nerds, your casters on the call.
Liz, thanks for picking us too. I'm excited to get into this map too, because there's, you wouldn't believe it, 13-5, but not for the team you would expect. Trust and Plug are here to play.
Yes, Trust and Plug are here to play. Now, it's funny you bring up 13-5 because M80's previous matchup here with the same composition led them, I believe, to a similar scoreline, if I'm not mistaken. And that is, I feel like that, is that an Omen? I don't know. It was 13-5 against Burger Boys in round 2 yesterday. So I'm excited to see it. I think this comp worked for M80. Victor can be a little bit more sedentary, right? With Q being IGL in that middle of the pack vibe. So you do have some of that to kind of bring up as talking points. I agree with Dan Dryad, though. We do need to be looking at these two duelists, especially, I would even say, for the start of M80, right? Because Okanos, they've been really good as that second entry past Sato alongside that utility that both Q and Victor bring. Oki's really good on those picks, and that's what M80 is going to need if we want to see a map 3. On Trust and Plug side, similar sort of concept.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see M80's offense really flourish last map. They only took 1 round and just were not able to come back from that 8-4 deficit. So we'll see if M80 during the break were able to shape up, and I feel like this is a good omen to go to map 3, because Trust and Plug Split, this was one of their weakest modes from the last stage. I think a 33% win rate, going there 3 times. So this is M80's map pick. We'll see. They'll know how to come back and how to play off of Bao, because I'm glad you brought up the matchup against Burger Boys, because Bao was absolutely incredible on Split, and as a guy that you can really depend to be able to play solo, and someone who has grown tremendously as a player and as an individual.
Fair enough. Love seeing that individual performance. And speaking of, we have an individual down mid while the rest of the roster is down towards different sites. Antique being individually stuck towards B, so they're going to back out for this exec.
I like that Plug also are testing the waters on the right side of the map, able to teleport back and already bolster and hope to set up a retake. They'll let this plant go through. You see this breach, Teague in position with Bones too. Imagine just salvos, fault line, everything that can rain down on these M80 players as close as they are to the front door. But how proactive do you want to be? M80 are going to put Sato and insert them before Plug could really play off of their own paranoia. That was thrown out by Sacred, but M80 slapped them in the face before they could think. And it's 4 for Sato to give M80 the pistol.
I love them fighting out alley. Gives them a lot of proactivity here. It's sort of that brawling fighting style we saw on the one round they picked up, where they kind of fought into it. I'm not going to read too much into that. What I will read into is the fact that we're getting 3 Bulldogs coming out of M80 here. Post timeout. Should be renewing some of that confidence out of Sato. Get them set up for success. While the rest of the team is, just plug, staying towards the B site. I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, I'm just thinking in my mind here, Lemon, that they probably try and get, taken down by the spike.
Yeah. Plug really tried to just gamble on the B site being the one that's hit, and M80 switch things up. Pivot to A. Kind of like what they did on Ascent. They like to test the waters on both sides really early and see what is the best chance. Now they get to have a little kumbaya on the site, and you may be right that Plug are just gonna want to not give any ult orbs over.
I didn't want to say it. I think I will. For some reason, I thought that they were going to use the salvos like we saw a couple times. We've seen some teams do that to not give up ult orbs. It's the controversial Valorant opinion. But no, they are just going to go down to the spike, and that is a bit more fair than using the salvos, I guess.
And this is the same sort of start that M80 had. I think what ended up happening is M80 became a little predictable because M80 were on the defense to kick things off. And they were just kind of inserting Sadow in these very aggressive, very early positions to get first bloods. And eventually Plug downloaded that. Not only dealt with Sadow, but everyone that was kind of behind him, forcing M80 to have that more passive playstyle that the desk was talking about.
Yes. And now we're going to be seeing the full-on brawl. They carried over 3 rifles. Bao going to buy up into a Vandal as well. Is the passivity of Trust and Plug going to pay off? Looking at their setup right now, it seems pretty solid. Very classic split setup with a gate crash setup towards the A site and then fighting out early. Chaotic doesn't find much, so mid crawl comes through, and I'm worried about this mid crawl.
Even just the smoke from Sacred denies a lot of the fakes that M80 could have cooked up with their Viper wall, but it is mid-control that M80 are worried about, centered their focus on Mail, and Moose is just gonna walk down solo and kind of check things out. Was not expecting all of that business, and Bones can't even follow up, but at least he'll hold his position. Teague will take the alternate angle, the fault line, or at least flash if there were to be that big of a fight, but a crack in the smoke, and Teague gets the spike down in mid. M80 have to really depend on plan B, this option that these lurks are opening at A.
That's why I was worried about it. They have a setup here where they're playing in both of the heavens and reactive towards what M80 is doing, and because of that, mid-crawl gets pinched, and now they're forced down towards the A site. The call's been made, and the rotates are there for Plug.
I like that when M80, when they plant the spike, they don't just sit pretty on the post plant. They like to get active early. Look at that early paranoia from M80, but Chaotic still does not falter. And with the salvos up close, Plug able to break out of the choke, try to surround M80, and now it's a real scrap. Plug still had the better numbers in the end and managed to take round 3.
And now it was the bonus, but it was a very beefy bonus out of M80, so I do look into it because they did play sort of aggro, try to fight for space out of M80's side. We talked a little bit about how they fought out early, a very common tactic for M80, and how it didn't work. So Plug, I guess, just really focusing on maintaining numbers as much as possible. Sadow did shine here pretty well, so I do want to give a lot of props to that on the M80 side, but I do also want to then flip the narrative to Plug and say they did a good job of re-clearing. Now, we're talking about clearing utility. Sadow is on for that dimensional drift.
But there is a 3-person walk down with the fault line from Plug to try and help this dimensional drift. Sato is not afraid to uncloak behind them, and he just backstabs Bones, opens up the lane for M80 to walk through. And with this Viper wall, they could do anything from go to ramp to go through main, and it's Teague with the 3-piece, almost the 4th. And just like that, Plug, the firing squad, just completely dismantling what looked like such a good round from M80.
Shocked Pikachu face. What? I mean, we talked about the Brainiac battle, and at this point, it's less of a battle and more of just the fact that Teague is out-aiming and out-braining in this moment. The setup there was awesome. They came out of the Viper's wall and immediately were sprayed down. You get a beautiful replay on it as Teague just holds down the site. I mean, it's even funnier because you knew Teague's position for like a split second, so the reaction should have been there because you aimed and shot at the clone. But regardless, that's going to put 2-2 on the board, and M80 now being pressured down to a default, or just a pistol, sorry.
And it's usually Sato that's had these first bloods for M80, and then they're still losing rounds with everything Sato gives them. And now he won't be there to give them anything at all. Plug striking early, really reading the M80 walk down on mid, and this time just getting active early. Chaotic is having a huge round. It is also mostly a save out of a M80. We'll see what Caillou can do. The last one left and know where to go. And it's Plug making quick work of that.
I mean, I said this at I think the end of last game. This is most likely going to be double digits for both teams, but right now it's looking like another win streak coming out from Plug with the 3 rounds in a row picked up for them. And the reason I even bring that up is because there are 2 really crucial ultimates for retake on the board, Lemon. You have the Rolling Thunder Dimensional Drift. Dimensional Thunder, anyone? You guys want to bring that out here and give yourself that 4th round just to keep the party rolling here for Trust and Plug?
See, oh my god. Someone's kneecap almost just got blown off. And you need Sato in these rounds. If he's having a bad day, I'm not sure M80 can hang with most teams. Sato is such a crucial part of the firepower. As M80 are going to try this mid walk down again, but this time really playing with their food. Not afraid to teleport, jump around, Plug, peek them early. M80 are trying to be ready for it. And now Plug gonna leave that mid open to try and cut them off, take a different angle. That's what Plug really was successful at on the Ascent, is how creative they were and how much they were able to read M80. Ooh, that was a close kneecap gone again. M80 having control, still trying to find targets. It's an exchange. And Plug still denying any map control. Now the spike is gone. No one in B main. And this lurk is so cooked.
Yeah. I mean, their mid play hasn't really worked, unfortunately. We've seen a couple of rounds in a row where M80 has tried to walk up into mid. I think like round 3, round 4 as well. I mean, now on round 6, it just hasn't been consistent enough for M80 to invest in it. And Bao is now just sedentary, lonely. I'm so lonely. I guess the one thing I do want to say is that it's good out of M80 that they're going to be saving here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Chet timeout here as well to kind of reset the mental. And the final capstone of my entire analysis is that Bao has a little bow on his gun, and I think that that is beautiful. W product placement.
And Bao, he's been a super trustworthy guy when it comes to split and being able to activate those lurks. You just need a team to be alive to, okay, let's go to plan B. But M80, they're like, oh, look at all this mid control. Wow, look at all this space. Wow, we have heaven, we have high ground. Things are going swell. But Plug are not afraid to stay hidden and kind of swing on you at random times. And M80, if they can just get the spike planted, their post plants have been solid. But Plug are something else at really just jumping out at them before they're really ready for it.
I do agree with the solid post plant, because look at Victor, they have Armageddon. So we have like a good ultimate utility here to counter the 2 ultimates, the Dimensional Thunder on the flip side, right? So you have those, you know, combo ultimates, whereas there's a sedentary ultimate, you know, proper Q battle as it may be. Regardless of how it's played out, though, this needs to be a mental reset more than anything, and just like giving Sato some of that hype. Because a big talking point here on the desk with you as well and myself is that Sato has to be really active and get proactive, fighting towards alley, fighting towards heaven to get those preemptive strikes before Plug can mount a retake. And yeah, there haven't been that many retakes. There's only round 3 where we saw defuse, but there's been a lot of retakes of space that Plug has been able to do and execute into that very well in comparison to M80, who is now back to another save.
And there's not as many good info tools from M80, so when you see like a Teague 3K, 4K, you're like, well, you don't blame M80, you're kind of just going in 3-2 and everyone cover your angles. But at least one thing that M80 does know is there's an up, and now you know well and dear where it is. A good first blood from Chaotic. Sato down again in these early rounds.
The reposition's immediate, as well as the setup out of Plug. Bones is going to be really aggressive here, knowing, okay, it's an eco round, let's get our ultimates up.
Yeah, you can just, if M80 wanted to just wait for the Viper fuel to be up and just kind of isolate that ramp duel, it's definitely possible. M80 will at least make it look like they've left and kind of keep Bao behind. If you can get an early win here, that could bring M80 back to the A site, but it's going to be another mid walk down from M80. This time not leaving any cracks in their smoke where T can swing off of them, so gaps being covered.
They do still have Viper meandering around. Bao is there, but this mid has not worked for them. The setup is just there.
The paranoia from M80, but a counter paranoia, rolling thunder from across. Plug, set up a trap, and M80 are prey, and they just walk into it. And it's the spike carrier going up first. Okanos was worried about vents. M80 getting all their wires crossed. And just as much as M80 were trying to still push the envelope, there's just such a bite back from Plug. The spike just barely grabbed before Plug chased them down. This is just so clinical from Plug.
It feels like I'm watching a game of cat and mouse. Tom and Jerry. Yeah, there's the bar. There's the bar right here. And what a... I mean, it's like the same thing we saw on Ascent. Like, there's got to be a lot out of Trust and Plug in terms of individual, like, VOD review and as well as individual play that has happened here, because they are reading really well into M80. On top of the fact that M80 has kind of been going mid. Now, to be fair, that timeout should be talking about this round, considering the previous was an eco, and it does look different. It seems like a little bit more of a default setup. One concern, Spike is still leaning mid. Oh, okay.
It's not even going to use the clone. Okanos just read that well. Now M80 just flood on in. This time not a Teague. 5-piece coming in. Bow with a big opener. And a spike that gets planted. Finally, an M80 post plant that we get to see for the first time since pretty much the start of the map. And they're just extending deep into screens.
I was going to say, and they have a really good setup because they're in screens 4-stack. It's going to force Plug to clear out so much and not get much value out of their clears.
All right, you four get the omen. And you're just going to have Okanos deal with the rest. But a lot of angles to cover there. So M80... just have one person left to go. And M80 able to strike early and even have lots of bells and whistles for the post plant. But what's been good about M80 is if they can just land that paranoia, if you can just land that initiator util and have an advantage in these duels, they can set up themselves for success in these rounds. And Plug, they still have the lead for now though.
So I have the lead, but it did stop the round streak of victory that we've been seeing so consistently out of this electric squad. We have an electric squad and bomb squad on the other side, and it's interesting. It's interesting, the combinations between them. But I do want to praise post timeout how they just started off a little defaulty on a setup, made some noise in a couple places. Chaotic, I'm a little interested in what Chaotic's MO there was, but immediately pivoting towards A on a fast exec, just being able to really speed it up and ramp that through is what M80 kind of needs. They're the explosive squad for a reason.
Plug gonna pit up mid since that's been M80's favorite spot. Just cracking that smoke there, allowing Sacred to try and get a shot in, and just overwhelmed M80 get to run in and take full map control, or full site control I should say. The Tejo salvos are gonna delay things for M80 not having an immediate plant. The smokes are only gonna last for so long, so M80 are trying to have a sense of security. But you got a dimensional drift from Chaotic, who's really trying to disrupt as much as he can with the offensive pit and the Armageddon. M80 are trying to set up all the goalposts so that Plug cannot cross. And if anything, Plug is starting to surround this pit and try to find any gaps in this fortress. And it's Okanos that hunts down Teague. A lot of 1v1s happening, and it's Chaotic and Bones that win theirs. Within the pit, Bones is lurking, and it's all up to Chaotic with 13 HP, and he can't do it. He needs to keep this up.
Again, just aggress. Mid play isn't working. We need to change something up. And now, even more so towards the B site, quite difficult to hold in some cases for M80. Instead of wanting to fight out alley or take heaven control, they just pit up and, like you mentioned, isolate the 1v1s. M80 looking really refreshed off of that, considering that they have gotten multiple rounds in a row where they haven't been close. It hasn't been down to a 1v1. They've had 3 players up into the face in action of Trust and Plug, who, on the flip side, have started to slip in terms of their holds. They've been expecting to play reactive, and that passivity that we once discussed now coming back to, I don't want to say exactly bite them. They're still up, and they have a change of pace here, but the proactivity, I'm wondering how it's going to act on them. We haven't seen this yet.
Wow, just the defensive Armageddon from Bones just to get M80 scrambling early. There's all kinds of pings from M80 to try and walk down B main, and as M80 delay from the Armageddon, Plug take full map control and try to get into B garage before Sato puts an end to that. Now, one step at a time, M80 have one member on the site to still deal with, and it's been such a pain. Moose did quite a lot of damage to them before he went down. He got a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Just Bow really trusting Okanos had cleared the backside, and Bones just demolishes both.
Rattles them. Definitely a better look out of Trust and Plug fighting out early. M80 trying to counter that with their dimensional Armageddon dimensional drift combo. I think I'm losing the plot here, but what I haven't lost is the fact that M80 did try to get proactive into what was happening out of the Trust and Plug side when they were fighting out early, but through the chaos it felt like almost M80 overcooked the scenario in their own interesting way and allowed Plug to play more passively and let them come into their crosshairs, like we saw Bones just locking things down on the B site. Now still pretty even. We don't see any operators other than Chaotic.
Poison orb emitting.
2 rounds left in the half, and M80 having a way slower approach. This Plug have been really aggressive, throwing out a lot of ults early. And M80 maybe just kind of wanting to wait to see if Plug are going to walk up on them on B garage like Chaotic has done before. And they had the double walk up in the previous round too, so M80 are going to be met with early aggression yet. They are going to be allowed to have free space in heaven. Obviously expecting Plug to be narrowed down. So Sato gets an early catch. With this high ground though, M80 have failed in this position before, and they're just going to decide to abandon it and pivot to A.
I like that though, because this is a mid crawl that's slightly changed because they have the Viper wall and the player already lurked up. It gives them a lot more confidence on that A site.
It's not going to start off well. M80 are just going to go in pretty deep without the spike being planted. And, it is a 1-for-1, keeping M80 with an advantage. A ramp push up from this Viper from Bow to catch anyone from ropes. Victor already ahead of the game. Good crossfire set up for the high ground. And then your flank is the only thing you have to worry about if you're M80. And look who's already on the job. It's Sato, who's looking out for Bones or any flanker. Plug are split up from each other. Bones tagged up too. This is going to be a near impossible round to take up. So I appreciate Sacred wanting to, I guess, just keep the rifle, though he's rich enough.
Big save moment here. And honestly, I agree with them at this point, considering that you're going into 4 players. The mischief maker, as always. Mischief out of M80. Are they going hunting? They're really digging up treasure here, and all they find is Bones. Unfortunate. Good timings on it. Runs away and is going to get pinched here. Wow, okay. Wait, really good value. Sato's low HP here. There's no way Sato fights that. And what looked like a really good round out of M80 kind of got soured near the end. But sometimes when you make a beautiful dish, you got to put a little vinegar on it to kind of brighten the flavors, which is interesting. We're seeing a little timeout here. I'm assuming a tech timeout might be in order. No, it's a Trust and Plug timeout. Okay. Off of that round, I mean, I guess they're talking about how, we saw them in mid. We used to play really reactive against them. We had a lot of coordination on that mid play to counter M80, and it just did not work within that round. M80 found the source of that, which was if we are going to be going into mid, we can always back out if we have inserts or if we have players lurked up on other sides of the map. And honestly, that fresh look out of M80 is bringing me a lot of confidence for them taking this game the distance.
Yeah, they found success with mid control that, despite having a pick over at B, to just fake it and go to A, and kind of wrapping around a weaker side to the back has been huge for M80. So I think Plugs just have to figure out, okay, how are we going to maybe play further back at A to catch Heaven, a Heaven push or just a ropes push from M80. And if we want to just kind of catch them early in the mid walk-up and not allow this to go free, it's how Plug are going to dictate what space M80 are allowed to have. That's what I'm interested in.
Control the map. Control the flow of kilowatts for the electric squad. All that matters.
Wow, this is aggressive from Moose and well punished from Victor. Even salvos just to kind of keep Plug at bay. This is a post-Plug timeout as well. The final round of the half. See if M80 can mount a comeback. Now ready to execute on the other side of the smoke and almost picking his targets well. Sacred got close to getting two. As Chaotic holds ramp, and this is the position that M80 are familiar with, but Victor turns his back at the wrong moment. The spike will still go down with more than enough members from M80 to protect it and send us into an even second half.
Yeah, I like that the mid play was like such a solid fake because Tejo was so pivotal to a lot of the mid play that we saw out of M80. It really kind of forced Plug to kind of react into that, where they flooded into heaven and kind of try to contain that a little bit more. I think the only sort of little chaotic note was Victor running away, trying to get to safety and being caught off guard. Otherwise, felt like a lot of control out of M80 throughout that entire round, where they had an idea to kind of pressure into mid and then hit onto A little slowly. Yes, you know, we did see Sacred there on the angle taking that fight, but they immediately get those refrags. We'll actually see them in the replay. Beautiful overhead shot here, but it felt like they had control up until then, basically.
M80 find themselves on defense with two controllers and a lot of ways to limit things. The walls set up on the right side. An open B main for Okanos to look through. Meanwhile, Plug are just charging up, marching through mid until the cutoff from Bao from Vents finally happens, and the well-timed smokes from Bao to make sure that Plug can't synergize any kind of reaction.
So now Plug back out. And I like that call of synergizing some sort of reaction here, because now Plug has been cooking things up and they're walking back into mid space.
At least you know where Bao is. He's been in heaven before, so Plug really limited on their initiator util to try and make this person uncomfortable. Just the presence alone forces Bao to take a back sight position. And again, M80 just, okay, Victor was not expecting that kind of party in ropes. And Plug pivot to A, and it's an open sight.
Just having a fun time in their bounce castle, known as ropes, just jumping around, jumping down into it. Double push pinch, though, is going to be a little lackluster, considering the fact that we already have these setups and you're going to get caught off guard in a couple seconds. Oki, there it is. It's just going to be down towards Bao, and a really good play out of Plug, who played that slow and methodical, not really trying to divulge their hand just yet, and it's spicing it up, man, because M80 has looked very clinical in the past, like against Burger Boys and some other squads, but it really does feel like that Ambrosia vibe where you don't really have a solid ground to stand on if you're M80. Remember, if you're going to be working with pyrotechnics, you have to have all the licenses, and it seems like they just, you know, need to reapply.
Plug just have good reads of where M80 are coming from and to just follow through with the game plan. As soon as they have that pick, they know exactly which site to go to. And with all the pings from M80, expecting some aggression here in the middle of the map, where Caillou at the ready with a fault line or a flash, and Plug aren't going to walk into that. They'll just wait for the smoke from this Omen to expire and B garage. Ready to gate crash in, and this is something that Okanos has to worry about. He has a paranoia, and he manages to limit Chaotic for a moment, but Bones is able to bolster the front line, and Plug have a battle on their hands. And because of the smoke, you're able to separate this defense, and M80 can only help each other so much. Victor will emerge finally from the top rope. 1v2 though, with Teague pretty tagged up, and he gets the last laugh.
I mean, really great fight out of M80. It looked so winnable for Victor picking up the rifle, but it does not convert. A huge play, though, out of M80, getting a lot of damage done to Trust and Plug, who now don't have like a beefy attack buy here to kind of carry over a similar steamroll. Now, that being said, things are just getting heated up. M80 buying up to full, setting up very much passive, nothing super crazy.
Cutting through.
Like the setup towards A having a lot of stall potential, a lot of brawl potential.
And Plug can just clear ramp, and if they're really worried, they have a rolling thunder. Kind of depends how blind you want to go in, and it's Chaotic that gets suppressed before he could make entry into heaven. There is that rolling thunder from Teague, and if Plug look unconfident from this position, just really smoked off from trying to get into heaven. You don't know who's on the other side. You have no mid control. You don't know if someone's in ropes. I don't blame Plug's hesitation. Eventually they'll wait for that to expire, and his Bones opens up with a huge double kill. Chaotic leads the back into screens, and M80 are behind on this round.
To save, like, they're already backed up all the way towards B, and it's a really good save at that, considering it's still early part of this game. But I was predicting double digits, and Plug looks like they are raring to get going. I was concerned because it looked like it was set up to stall. You had the wall there, you had the players there, you had no mid control coming out of Plug, like all these things were mentioned. And yet what they did was they just waited it out and still fast exec and won fights. Bones picking up 2 there is really instrumental, and without that, I think it would have, been a little bit more back and forth. We could have seen M80 re-enter into it, but because Bones was so active so quickly, it really allowed for that. And that's actually a demonstration of how Bones took those players out, just like straight running at them with a stinger.
Just trying to deny any rifles from M80 is always great.
Group photo.
Group photo. Back to spawn. Next round. Ready to go. But is anyone kind of worried though? 9-6, Plug's on a win streak. It is just the start of the second half, but they are on series point. They're approaching match point, and this was an M80 squad where when Liz talked to Chet last week, they think that M80 have had a lot of success in their practice. They think they're a top 2, top 3 team, and this loss, like the first one, you could say was a fluke. But a second loss, you're starting to create a trend.
It's not one that I want to go viral, or at least not a lot of M80 fans want to go viral, but I think that the electric boogie is going to be caught by a lot of these teams. All things considered, even against the Ambrosia game, this was the map that M80 did pick up. This is the map where M80 did wade out of that matchup that they inevitably lost. So it's kind of insane to think that this one was the gimme, right? We're talking about the Preds. This is the gimme. You didn't get it. This isn't the bingo center dot. And honestly, for this timeout, I can't even kind of theorize what's going to be going in the comms, because at the end of the day, for M80, they're doing a lot of things right, just being met with a lot more, I guess, tipped scales is the best way I can put it here. Plug has been really controlling and knowing where M80 is going to go.
I would say Trust and Plug have more excuses to not perform when they have Bones and Moose that are new. M80 are just incorporating Victor, but there's a lot of coaching differences happening on both sides. But let's look at what this dimensional drift can do from Chaotic. He gets into Mail, he's in Heaven, and the rest of Plug wait for their turn to go into B main, while the rest of M80 are ready to flood in as soon as they hear that gate crash expire. It's all up to Chaotic if he can protect himself in an isolated scenario, and he only goes 1 for 1. Can't go really band for band against M80. They've just re-established themselves on B. Plug, now that the smokes are clear, just hoping to carve and clear their way. Re-clear into M80, but a shotgun this close. Bow, a big surprise, fades into the shadows. Caillou with the Sheriff too. The reload is so unfortunate from Plug and M80. A big thrifty to get back on their high horse.
Very big B brawl. Unexpected round to pick up, but it works. A lot of confidence, I feel, coming out of Sato. And it feels like a lot of these timeouts have been off the back of like Sato popping off and really carrying that trend in. Although they have been forced out on the re-clear, getting Victor a weapon as well. Also just the fact that Bao is chilling in a corner. I think that's my favorite part about some of these plays and challengers is that you see it like it's a bit silly. And it works. That's the best part about the game.
Gate crash from Plug set up right next to Vents, and Chaotic is going to take it. Insert himself right into ropes and 6 feet under. Who expects a double stack there? M80 keeping themselves around the perimeter to not let Plug pivot into A or B.
Follow my hop with how he was jumping into a double stack because at this point now you have a setup of an op, you have the rest of the squad just generally exploring out here. M80 have fielded a lot more control of this map.
Plug already have the spike drop, so M80 are gonna wrap around A, and it's about T keeping himself alive as the Moose will join his side. And they made a lot of noise at B. They've lost people at B, and Plug have to decide is what's gonna be the site hit. They got time, but the smokes are gone. M80 have open sight lines to cut off Plug. Good dodge on the flash from Okanos, and eventually M80 creep up on Plug's attack.
There's that flawless. M80 really needed that. And again, we're talking about fielding a lot more control of the site. What I mean by that is you have an up sight line down B. You have players pushing out towards A. You have a good amount of mid pushed up as well. And now you force Trust and Plug into a rethink, right? Trust and Plug have really had a good read and a pace on this game for at least the first 3 rounds. And now we've seen a timeout work for M80, a really good show of force. So like, hey, you know, we had some rough stuff previously, but now we're able to do it. So now for the likes of this Plug company, hopefully they can, I would honestly say, just kind of avoid giving up a lot of map control in places they don't want it. And even more than that, just ensuring that if they do give up map control, like on the attacking side, that they either re-clear into it when they're going for it or just not allowing Sadow to be set up for success.
I think that Sadow has like a fellow duo to work along with. Like M80 are playing more in pairs, so you're guaranteed to trade, you would think, in a 2v1. M80 are good enough to get away or to pull that off. Trust and Plug, though, post timeout, don't want to let this lead slip away, and it's an Armageddon. Where do you expect M80 to set up? I could imagine this could be used around mid, because M80 have bolstered a lot around the perimeter. Let Plug walk up there. Could just leave the spike in main. And then you're thinking about what Chaotic and Moose could do to converge into mid against Bao.
B split for Plug. Something rehearsed could be quite nice. Ooh.
Armageddon to just drown out the rats from the sewers. Chaotic gate crashes to teleport in their face, and good space for Plug to work with. And M80 are throwing out paranoias to just delay things from Plug to push through main with a smoke in their face as well. And Chaotic looks for targets. He gets sniped, and Okanos and friends just focus down heaven. That was so clinical. Another flawless from M80.
It looked really rehearsed out of Plug. That's the thing that's kind of surprising to me, is that exec looked like it could have been a set play or just a really good performance out of them. And yet M80 still had a solid counter. Sadow finding the first op shot as well as the Armageddon being perfectly placed to allow that displacement flood. They had to jump down from heaven into the open arms of the bomb squad, ready to just decimate all over them. And now, I mean, there is no time for timeouts. There's no time for anything. It's a matter of who is going to have the better consistency here. And if M80 are the ones starting on the hot foot, well, I mean, that fuse is short. It's already been lit.
I like the salvos from Bones. Just make these positions uncomfortable to make M80 a little insecure in the fault line after seeing the double stack from M80 and ropes. Plug are always adapting to M80's game plan. That's what made them successful on Ascent. But where do you go from here? M80, and of course, cover their bases in ropes. Not let this be a free climb into heaven, but with this lurk too into B main, B is looking like a weaker site to hit.
Ooh. The op does give a little bit of like hesitancy, I would say, off the Plug side, because we don't want to go into that op. And now that's allowed M80 to rotate. All things considered, you do also have Moose with the wall up towards the A lean. They're still going to go back towards B, and Sato's holding on to this, so it's not completely out of M80's hands.
Yeah, because Sadow can just get the one and dip. Like, he doesn't have to commit to a 1v5 here. And almost got the arm of that breach. Chaotic with the teleport forward, saving that, but Sadow saves the day. 2 HP and a dream. Someone put a stop to him. But here is 911 that M80 called. The reinforcements are here, and Sato's left to just do so much more in the disrespectful nade from Moose. Plug secure the round after all that.
What? Okay, I mean, I was saying, like, you don't want to discredit Sadow. They've been really good on that op. Set up for success. My comms are there. I've colored the commentary. Sadow pops off, dies to Molly. And that's so huge because now double digits fall in favor of Plug. They're on series point to topple a team that has been touted as Titans. I have no more T-words to throw into this because at this point, Trust and Plug seem to be the T-word. They're the ones that are honestly showing a lot in terms of adaptability. No timeout needed. They still played that with such precision.
Oh, Sato. The first bloods, the what, 2 or 3K he got last round. Like, Sato does so much for this team. But sometimes they just don't win rounds no matter how good it starts. And M80 got to know how to close it out. So they get that pick in a main, but no information on mid. And that's why there's a lot of attention from Sato and Bao to cover that.
And Sato, again, they have been very clinical. M80 has had a very good time of just being able to come back in some unbelievable moments. But regardless, the Op and the Yoru have gone hand in hand time and time again for both squads.
You're just always expecting an M80 member to just be front and center on the B side looking for picks, and Plug are so good at just waiting for smokes to expire and evict everyone nearby. Plug looking for a safe plan, but M80's dimensional drift is not allowing this. Sato with the shoddy. Now he's got the up. He's looking for a fourth, and there's 2 enemies left in a crossfire position. Chaotic with the clone and the jump out. Sato almost flicks for the ace. Denied though by Bones as Plug go to match point, series point.
We talk about just having such a strong player, and then the fact that the rest of the squad is just it's just like having such a hard time because Sato is close to dropping 30, almost 24.
Oh, yeah.
But like they're closer to that than anyone else on the server, and yet we still see the round score favoring Trust and Plug just because they can't just close it out. Those final moments. It feels rather rough, and that's the thing about Trust and Plug is that they're fine to play it really dirty and scrappy as long as they get that W at the very end.
2 rounds to go until the win for Plug. Stacked up, no lurk, no other option. Just their heads held high against one of the best teams in Challengers. They can play off their Viper wall. You could always expect such an aggressive teleport in from Chaotic, but he's cut off from his own Viper wall. Ramp control not taken quick enough. We'll see if Chaotic's sacrifice will be worth it. At least Plug found a trade, and it's still going well as Heaven Pursuit is on, but shifting away to try and find these members that were set up early there from M80 close to this front entry. Plug looking for targets, giving up on their ramp mission. Now hoping to lock eyes with M80 before this Sato op comes into play.
And they Q spotted them out, so there's going to be a lot of stall utility to allow Sato to rotate. That smoke as well, giving a lot of confidence to Plug. Like, we can take some control here. We can grasp it away from M80.
30 seconds left.
Oh, what a read from M80. Just thinking that they're going to pivot out of A. If they haven't planted yet, something's got to be up. And M80 could get a big cutoff here. The stomps. And Sato could not drop down fast enough. But Okanos is still limiting Plug's forces. 10 seconds left to plan, and M80 could prevent this from happening. Caillou and Okanos race in. Will not be able to stop the spike from going down, but could put a stop to Teague. He's in a 1v2 and up close personal. Okanos just gives him a kiss goodbye. And M80 getting real close to the tie.
Oh my gosh. Double digits for both. Plug looking to be, I mean, like we said, right? M80 has looked really clean, and Sato having such good reads. And now we're starting to see everyone else come alive and flourish. So we're not on the flowery map of Lotus. We're here on Split. Just unfortunate timings on the setups and good reads out of M80. There's nothing more that we could do here. Honestly, I will say I like that start out of Trust and Plug too, where they kind of played slow, and I thought that their mid-round call to go into ramp and go into A was crucial and good. I think the rotate B was a little rough. Stall it out, then hit A. But at the end of the day, we have the benefit of hindsight.
It's just been the battle of two ops, but now Sato is the only one with one, and that means he gets to dominate the mid map. The pit too makes it impossible, but Plug with stingers and this half buy maybe down to scrap at close range. They're still investing the Taeho bot. They want information on vents and a male, but Bao just holds the pit. Plug can't dismantle it until now. It's costed Plug so much, but this was going to be a round that was going to be a mountain to overcome. And M80 will force the tie.
11-11 on the board. M80 crawling back here. And I'm starting to sit at the edge of my seat here because it's been a very funny pattern of 3-3-2-2. Breaks through. Plug now has some crucial ultimates to really play off of. Look at that positioning. Just catching one within their pit down mid. It's a trap laid out for you. It's called the Viper's Pit for a reason. They just go into the maw of it. But again, I'm still looking at these ultimates. You have so many crucial ones for the side of Trust and Plug when it comes to site holds and retakes, or retake prevention, more specifically preventing M80 from getting back onto the site.
Whoa, Rolling Thunder Paranoia, and I don't think anyone from Plug got hit by that. So a big risk for M80 to take to go in blind like that. And well, they're at least going to try and benefit from the map control that they had, having Okanos sit in B garage, but also not wanting to take such a risky position when his paranoia or his presence on smokes is going to be so valuable for M80 long term.
Keep yourself alive. Yourself alive. And now they're just slowly trying to stack back towards A. Plug had good read on this previously. I would want him to continue. Sato, though, again, ever a thorn in the side of this Plug.
And Plug just hearing all of that action on the left side of the map. Happy to just work with what they have on the right. The Rolling Thunder, just to make sure there's no pesky M80 members within the site. Now pushing screens to get paranoia from Sacred. Still not enough to perturb Caillou, as this is for the lead and for match point. And it's M80 trying to dodge an Armageddon from Bones, and it causes a lot of chaos within the site. It is just that Sato player, but he's dismantled. Now it's just Bao. A big double kill with Okanos to take care of Teague on the post plant. He's got nothing. 8 seconds until a fault line, and couldn't turn and burn fast enough on Okanos, and M80 steal away a lead.
It was such a gut wrencher because it was a very nice 1v2. You have a good crossfire creeping onto the site, and yet it still comes down to that. Now we have match point for M80, the people who, you know, we expected to have a good round here, at least to some degree, or at least win out. I did not expect it to be... Actually, no, I did expect it to be this close. And I'm just impressed entirely by the way that Plug has played this. Sure, they've been losing a couple rounds, but they're showing that, okay, we can get onto the site. We use a lot of those ultimates. They played counter to the ultimate as well off the site. Very good stuff out of them. But now they actually don't have any ultimates for Plug. They wasted all of them trying to attain a bare minimum of match point. Now puts them at a deficit.
The paranoia in B site completely open to Trust and Plug. Sato's at the back of the site. As soon as this smoke clears, his op could really shine if he has space to. He's already getting pressed, but Victor by his side collects two, allows Sato to still live on. And Plug, we're also trying to dodge an Armageddon placed by might have been Victor, but there was an Armageddon causing a lot of problems for Plug. Now they find themselves not even on the site to protect the spike. And even if Moose peeks here, he won't be in vision of that. Spike will be diffused eventually, and that is an M80 win. Despite having so many deficits this map, they came back.
They did. They did. And honestly, that was... For any M80 fans out there, that was very much a turbulent ride. But we have landed safely here. And M80 have rightfully won split, I guess. I don't know, rightfully is the correct word, considering that that was the closest scoreline you can get without it going past regulation. Just a lot that went wrong for M80, went right for Plug, went wrong for Plug, and went right for M80. So the yin-yang goes back and forth. You can't really call it in either direction, Lemon.
Yeah, Trusted Plug only ever had, what, 3-round leads? Like, they were up 5-2 at some point, then 9-6. They weren't able to create as much as insurance in the rounds compared to Ascent, and that gave M80 a little bit of wiggle room to adapt and to come back where you thought Trusted Plug were going to close it out at the end. Insane clutch from M80. We go to map 3, but before that, we got to check in with the desk, so we'll see you after this.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
People would really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad. And if you're just joining us, buckle up, folks, because we're in it for a map 3. I refreshed myself with some perfume. I got a snack. We're sitting here and we're ready to go, because that was also, Gompers, that was a 6-6-6-6-half. The only regulation we had until overtime, that map. We were down to the wire there, especially.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we were. And it wasn't, I'm going to say it, like, I'm going to be brutally honest, it wasn't the best game from both sides, to be completely blunt with you. There was a lot of mistakes being made, and honestly, like, Trust and Plug, they had the ability to take that home, but there were so many mistakes just being brought about, right? Like, unnecessary 1v1s, like, lack of adaptation from their side, and there were so many repetitive nature, like, M80 just kept doing the same thing, right? Of course, the occasional switch up from, I felt like the biggest disruption was maybe Sadow on the off, but there was nothing coming through from Trust and Plug that showed, you know what, we're fixing up the fact that this has been an issue. How are we going to deal with it? It wasn't like that. It was just, okay, Sadow on the kill feed. And it was his game, to be completely honest with you.
The first half for Twist and Plug was actually really good. It was really clean. They understood the way that M80 like to play this with the 1-3-1, usually trying to get a little bit of control towards mid, especially because they've played on the attacking side first and a lot of the times, and the 2 times that we've already seen them play, now with this one, the 3rd one. And they were very proactive in trying to fight for space, right? They were trying to use the Armageddon towards Ram and get a little bit more aggressive, or even Teague having an operator with the breach towards B main, and doing different things like that, and that allows them to get that 6-6, right? This is the most rounds that on the attacking side anybody has been able to get against M80 in this stage. But now when we go into the defense for M80, it's a completely different story, because Sadow, as Gompers was saying, completely takes over, and he's able to get that first pick. He TPs, he goes to the other side, and he's so proactive in going back and forth, where Trust and Plug, they were trying to adapt around it, but it seems like the side hits that they had planned, they were just not working out the way that they wanted to. There was even on that bonus that they got into that second half, a delay where they send the Rolling Thunder and there's no response right after. It comes to the individual 1v1s, and then you see another round, whereas that round 18 where they send an Armageddon to control B Heaven, they go to drop from B Heaven towards to go get this flag planted, and it's just a mess where everybody is already on site for defense. They shut them down, and with that timeout where it was at some point 9-6 for Trust and Plug, that M80 timeout was so effective. They were able to do so much more, put Sadow in situations that were setting him up for success a lot more, and it just seems like he was on the defense, always at the right time, right place.
Gopper, something I'm going to ask you is that we were noticing while we were watching, while our beautiful casters were casting, that there was just a lot of kind of brawly fights, not a lot of proper util usage, just like, oh, I can take this fight, I can take this peak. And that is, especially when you have agents like Teho, like, you know, Breach, like Yoru, it's, I'm going to call it odd, Gompers, but it's not the Valorant you love to see.
No, see, and that's the thing, like Plug and Trust, I mean, Trust and Plug, oh my gosh, it says Plug, so I keep just going to Plug and Trust. Trust and Plug just have so many resources that I feel like they just didn't use. And like Dryad said, right, in the beginning on the defense, they were doing phenomenal, right, with playing with their util, playing with their resources. I think Teague was shining the most in defense, and it felt like this was the team's time to shine and take this 2-0, but it just completely fell apart, and M80 started to adapt to Chaotic, and the fact that Chaotic was taking up way too much space, and just the repetitiveness of Trust and Plug, as to where it didn't feel like that's what happened on their attack there. There was no adaptation. It was just the same thing over and over again. And there were actually times where we were seeing unnecessary 1v1s being taken in mid, unnecessary rundowns for some reason. Like everyone was just like, you know what, I got this. It's 3 for me, easy. And it just was not that. That was not the case at all. And nothing was being used, right? Like the ops still present being a complete issue for Plug, them losing players off the rip, which was the biggest issue, but no flashes to be used, barely any utility to be seen. And I guess we did see some util, but it wasn't used as effectively as I honestly wished it was. It was just lacking in terms of essence and anything in general.
There's definitely a moment of panic where you see Trust and Plug kind of try to do anything, where Chaotic was being sent into side completely by himself, right? And it's not his fault. It was just the utility that was coming from M80 on this defense that was delaying everybody else to go alongside this Yoru. And it just makes it so tricky, because Chaotic was doing insane on that first half, right? He was being so proactive towards mid. He was getting an operator kill. He was backing up. He was going towards B main. And he was finding the answer against M80 that way. But once it goes to Sadow, it's just, I mean, he's just unstoppable. It was also really helping out so much that he was getting, he was not really playing towards mid. He was playing most often towards that A side, gets that opening frag, TPs out, goes towards B, waits for the rotation. And it seems like in the last couple of rounds, Trust and Plug were realizing this. They were trying to avoid that operator, but they were waiting a little bit too long, right? When it comes down to the 25 seconds left, they were already closer to the A side, decide to go towards B side, where Sadow has already rotated on mid and is able to shut them down. And this is happening constantly, where Sadow is just a problem because he's everywhere.
Gompers, something I want to ask you that we noticed yesterday, and Dan, if you want to chime in as well, whoever wants to, free choice, is that what we saw yesterday was kind of this hesitation from Plug, where if they weren't faced with something that maybe they were rehearsed or expecting, or they're kind of overwhelming, they were kind of stuck and they didn't know what to do. And that's what Dan was hitting on just now. We see a little bit of that adaptation here. We see them being a little bit more proactive, being a little more reactive, if you will, but still, it just feels like it's too little too late.
Yeah. In terms of improvement, I definitely think that it is drastically better than what we saw yesterday for Trust and Plug. The only thing I will say is, you know, they tend to be stuck, and of course it's improved, but they tend to be stuck with, you know, whether it be adapting to a player or adapting to certain situations. It's almost like you said, they freeze. It's like a deer in headlight situation where do we go? What do we do? And, you know, I'm not sure, because I'm obviously can't hear the comms, but it feels like it's also messing up with the mental. And, you know, they're trying to keep the confidence up. They're trying to display that by doing these 1v1s, by trying to isolate these fights, but it's just not working out because now it's just unnecessary. And then they're messing up the mental even more, as to where, you know, just taking a step back, taking a deep breath. The timeouts were perfectly placed, but they weren't talking about the right things, in my opinion. And I think they really just needed to take a small breather, play slower, really read into this team of M80, and like understand, hey, we're winning. Like, let's chill out. Let's not take this fight. It's not necessary. And I feel like that was what was missing.
Something I'm thinking about, Gompers, that you hit on with the comms is that Chet said to me in our post-match interview yesterday is that he doesn't want to see any more 13-11s to unsalaried teams. And I understand what he was saying, like a literal scoreline apart. This is not what you expect from AD. This is not what you expect from Chet and Victor. Granted, this is a team that, if you again go back to our post-match interview, that they haven't had a lot of time to work, just a few days. And Drew Spark announcing his departure today. We don't know what that kind of chaos or structural changes caused. There's still a lot of kind of murkiness and shadows, as Dan was hitting on earlier. We're moving kind of to a point where the murkiness needs to leave now. Like, it is, we need to make sure that, you know, you have, like, whether it's Victor, Permatejo, et cetera, like whatever it may be, that sort of synergy and that rehearsal, if you will, Dan, needs to be stronger for both of these teams, but especially what you expect more from M80.
And I understand what he means by that as well, but I just think, you know, this challenges that we have this year, this is not the same as we had year one, when we had the guard completely dominate everybody else. This is a very different, not only M80, but in general, a very different challengers, where it's very competitive at the top. You don't have one and one only clear favorite. Everybody's putting up a fight, whether they are signed by an org or they are unsigned. These are players and coaches and staff that is very competitive. So yeah, you want to aim for perfection. You want to aim to be that team that is completely dominant and nobody else can match you. But, you know, it's not as easy as it seems. And I know, I'm so sure that Chet knows that. But I feel like as you go into these matches, you're going to be realizing that. And what you're hoping to do is go through the Swiss stage, going and fixing those mistakes to maybe, hopefully for M80, have that dominant score that they want to have. But for now, it's still going to be this. It's still going to be this back and forth. And it's good. It shows a level of challengers. You cannot just have one team that's competitive. Everybody has been growing in the past couple months, and everybody is aiming for M80, aiming for Shopify, Rebellion Black, aiming for those teams that were at the top in stage one.
Well, I guess it just goes to show that in Challengers, anything can happen. And Chet, welcome to Challengers, homie. It's going to be tough sometimes, but moving into our third map of Haven, M80 starting on the defense. Gompers, this is a map where we could definitely see a Sadow op shine, but also on the side of Plug, if we really want to see Chaotic kind of, you know, be a little bit more proactive in the Duelist role. Haven's a great map for kind of the set plays that we were talking about earlier, that where Chaotic and Plug really shine.
Yeah, I will say too, like for Trust and Plug, this map has been played like 9 times in the past 3 months, and they've only lost twice. So when you're looking at statistics, this is a comfortable map. They understand. I'm gonna let Dan cook because hold up.
Hold up, wait a second. I was looking at this M80 comp. Last time that they played this map of Haven was in the grand finals against Shopify Brilliant Black, and they had Sadow on Neon, only Duelist. But guess what? Now they changed their composition to the Fnatic comp, where Sadow is going to be on the Euro, as you saw him in the first map, but Victor is going to be on the ISO. I'm so excited to see this. If you have forgotten what Victor has done in the past couple of years, he actually used to play a good amount of Duelist. He played a good amount of Duelist for NRG when they were trying to make some changes and figure out what was working out for them, but also early on with Optic, he was playing a lot of the Neon too. So going on to this ISO, I'm so excited to see what he's able to do. And as I've said before, this is one of my favorite compositions here. Also, last point here, Chaotic on the Neon does a change as well.
I used to pray for times like this, Gompers. I used to pray for times like this to see Victor back on the Duelist role. And also, now we have the double Duelist with Sadow and Victor. And this is, oh, chat, I want you to grab a snack. I want you to grab a blanket, get cozy, get comfortable, because we have a good last map for you in Plug versus M80. And I'm going to send it over right away so we can get started to our casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Nerds. Friends, take it away. Enjoy.
This is gonna be a good one, Nerds. Oh my god, desperate times come for desperate measures with M80 the double Duelist. That's usually a Trust and Plug special to run to double Duelist, but these are different times and different rosters.
Oh my gosh. I think it's really funny because I remember you talking about it. It's like you wanted to see a double Duelist, but no, we have M80 going for it, and I love it. I think it's going to be a lot more. I feel like for Victor, it should give them a bit more confidence. And more than that, I'm just going to see how it plays out. Like, I really want to see them on the server for it. There's got to be a huge pep talk that happened in the back end of the M80 squad. Like, hey, you know, we have a lot riding on this. We have a very solid roster. On the flip side, though, for Trust and Plug, Chaotic Neon, the trap plays that you could set up with the Tejo Breach, Neon running down for a main control, and you control a third of that map with some nice setups on C. It's really going to be a test for both of these teams of who can excel the best.
It feels like rankers were the ones who run just the most of this ISO Euro, especially on this map. So M80 showing us a different look under circumstances they were not expecting to be in. A map 3 scenario where Trust and Plug, this is their playground. They are like always going to map 3s, but can they close it out? I mean, it all depends on how you were able to take that last map loss when you were up 6-3 or something, 9-6 at some other point. Plug got to shake off the rust and they got to kick off their offense.
Immediate run up from Neon. Speaking of the offense, like that was a lot of space and a lot rotated out towards A for M80, but they're just going towards B off the rip.
That's a risk to take with everyone still alive. That at least they could try to play from main. That's why they got their courtyard covered, but kind of backstabbing them is this ISO Cypher there from Bao and Victor. They managed to get 2 kills, and Plug will clear their backs, but now they have to worry about not being able to have vision of the spike. That's why if you don't have picks early, you gotta worry about what the retake could hold for M80, and just smoking off Plug was more than enough to take the pistol easily for M80.
I thought the initial contact for Plug and like the way that they played that wasn't too bad out on B. I just think B in general was a weird choice considering you had the run up on A, the good rotate there. But even on an A rotate, B is still very pinchable. It would have made sense if they like ran through garage towards C, tried to fight the Moose setup and then do something out of that. Or sorry, tried to fight the Bao setup and do something off of that. But no, that's where my question lies. And now looking at this, right, we're going to be seeing Trust and Plug buying up Stingers. They're trying to make this real spicy real fast.
Chaotic just wants to surprise them early, just racing down A main. Already putting damage down on the Caillou, but this is just to keep M80 busy because the spike is not immediately going that direction. Plug just looking for the best opportunity they can.
Now, I mean, they have this, like they've set this up for A, but you have just immediate counterattack from Sato.
Oh, and even Victor is great support. He does get traded, but Sato kept his position hidden. 3. After putting down the Outlaw, he puts Plug to bed.
I like the idea for Trust and Plug. I think it's, you know, it was the exact same setup they had towards A, getting an early shot and having Chaotic really pressure towards A main. is cool and all, but they can't really play off of it. Now it forces Trust and Plug back into this save with Sheriffs. Take a look at that replay. I came into this a little late as, I mean, you just have Sato with a Outlaw spamming down the short choke.
That Plug had to go in kind of blind and got jumped from Sato, who, with an Outlaw, with an Op, Sato is such a star. He's able to turn a lot of rounds into advantages for M80. And now it's Victor's turn in his A short area. It's his deadly duo. Plug have to react to. And Sato's so disgusting. The spike is down at the worst spot. Bones has an important headshot to hit while worrying about who's in A main. He's gonna try and just isolate this angle, and Sato snuffs out the life of Bones, and it's just Moose, and he's got quite the flank going on.
Yeah, Caillou already privy to it. There's been so much silence, and there was so much of a gap towards mid, so you gotta know Moose is out there somewhere. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we looked at the bow setup towards Steve. Bow was also looking garage CT side like, hey, where's Moose gonna pop out through? And now we see some ults coming online. Sato already has theirs. We see some plays coming through here. They've been trying to pressure this short choke so consistently, and it just does not work. As well as a very valid reaction there, Lemon. That was nasty out of Sato.
I just now realized that was a collat. Like, just Plug open a stack against them, and early recon from M80, getting information on where this Neod is prowling around, and it's Chaotic taking garage control. Okanos has a paranoia, even a crossfire setup from Bow if they wanted to engage into garage, which can be a risk. So M80, after taking some damage, just gonna take a seat.
That smoke really kind of dud them in. We get the 1v1 here for Victor. Tries to break it and loses the fight. But now they have to be funneled towards garage.
Yeah, there's that garage push trying to wrap around M80. We're not gonna let that happen again. Plug also have an op to worry about. Sato being loud and proud over at C. Plug are going to make their times easier. Got to worry about your backline, Sato. Sight set. And after losing garage, they could be behind you. They could be anywhere. And that's a re-clear that Bow has to hunt down. And the spike is down. Teague is solo. A big shutdown for Caillou. And it's all about, okay, well, the advantage that Plug has to work with is that, well, Bones, they don't know where Bones is.
That'll be Bones. Try and catch him off guard, really. That's kind of the goal.
A read from Caillou.
Yeah. It's really good, though. Caillou has had those, like, it's the second time we've seen them. Just knowing that if Plug has no other player on the map, like, we don't know where they are, we have to be worried about a backstab because it's the second time we've done it. Forces a timeout out of Plug. 100% it's going to be off of, like, what are we going to be doing? We do see Stingers being bought up with light shields. There's an overdrive available out of Chaotic. A lot has been going right for M80, and a lot has been going kind of south for Trust and Plug right now. That doesn't mean that their story is over. I'm a little concerned about the buy-up, looking at the creds down to, like, under 2,000 each. They do have a loss bonus, so you don't want to discredit that element of it, but it does kind of put into question of how much are they going to invest into this round, and is it really going to carry over against a not only a newly subscribed to Sato, but also just a really refreshed M80 who feel like they have come off of pep talk of a lifetime and a strategy set of a lifetime, because they've been fighting out really well with this composition of Double Duelist, the Fnatic comp that we've come to know and love.
Plug just don't want to worry about A short anymore. Sato has just won so many rounds for M80, and Plug just don't know how to deal with that. Wanting to set up Teague for an early fault line, then they get collated, so you try garage, and Plug have a lot of options. This time they're going to maybe try to enable Chaotic a bit better now that he has his overdrive. And you know that M80 like to get information early with Caillou being on that side of the map. So here's Chaotic, dip, dive, and dodge, but with the offensive smoke in place, you shouldn't be worried too much about M80.
I like Plug being kind of privy to the idea that we took this time out, so we might see Sato move out, so let's try and go back towards A, but they're still clearing short with a drone. So they're covering their corners.
All right, better clear out. Victor, the first victim. The other duelist next on the death note list. And Plug have set themselves up for success. But wait, there's an owl drone from the high ground. Plug have their focus a bit split right now. This is some chaos that M80 could try and take advantage of. But now Plug are just trying to slip right into M80 in these isolated positions, almost giving a leg up to M80 to come back. But it is a thrifty from Plug that comes in.
Wow. And just, I mean, we saw Q popping off there near the end. We thought Caillou was going to be able to sort of sneak it away. At least I thought. I was like, whoa, wait, there might be a 5-0 here.
The 3K?
The 3K. I was like, ooh, spicy. But no drama here. No, we have a lot in terms of not only efficacy of the timeout, but also you can really see Chaotic getting active into it. Good sort of change of pace where it's like, hey, we can hit towards the A site. It's not that the A site's the problem. It's the fact that we're not sending a drone in. We're not flushing out some of that Sato utility like they're doing right now. Sato's posted up on the angle, but they still flush it out and flush Sato out.
Just trying to find Chaotic, and that's that Tom and Jerry show that we were talking about earlier.
I love Tom and Jerry.
Me too. We'll see. Now Plug with Garage smoked off. Oh, but wait, this paranoia from Okeanos stops Plug in their tracks, and this is a great catch. But Okeanos punished by Bones, a big 2K to try and tilt the scales back in Plug's favor. But there's an op getting in position, barely dodging the Armageddon there from Bones. He's on his third. He's on a hunt, and he won't have another teammate. Sato, his op exposed. Bones gonna try and get a safe plant, knowing the op's on the other side. He surely won't go for a push now. Bones has to delay there on the post plant with the salvos and just can't hold a candle to Sato.
Yeah, no, but when we talk about those plays, Sato just getting aggro individually out there in the 1v1. A little risky, but when you're going and flying so high with the confidence that this player's been exposing, and like the aura that he's farming, is honestly, it's important because they're, 12-1 right now. They haven't been able to shut down Sato. And I can start to see why this Fnatic comp was chosen. Victor, if they go down first, you still have Sato on that re-entry to really play as that main duelist, that main fragger. Whereas Victor is kind of there for the support of re-clear and to utilize a lot of that ISO utility on re-clears and holds. But it's another A hit with a flush out. It's a very similar setup to what we saw that previous round.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder tripping up Okeanos, barely gets into safety. Now Plug don't want to overcook. Kind of feed the Lions. M80 are on the high ground. Caillou got a big 3K there before. Needs to sync up. There's the Yoru clone thrown out. Just kind of looking for an open sight line. As Caillou's trying to cause movement. Siege is off of both of their sound cues alone. What you can find in the drop down M80. A lot more numbers from Plug than they expected. At least the retake is there. Sato has to duel with an op though, and that's tough. And his teammates got zoned by the salvos from Bones. Timing is so unlucky. Spike is ticking down, and the angles are covered for Plug to take care of this round.
Have you ever seen like those videos of those like trampoline people that just jumping out like crazy? Which exactly that's the first thing I thought of. It was like, man, we're really going into a trampoline park flooding out of heaven like that. And it was unfortunate. It's a funny call out, but in reality, it is just like a weird sort of unfortunate scenario where they tried to use some utility to flood through and allow themselves that re-entry out of heaven, but it was just jointed against the people who were down towards CT because Plug was realistically holding so much site control. And now it's just a question of, we had some early dominance. Trust in Plug has gotten a little bit better on these A execs. When they go towards other parts of the map, it's a little rougher for them. How can we clean up either our A retake or an A hold, considering that A is one of the harder sites to retake. It's one of the hardest sites to retake in Valorant on Haven A site. Not the hardest, that still goes towards Bind B, but still, statistics are there, and you need a really solid plan if you're going to go for it. Not to mention the fact that the Sato op is now out of hands, and they don't really have the economy to buy another one.
Plug got the A site off of Rolling Thunder, so I don't blame M80 for having to go for a retake, but can they be on prevention duty? And Sato had such a good start on A shore, and Sato has great starts to these rounds, and paired up with Victor, they've been a deadly duo on A, but Plug are trying to circumvent that with just having earlier util to suppress them, and now having a lot more room to think and space to react. Plug are looking better.
I'm seeing the A hold come alive a little bit better. They send Bow towards A and stack out C for the flood out and potential flank here. I mean, we have so many players. Expect it to happen.
Look, I've been good at the reads before, having a trip on their flank.
Oh my god.
That is not an alley you want to go down. And Plug gonna ignore it, but that's gonna be the go sign. Pedal to the metal to sprint to the opposite side. Depends on, can you count to 5 though? There is one missing from that gang, and it's Bow at the top. You just heard the camera go off, so the plant ensues, and Bow just needs one corpse to get a neural theft. This is just pistols across the board except one hero phantom.
Oh no.
Caillou has been huge before, but it's another flank that's going to be heard by a trip.
I was gonna say, the flanks consistency here, they're gonna know it's gonna be a spray down, and that's the unfortunate reality of it. Okeano's trying to kind of fake it out a little bit, but they know.
And Moose was in A short, and he's about to wrap around this whole flank, and he's just backstabbing all of M80, or just forced to sprint in, and they're doing good damage. This is a 2v2, and Bow and Okeanos upgraded their weapons. Time on the side of Plug. We're hiding in smokes, and I don't think they have time. That was so close to a thrifty.
I mean, it was so close to a thrifty, and even though there was a lot of moments of like slipping away out of M80, the fact that Plug won that was a bit of luck and success on their side in terms of the timing and the stall, and the fact that M80 was able to overpower them is the same thing. So it's a really similar situation of a lot of things going right in one side and wrong on the other side in a little flip-floppy way. I will say though, if we're talking about things going right, look at that. It is 4 ults to 1 here, and we're talking about a dimensional drift neural theft. Even have a kill contract available for Victor for the M80 side. And if they're going to be retaking like that towards A, they've cleaned up some of their A retake protocols. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a new and improved form of M80.
After you heard that teleport from Sacred, he is deep into enemy territory. And M80 thought maybe, okay, he went through A heaven. This could be an A hit. No, it's through spawn. And Plug managed to get an open C lane. They're on the site because M80 are worried about where this flanker is. Sacred presence known. Manages to match up with his team and meet up with them. And M80 are overcooking these flanks again. They get read by trips, and that's been the beauty of having Moose on this team. Gives so much good information to Plug, but does that really matter? Kill contract is gonna get one out of the picture. Victor versus Bones, and M80 have secured the round.
And that's great combo of ultimates there, gets info off of it. And we're talking about that overcook on the flank. I think it was a little scary because you're getting into that territory of it's starting to become, you know, from medium to well done. But thankfully, we got some chefs in the kitchen. Chet knows, all right, gotta let that steak rest. And realistically, the fact that they had ISO being on that flank really kind of helped them, because you can get into the kill contract if you're already going to layer ultimates like that. It allows for a lot more success. More than all of that chaos combined, I do also want to highlight the way that Plug used their teleport. The Omen ulti was super nice to kind of trap Bow in. Yeah, it didn't work out in the end, but it really shows that they're getting creative with some of their ultimates, like right now with the overdrive.
That's like I've had early fault lines to make sure these duelists don't get away with too much crime. And speaking of crime, Chaotic has been let loose and just read by Victor. Double tap activated, and M80 have secured their side of the map, and a big double from Plug tilts the scales back in the offense's favor.
Wait a minute. And honestly, I'm liking to see how Moose is... Oh, never mind. Moose is not here. They're just going to go pinstripes.
Yeah, oh, that paranoia is gonna hit Bow. Neural theft in a 1 versus 2. Definitely possible. Wow, Plug are just gonna evacuate. Try and hide their position as best as they can, but now have to go and check up on the spike after he got tapped there from Bow. Only one place they could be, and that's from main. Dodging the fault line, the one in almost a second. Sacred back to safety. Did get tagged to 45. Chance to get the spike to half and even health, and Sacred peaks at the right time.
Unfortunate for Bow there. Really well played out of them. The thing I wanted to say before the chaos started to compile on itself was that I was liking how Moose is taking these engagements and really reading into it alongside Teague for this Trust and Plug squad. But the thing that really scared me in that moment was the fact that, you know, it kind of slipped away from them. It felt like it was slipping away from Trust and Plug. Another element of this is the fact that for the M80 squad, it seems like Victor's playing it almost like KO. It feels like because of the contingency, kind of removing those ultimates, you use that to initiate a fight. Sometimes, yes, it is, you know, self-utility, but it still works.
Chaotic repeat that? That's crazy. And M80, we're trying to see, okay, well, we haven't shown ourselves an A. Sure, we've conditioned the Plug to have a sense of safety. We're Plug have used these early fault lines, now trying to conserve it. And M80 got the jump on them with this different position, although Chaotic really hesitated in that moment whether to commit or to get back to safety. Plug are still committed towards A, with M80 pretty confident in their advantage.
I mean, you have the players up. Bao is set up towards the C site. If they try to enter, you will be able to back out. You have a stack towards A. They're kind of leaving it a bit more retake because of some of these ultimates, and they're really respecting this Armageddon.
I think that Armageddon took out the drone, the owl drones too, so I mean, you don't have much information, so they gotta use their eyes and their guns, and this is definitely working out. Sadow was watching over flanks. Now you just have to worry about what's in front of you, which is Sacred again, all by himself in a 1 versus 3. This is M80 creating quite the insurance plan to go forward and kind of create as big of a gap as they can between themselves and Plug going into the second half.
Got them on a 6-month premium or yearly, but doesn't matter. I mean, they at this point, like, they've got that spike secured for at least another 12, right? And we're talking 12 seconds, not 12 months. Yeah, you go for the fight, but Sacred becomes scared and becomes not spared, actually. Just gets taken down here. And at this point, we're seeing a lot more out of M80's defense, the way that they've changed it up. I mean, A, we've said, was a sour point for them. And even then, they started to really clean it up. The Armageddon stunted them from entering in, but they still managed to wait it out. And they're going to be doing a lot of the same stuff here, because on this last round, we have not only eco buys, but also just not as much out of this Trust and Plug side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them going down. The real question I have is, what do they have cooked up?
Another dead Chaotic by the same hands as the last round. And Sato usually is able to just gate crash out of any salvos, and no way he gets the fadeaway. And then Caillou just gets to cut off everyone at the heel as they go to chase down where the Sato threat is, the final boss of Haven, the final boss of M80. Plug will still manage to plant 2 versus 4. There's a whole classroom of agents here to say hello, and it's an 8-4 half for M80.
I honestly thought Chaotic was going to go... I really hoped Chaotic, honestly, was going to go somewhere else with that Bucky in hand, because this is like the 3rd round in a row we've seen them try and run down towards A main, and Sato's like, okay, if you're going to do this, we're going to do the same thing here. Like, if we're going to be playing how we played on Split, and we're just repeating the same strats, I'm just going to do the thing that works. And M80 has now gotten 8-4. A little bit of a harsh statement, but like the reality is that Chaotic repeaked in the previous round, ran down this round, immediately got stunted as a result of it. And the fact that Sato has the confidence to re-swing into a retake with op while the rest of the squad is pushing in just goes to show the coordination out of them, on top of the fact that you have Victor playing as that pseudo initiator, setting Sato and the rest of the team up with the ISO utility. It's really cool to see how they cleaned up their A retake, as well as the fact that, you know, they have to keep retaking A because Plug have just kept going A.
Sato has such a cool style with the Yoru, just playing as safe as he can, but finding so much value in those windows he chooses to engage in. And Chaotic kind of played a Yoru like a Neon, just teleporting forward into danger. And Victor faces danger alone. But did get a lot of attention from Plug while the rest of M80 infiltrate through B. But as the spike gets planted, there's the paranoia, there's an execution. Judge, jury, and the whole squad of Plug take care of M80.
Just looking at my notes real quick. Round 1, Neon runs up A. Now, I look at my M80 notes for round 14, or round 13. Victor runs up short. So we're talking like pretty similar strategies, and they both end B. And it just doesn't seem to work, and the confusion continues here. I get it, they're trying to fast exit to trip the enemy team up, but it just seems like lackluster in terms of the way it was executed. Yeah, you have doubled up in a buddy system, but a flash well-timed and a team collapses. B is also notorious to be easy on a retake. You're going on one of the most even rounds of the game when you both have pistols, so Plug being able to take advantage of that.
Uh-oh, see if they take advantage of the outlaw from Chaotic. At least kind of with the shield posted up from this ISO. You get to pick up the orb, but only for a couple of seconds. I mean, he took too long to figure out who was going to grab that. Caillou is sacrificed to the gods, and M80 is still going to choose to try and challenge this outlaw with pistols.
Went from Valorant to Cult of the Lamb very quickly here. But they're trying to run in on him, and unfortunately that's why the outlaw was invented, to double tap towards ISOs.
Yeah, even against the shield too.
Planted.
M80 set themselves up the best that they can, had the deficit that they have, but just being so forward but not peeking early enough, and Plug will catch them.
And now Chaotic's gonna defuse here. They're gonna be one off ult. They carry over such good weapons. I mean, Chaotic's can find one, get their ultimate for this next round, and still drop a weapon to their next player, giving them a 3-round win streak. Maybe I'm overcooking right now, but all I gotta say is that for M80, they have a decent-ish buy. Caillou's the only one who doesn't have a big weapon to purchase up here, because they try to go for a little beefier purchase, and now it becomes the question of, was it worth it? How is this gun round gonna look like? No, they do buy up with the rest of the team altogether. Just going for a Marshall at the beginning just to bait us out there. I thought they were maybe saving for a Sato attack side off. That would be cool.
You just have an outlaw just running out of garage. I'm surprised Sacred still has legs under him. M80 being really aggressive in mid, trying to chase that down. The aftershock will limit, and M80 will still try to get through. Paranoia from Plug cuts them off, and Bones has the perfect jump out to get a 3-for-1 exchange. You didn't even need this overdrive, but with Caillou lurking, he's kind of the king of multi-kills over there. I don't blame him, I guess. 2 versus 1. The spike still down. I'll be able to recover this.
At this point, it's been explicitly shown that Bones has really been able to break through so consistently in like the weirdest sort of niche ways. And now you're just pushing into this outlaw unaware, unopposed, but a whiff is going to send you in a bit of a presumptuous scenario.
The hat is bulletproof, don't you know?
Oh,
Now
of
Bowers a
course.
heads up on where this is coming from. Wait, this is possible. 1v1! No way! Plug through that round!
No, and also Jinx, but like, no way is the right word. Like, what? I don't think either of us were prepared. Truly rattled, but it's not the Bones squad with Trust and Plug. No, it's Bow really bouncing back. And thankfully we get this replay, because this, again, like, this is insane. And the fact that Caillou didn't go down, now Caillou was able to get the 3K. I could see why Chaotic needed that, but this right here is what truly did it. Oh my God. Plot armor. It's Bow
so
plot
sad.
armor. It's plot armor.
Chaotic
It's gotta
jumped
be.
out. And Chaotic like jumped out and said nope. And like
I'm out.
the Simpsons me. I'm just trying to get out. It said nope. And that's been
Do it
quite
for
a few
Bow.
times Chaotic has done that. Yeah.
But now they're just like flooding all out back the same way that they came from. Similar
That's the
exit.
same way that Plug cooked M80 last time, with that paranoia coming in at the angle as M80 had garage, but this time M80 just have a better reaction, not letting Bones come out and piece them up. But Plug got a flank cooking through garage. But M80 have all their angles covered. 1v1. Sato deals with Chaotic. 1 threat down, 1 to go, and it's Bones. There's a crack in the smoke to try to get some vision into the site. But a 1v3 is hoping this smoke expires, but it's going to be running low on time to pull this off, and it's going to decide to save the weapon.
I think it was really surprising they went for the same play. I like the cleanup of it. It's almost like they got another chance to do this. It's like, okay, we're just going to refresh this. but we're going to do it better. So they're learning from a lot of the mistakes. Again, this is a game of doing things right, and M80 has really got the firepower, I would say, to do that. The one thing in my mind is that Victor is kind of being that initial like entry. I thought Victor would be playing sort of secondary in some cases, but no, Victor has really been the one kind of running in there and leading the charge. Now, whether that is the firsthand experience of being a duelist previously, like we've like the desk has discussed, I believe Dryad brought that up, or whether it is just a matter of just having some of that confidence, like, hey, you need to be confident, so go in there and allow Sato to be set up. So then Sato isn't the first entry. You have Victor going in. If Victor falls, that's fine. Victor gets the assist farm, and Sato pushes in. But regardless, it's working. The thing is that it's working really well. So well, in fact, that Trust and Plug now need to reconsider almost everything that they're doing.
I think just to also mentally recharge if you're Trust and Plug, because you threw away the most winnable round off of just kind of hesitating in a position that you shouldn't be in. And then to that last round where M80 did the exact same thing, like you pointed out, and just executed better on reacting to a paranoia. And this is what happened the first time when Plug 3K'd them. And Caillou was the one who made that round even close for Plug previously. But that bow double kill should have not happened. But
No,
M80 finds themselves being able to sort of reverse sweep? Question mark.
Oh no, they weren't down. Well, technically they weren't down. It was getting close there off a lot of really good retakes. So now we see a brawl towards A. The Stinger Supremacy rises up yet again, and I am getting a bit excited about the Stingers.
Okay, Chaotic just has to kind of chill out and pick at least his timing carefully off of maybe a fault line from Teague, and the paranoia comes in from Plug, and Chaotic emerges and dismantles M80. Plug just needed to enable their duelist, and it finally works out. It costs you your breach though, and that's really tough. M80 were able to circumvent that push from the sewer side, so this round is not over yet.
And now Teague out of the equation. That's IGL able to at least click through stuff. But Chaotic is posted up here. I don't think they expect the clear. Yep, not at all.
Unlucky timing. The 4K from Chaotic. Just the timing is really cleaned up there from Plug to just give a sense of security from M80. Not just jump out as soon as barriers are down. When you're playing Neon, it gives you the vibe that you should be just fast all the time. But Plug need to slow it down sometimes.
Gotta go fast, but not in this case. I think what they did was really well in terms of allowing Chaotic to be set up for success. I mean, Chaotic obviously knew, right? Like, had the read of like hide in the corner. But I think also just the layers of utility we've seen out of Plug, where Chaotic goes for the relay bolt as well as Bones setting up the utility alongside them. Nice little trap play.
Who's next?
Post timeout, Trust and Plug to get back into the driver's seat, but still in a deficit. It's leaving the A site completely open. Response is Dimensional Drift. Not a full set of rifles on the M80 side, but a Bucky and a Sheriff can still hurt if it can hold an angle and hold up close. Speaking of that, M80 are holding close and having a paranoia at the ready as soon as Plug even think about coming in, and Chaotic can't even slip by all the shadows. The Hunter's Fury just annihilating any entry that Plug want to take advantage of. Just Teague in a 1v4, and hey, you get the punish on the member from M80 overextending, but Teague is desperate to keep this weapon if he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a convenient scoreline regardless of the 11-7, and if we flip it, you get it. But regardless, really good exec for M80 off of the Dimensional Drift. Really cleared things out. Honestly, it was just a really impressive round of it out of M80. Like, all in all, it was just a really good round of farming info off of Sato's ultimate to allow the rest of the team to get set up in a very oppressive post plant. They had 2 down towards Hell. They had a Hunter's Fury all the way from the back, lining things up. And you see it set up as well, right? They do send out salvos once they realize, okay, we might be pressured out of Hell, but they just immediately play out on the site because they already have the player advantage for M80. Now, Plug, they're in a very tough spot. Do we use our ultimates here on a slightly broken buy? I mean, probably try and sway it in their favor.
80 looking to start their stage 2 with a positive record. sitting at 1-1. They're getting humbled early in their season. M80 expecting desperation from the Plug side, so just kind of letting them dictate the early round. Now it's M80. I can get into Garage. Not wanting to invest too many members there in case there's a breach fault line, in case there's a paranoia. M80 don't want to walk into an unnecessary trap, and as soon as this Yoru teleports out from Sato, it baits out the Armageddon from Bones, and there's no one home.
That was just a bit of a bait, and a 1-for-1 comes through. The A site is going to be rushed up upon.
And Plug on prevention duty and cracking the smoke, and even small headshot onto Bao, and he's still somehow breathing. And Plug doing what they can to turn left and right, but all they can do is look down, and maybe upon this whole series too of how this was within Plug's hands of being up in the series, for Plug to be at an advantage in split, to fumbling at the finish line, to M80 creeping up at the very end of the series, now sitting on match point.
Very solid though, right? Like I was mentioning, you have Victor sort of going in as that like entry, and if they fall, they fall. Utilize as much of that ISO utility as fast as possible to set up for Sato. Even more so, they kind of fake it towards Garage, so they get rid of the most crucial ultimate on the enemy side. Because now, how do they retake here, right? Yeah, Moose can potentially pop the neural theft, but you need to not only have a corpse for that, but also it needs to be with a lot of players alive.
Cover going out.
Okano's pop the ult, place the smoke, and like 3 people from Plug are looking at this smoke. Like,
yeah.
That was just the ultimate ruse, and this opened up so much of the map for M80. Now it's an open C site. You didn't even have to worry about Garage, and Plug know that there's no one there, so they just have to surround and conquer. It's a big opener for Chaotic too, as M80 want to have time on their side, using the spike plant. And then worry about this tripwire though, and Sacred and Moose don't have an immediate reaction. Maybe wanting to have a solid plan. There's Bao. It's gonna be inserted in this corner. He's gonna get the jump on one, and here's Sacred that could have a punish, and he's almost fumbling. Manages to secure the kill nonetheless, and even Battle that made a chance to take the series, and it's Okanos found. The rest trying to play from main. The spike, diffuser getting killed. Caillou. The K stands for clutch potentially. The defuse is halfway. Plug are gonna stick it. Sacred sacrifices himself, and it goes through.
Oh, and Bones gets another. I don't know, it feels very appropriate there, but just, I mean, we talked about it, right? I'm surprised because that smoke and the ultimate was towards the seaside lean. So you'd expect if players are going to rotate, they're already leaning towards C, and you can even see there's a preemptive plan, like the bait for Bao towards Garage. Victor push up, makes a lot of noise, Bao's inserted, but then at that point, it begs the question of, why end C if you're going to be faking this push towards C and drawing the rotations of the TP with the smoke?
Plug still have to play flawless and having a good read, at least on the A hit. A lot of eggs in the Chaotic basket, 1 and 2, but he has a kill contract to get through. See who will put the ink down. Victor with the extra shield, and he's careful with this shot. A star removed from the galaxy of Plug, and a 1-man advantage. As M80 hope to truck on, but at least Teague is still up, and a flash and some limitations Plug can provide. Do not let this offense get comfortable.
They leave it. The corpse is going to reveal, so now they have full confidence going into it. But it's a run-up mid. I don't expect them to end B, but it's a very good possibility for them to just plant it fast and play off of some of these really crucial positions.
Paranoia and fault line. T just had that regenerate too, and Plug do clear the site. The drone trying to assess the numbers. 3 left from Plug. They won't have much to really obscure M80's vision from the spike, and Okanos secures it for M80 to take the series 2-1 at the very end. They'll have a positive win record of 2-1. What a win from M80.
And a huge win for M80. I'm going to give it to them. But I think it's really funny that at some point throughout this broadcast, we said, you know, Justin Plug hasn't had the best record in the map 3s. And it continues here. But again, I just want to say props to M80 in that final round, doing a really good job of playing the ever noted quote unquote cringe post plant of we spam a lot of utility, and we make sure, okay, you guys can't what are you doing? You guys can't retake. We have shock darts, guns, bullets, and a lot more. They needed to slap a Tejo there as well so the magic missiles can go fly, but unfortunately they did not roll a nat 20, and so because of that, we are now, I mean, that's the third map done. I mean, it's been a very rough ride, but we got here, and our predictions, whoo, they were saved.
And, you know, there's a lot of changes happening on both teams, you know, whether there's new players coming in, new coaching systems being implemented. It's still very early in this split, and M80 have showed us that even the Kings can drop their crowns at times, and they're still pretty much destined for playoffs. But man, the competition in Challengers is rising up, and we're really excited for it. We got one more match to go, but I want to hear from the desk, so we'll see you after this.
Don't forget, vai. Don't forget, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Don't forget, vai. Don't forget, vai. Não tenta bater de frente. Sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad. And if you're just joining us, you've missed our first match of the day. M80 take down Trust in Plug 2-1, making the caster curse non-existent. I saw Roy out there. You thought we were going to caster curse them because all of us guessed predicted M80, and we were correct. So, but Gompers, I'm gonna bring it back to you because you had a strong belief in Plug yesterday. And you saw kind of signs of that today, but in the end, they just weren't able to pull it through. Is it a matter of M80's too good? Did Plug falter? Is it a mix of both?
It's not even that M80 is too good, right? Like realistically, both of these teams, same skill level. I'm not gonna lie to you, but for Trust and Plug, again, they're really just lacking in the late game. They're lacking in understanding and adapting and being able to really fix up some of their execution because I feel like they were flawed. And here, again, it was completely fine. I think their performance was pretty on par. I think it was definitely drastically better than what we got to see yesterday, but the improvement needs to continue. And obviously this team, they recently made a roster change. They're still going through the motions of getting used to each other as well, but you know, they're still missing something. It's like you can't really put your finger on it, but then you also can at the same time. It's just being able to execute and take up that space. And actually, you say it really well because Elizabeth told me, you know, take up space. Feel confident in taking up space. And I think that's the motive they need.
Dan, something I want to ask you is that this is, would you say that this is an improvement of Trust and Plug that we saw yesterday? Like this is like, we can keep on going down this route, this can be a better Trust and Plug, or is this not enough?
I don't really blame it on Trust and Plug on this map because M80 last composition that they were playing, it was essentially the same thing that we saw for Trust and Plug play. So they probably thought they had that read on how this composition was going to work, how to, I mean, if you're playing it yourself with this Neon, you knew what advantages to take, but it's something that is completely different. And for M80, a team that we always talk about, sometimes having slower rounds towards the beginning, they knew exactly how to change that tempo into this map of Haven. They're playing so, I mean, at some point, Sadow was what, like 12-1. He was insane with the first skills on this Yoru, and is something that Trust and Plug we already saw struggling on Split. So going into this map where you think they're going to be playing something different, that yeah, sure, is fast paced with the Neon potentially on Sadow, but on top of that, you have a Victor that is isolating those duels very, very well. It was just a great composition that fit M80 in the way that they wanted to play this and change it up a little bit. They're showing us the different faces, the different versions of M80 that they have. So Sadow was insane and a big part of their victories on that map of Split and now on that map of Haven. And for Trust and Plug, it was a team that was constantly trying to adapt into that first half. They had some opportunities to do so after the timeout. It was just not as easy as it seems. I mean, it's pretty common for teams to struggle against this double duelist composition in Haven.
Something I want to ask you, Dan, is I think before this match began, is you were highlighting Sadow's raise, I believe, specifically. And I think for all 3 maps, you went perma Yoru, correct?
Yes.
So what is it about Sadow's Yoru that makes him so good? Because I mean, like the definition of, you know, like kind of the trickery agent kind of in your face. How does Sadow use that Yoru to its, you know, realized potential?
He's playing it really well because he's starting, for example, on this map of Haven, and into that second half that was the comeback for M80 on Split. He was playing on this defensive side where he knows exactly how to play with his Yoru, where he's getting that first pick with the operator. He's playing a little bit forward compared to the rest of the team and immediately TPing back. And as the rotations for Trust and Plug try to come in because they try to plan now this mid round really well, Sadow always seems to be one step ahead. And that is one of the benefits that you have with the Yoru, right? You can be essentially in 2 parts of the map at the same time, and that is something that plays so well into Haven, played that so well into Split as well, when it was like the content A to B to the 4-1 setups that they had. And it just again, it's something that allows Sadow to play forward. When you're playing this Yoru and this ISO, you're gonna have one of them kind of playing a little bit more aggressive, and that was what Sadow was doing constantly. That's how they got the lead and they were able to close it out into the second.
And Dan, I believe you wanted to talk about the Victor, and I feel like I was making you talk all the time, but you wanted to talk about the Victor and Sadow kind of wombo combo that we saw today. I mean, Sadow's stats here, Dan, are kind of ridiculous, no?
Yeah, no, this guy is insane. We've talked about it since the beginning, since Ascension last year, since Challengers when he was playing it. He's so good on the Duelist role. He's one of the youngest players that we have as well. But then when you combine it with Victor as well, he's such an incredibly flexible player. But on top of that, going for the first time playing this ISO, I believe, it was so cool to see. Yeah, sure, Victor is not putting up the same amount of numbers as you see from Sadow, but he was getting constantly those opening picks. He actually gets 4 opening picks into this map, while Sadow is getting 5. So many rounds is these two duelists kind of holding hands, playing out these rounds and having that 5v4 that they want into the early round. So trust and plug, we're doing it and split into that first half. And for this one, it's just such a cool answer where Victor is being so proactive to get those openings when Sadow is not doing it himself, but also into the late rounds, the way that they're combining their ultimate as well, the ice ultimate to isolate when there's chaos on site. There's just a clear understanding on Victor and how he should be playing this ISO, and I think he did it amazing.
Gompers, do you think that comes from his experience? Like, we're talking about Victor here. We're talking about Optic Victor, Energy Victor, right? Like someone who, if you've watched competitive Valorant, even just for a hot second, you know who this man is. That sort of stoicism, almost. Does that come from that experience, or is it just Victor is built different? Both? Period. I also agree.
Yeah, no, I'm with her, and I'm with her.
Yeah, and as she should. But we're gonna head right into our post-match interview, and we have a bit of a treat for you today, folks. Usually it's just me and one other person, but here I've managed to kidnap 2 people from M80. It is Okanos and Sadow. Hello, friends. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome, congratulations, a hard-fought victory. Okanos, I have to go to you first because I have a question for you about a tweet from yesterday. You said, 2-0 Burger Boys, blah, 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 blah. And someone at GG Bench said, me guessing which role you'll be on next week. And you replied, Infinity Stone collecting. So the floor is yours, Oki. What are we doing? What's the plan?
Roles this whole off season. I started off the season playing Duelist because of Sato's visa. We couldn't get that in time. Sato comes here. My original role was to be to play initiator, so like Fade, Sova, and etc. And then I think after the Ambrosia game, we realized that we wanted Victor and Chet for the experience because we're a younger group. And putting Victor on like a lurk role on the extremities, like he can't dictate the speed ups, the slow downs, the pumps, etc., etc. So that's why we made this initial change. So it's been not the smoothest, but I think I've been doing one-on-ones in chat. I've been recording my demos. And just watching over it. So I'm just trying to like catch up as fast as I can.
Sadow, going to you, quite frankly, Sadow, you are one of the most talented, mechanically gifted players I have seen this league. Truly one of a kind. You are able to, whether it is by yourself or with your teammates. I want to ask you what Okanos was talking about. Do we not believe that? Is that why we're laughing? Are you saying no, I'm actually trash? What's going on?
No,
I'm kidding. Okanos talked about that experience that Victor and Chet bring. Chet told me yesterday that you guys have not spent a lot of time together. This has been a couple of days, and it's been a fast recalibration. Sadow, within these short few days, how has Chet worked with you? Has he changed the way you play? Has he changed the way you see the game?
I feel like with all the changes that came with Victor and Chat, with now adding Victor as an initiator that can support me and use his experience to assist me, I think it's been fairly easier for me to play the game. I can basically I can think less is what we're doing now. I can think less. The less I think the better I play, because I feel like in the beginning, since we're an inexperienced bunch, I think during the games that we're having a lot of hesitation, and I think that's partly because I was overthinking too much, And with the addition of Chat to help me out and Victor to help me inside the match, I think it's been fairly easier for me to perform how I usually do.
Good answer. Good answer. Like on a Family Feud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I want to ask you about Victor specifically. You were on Tejo before this. You know, you're very flexible, and obviously these roles have changed. We kind of see Victor on this more perma Tejo or an ISO, but now we see you on the Omen specifically. You talked about the changes earlier in this interview. Where are you most comfortable?
In what aspect? Like just overall, like.
Yes, like what would are you more comfortable on the Omen, or were you more comfortable with Tejo, but for the sake of the team you are flexing?
I think right now in this current meta, I think I'm more comfortable on Omen because it just allows me to just use my raw mechanical skill compared to Tejo. Being able to just delay execs and just, you know, being annoying on the bomb site, just delaying as much as possible, and, you know, creating my own gunfights with the smokes. I think that's what's suiting me right now.
Now, Sadow, last question to you. I asked this of Ion yesterday. He said that he believed that they were the best team in the league, Envy. Where do you think M80 is within the League of Challengers?
At the top, obviously.
Obviously. Why at the top?
Obviously.
Good answer, bro.
Good answer. Good answer. It's simple as that.
I just feel like our team has been handicapped for most of the time because of like roster changes, visa issues, and now since we're getting the hang of it and going and growing like we did last split, but now I actually get to play the group stage. I feel like we're gonna be unbeatable by the time that playoffs come.
And you have the time. Well, again, congrats on a great win today. I hope you have some good time off. Enjoy your rest, your relaxation. And thank you guys so much. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Liz.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh my God. Good answer. Good answer, we say. Good answer. I don't know. I feel like Family Feud style. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, but stay right there because we have prosperity and nonverbal coming up soon. So get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch. See you right back here.
Don't forget, vai! Don't forget, vai! Don't forget, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back, or welcome to the first time if you're just joining us for Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad, and we have a banger coming up for you. We have Prosperity Esports versus... Oh, bye, Dan. See you later. It's okay.
She said that game was too long. That game was too long.
She's like, I gotta go. Like, let's get this started. Come on. Prosperity Esports versus non-verbal coming up. Gompers, because I can only throw to you. For those of us, I think we also talk about this in chat. Non-verbal, formerly known as Fun Hoppers, they are known as non-verbal now. Let's get that. Let's level the playing field right away. But we're gonna talk about Prosperity Esports right here. This is a team, I always say this about everyone, but especially with like Scary Shark 32 and everyone.
Yeah.
This is a team that I don't want anyone to sleep on. Gompers.
No, and absolutely not. I think their performance that we got to see from their last game, sorry. Also, for those of you who actually don't know, while I pull my notes up, they actually came through from relegation. So, I mean, not relegation, my apologies, from promotion to challenger stage. So this is a team that was able to kind of battle it out and make the dream that everyone has, you know, coming through, which is make it to challengers and have the opportunity to move forward. So I think, you know, again, dreams come through hard work and dedication. Prosperity, a team that had a decent showing against Winthrop University, right? So coming into this, and then Blue Otter as well, winning on Lotus, actually being their primary map of wins so far. But yeah, I mean, as it seems, I personally really like Prosperity. I think they've shown, you know, just a lot of resilience in terms of their gameplay for sure.
And if you have been watching Valorant Esports or even Game Changers, you should know the name Scary Shark. It's someone, if you watch the Game Changers broadcast, we have highlighted over and over and over again, and we're highlighting them here again because they are a force to be reckoned with, also known as Nora, but they're someone who is just in the server, who just, quite frankly, gets it. Like, the way they play the game and the way they use their utility as a initiator is so brilliant, Gompers.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely brilliant too. With Scary Shark as well, actually a player that was pretty dominant within Game Changers as well. So it's really nice to see a familiar name just take up some space here and be the player that I'm really excited to see them be. I think they've been absolutely phenomenal and very, very comfortable so far within the challenger stage. Scary Shark in general is just really a menace on the site. So for them to be here and to really showcase what they have, it's very exciting.
And now we're moving on to Magic from Prosperity Esports. Dan, are you back? Did I just hear you come back?
Hi.
There you go, babe. How are you? And you're jumping right back into the fray. We're going to talk about Magic from Prosperity Esports. Right away, Dan, do you have anything that you would like the audience to keep an eye out for Magic for this upcoming match versus Nonverbal?
Yeah, I missed what you guys were talking about right at the beginning, but something that I wanted to add about Magic is that since the beginning of split 1 for challenges, we've talked about these new up-and-coming duelists that we didn't really see in the last few years at all, and Magic is just one of them. We didn't even get the chance to see Magic coming into stage 1. They tried to qualify for the event, it doesn't really work their way, and now playing into this, it's one of those that we need to keep an eye on. A lot of the duelists that we talked about since the beginning, they were like, oh, we don't really know this name, we don't really recognize it from those known teams that we had last year. Magic is turning into one of them, and I love what he's able to do when it comes to the waylay. They're trying to mix it up with Neon as well. There's a lot of duelists that he's able to play to a really good extent, and I think Nora or Scare Shark is a really good way to set it up, right? One of the players that is playing both in Challengers and Game Changers. So you have this combination of these two players that are up and coming, we've heard a little bit of, and you need to see more of, but so far the way that they're setting each other up for success is great.
And they'll be facing Nonverbal, formerly known as Fun Havers, but we're going to call them Nonverbal, the NV that is just NV. And I saw some people like rooting for Tim in chat, Blast. Gompers, right away, this is a team that I think not only is a fan favorite for just kind of their vibes and the way they are, but the way they play the game is just kind of tried and true, good old Valorant, as they say, Gompers.
I mean, yeah, good old Valorant, but hopefully today it's looking even better. Nonverbal definitely having it was a questionable run starting off this stage. I feel like they were looking really good. I believe it was earlier on within stage 1, correct? Yes, stage 1. It was looking a lot better so far. 2 games lost. Of course, Shopify Rebellion Black being the first one is not the way that you want to go starting off. But yeah, for non-verbal, I'd say coming back from bringing themselves back up from promotion relegation, they finally have that second chance. So I think they're definitely, you know, cooking some certain stuff up, trying to build up that good synergy that they had. I wouldn't say necessarily been lacking, but more so just unfortunately, you know, just trying to make that better.
This is a cool matchup too, because you're gonna have Corrupt go against their teammate in Nora's Carry Shark, where when they're playing in Challengers, they're playing together in the team of YFP. But right now, they're facing against each other in 2 different teams. And this is one of the cool things that we have right now coming into stage 2. You have a lot of those GC players that are able to play Challengers as well and go into different teams, right? Initially on stage 1, we saw it only with Bob, but the cool thing is they're able to switch up these roles and play a little bit differently depending on what these Challengers teams are requesting of them.
Now going right into Kumi on non-verbal Gompers, we're talking kind of about those Duelists that like maybe didn't get their chance to shine. You know, like we talk about the Sadows, we talk about the Reduxes, etc. Kumi is someone we should bring up among the I'm saying us so many times, sorry, among the conversation with these Duelists, because Kumi can hang basically.
No, Kumi can hang, and Kumi's such a phenomenal duelist, and I'm really excited to see more so the presentation that they're going to be able to offer today. Again, I talked about the synergy and trying to bring that about. I think Kumi is not only super good mechanically by themselves, but as well as just being super hyper aware of their surroundings, and their up skill and gameplay is just absolutely insane. I definitely give this player a ton of kudos when it comes to being able to just handle all of the space that they're given, and also take away and manage it by themselves, right? 1v3, who cares? You know what? I'm just gonna go for it. And I mean, you get to see it here too. It's absolutely phenomenal how much space they can take up in such a short amount of time.
And today there will be a nice Magic Kumi matchup. This is the kind of the quintessential Duelist matchup. And Gompers, you were just talking about it. These are teams that have fought their way back into this league, back into the Challengers League, making it, or into the league. This is, if you're going to prove yourself right now, Gompers, now is the time. And so I want you, for the audience, maybe, can we highlight anything what they might expect from these 2 duelists? You know, we talked about, you know, last game, you know, Sadow is more of an individual duelist versus Chaotic, who was not. What can you highlight for Magic and Kumi?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say my name?
Yes.
Okay, Magic and Kumi. I guess in terms of the matchup, man, this is a hard one because like I wouldn't necessarily say they're so different. I feel like they're both very aggressive and also confident in their own gameplay, which I love. I love to see duelists who aren't afraid to die. Like that sounds so sad to say, but it's not. It's such a good thing to have, to be that confident, to understand that you're going to make impact no matter what and give that information forward. So I think for both of them, I mean, honestly, all I can say is maybe in terms of Kumi being a lot more radiant in terms of, and I guess more impactful in terms of the op skills that they tend to carry, and that's a little bit more worrying, and how much space they can take up there. But I guess they're both pretty phenomenal duelists.
Oh, Dan, we're moving to different maps already. It's been a lot of Ascent. It's been a lot of Split these past few days. We're moving into Icebox and Pearl right away. These are kind of large, the first 2 maps are large duelist playgrounds. So we're highlighting this Magic Kumi head-to-head, if you will. And it looks like the map, Dan, they're gonna give that to us right away.
Absolutely, and we've yet to see this map of Icebox coming through for the Set of Prosperity, but they've tried, both of the teams are 0-2 right now. They're trying different things because you're kind of on the verge of not making it to playoffs if you continue having this kind of performance and losing against these important opponents. So now you're trying to switch it up, going to a map of Icebox. I think it's great. It keeps it simple. It keeps it, as you were saying, up to the duelist, a little bit more into the individual 1v1, so you're able to take and into those head-to-heads. I feel like it should be honestly a good back and forth between the 2. We talked about how much the team, the players on both sides, they know each other, and having that knowledge and going to a little bit of an unknown map for Prosperity, I think is a good way to start it off.
And right away, Gompers, we have a Teo. We also have a Clove on the side of non-verbal, but we do have Magic and Kumi on the Jet. I was maybe thinking, you know, maybe it's the Awele, maybe, you know, something else, but this kind of seems like a tried and true Duelist selection for them. But does anything else stand out to you, Gompers?
Yeah, I mean, first off, super excited to see Icebox in the mix. Definitely a map favorite of mine. I think it's really interesting to see how players can handle the diversities of this map. But no, I'm a bit afraid on Prosperity's side because this map isn't the best for them. There's definitely have been a lot of like trial and error in terms of learning, you know, how to handle this map. It's the same composition, kind of some certain changes. Obviously, I think the last time they played Icebox, it was the Reyna making way, which is completely different. Very, very different Duelist. I think the Jet is way better in terms of what we're pushing forward here. And the Teo actually making way as the, I believe, secondary initiator. So that's going to be really good. Double initiator, a single controller. I think this comp is honestly looking better in terms of refixing and reworking what that Icebox looked like before, for sure.
Well, folks, we're trying something new. I'm going to send over to our casters where they have differing opinions on the predictions. We have one person thinking Prosperity Esports is going to win and one person thinking Nonverbal is going to win, but I'm going to let them discuss that. It is Lemon Kiwi and Nerds on the call.
Nerds, defend yourself. You know, if Liz is going to put you on the spot, I stand by that. What's up? What's up?
I have to say, I have a lot of respect for both teams. But I picked Prosperity for two reasons. One, I watched them play yesterday. They had a lot of really good moments of brilliance. And two, I was watching with people who are friends with Prosperity. So low-key peer pressure one there. But I do want to give them shout outs because when I did watch them yesterday, I saw them do a lot of things right. It feels like a very coin flippy match. And when I saw, you know, I'm coming in here, like I was just kind of asked to slot in here. I was like, you know what, I'm going to go for my team of Prosperity, give them a little bit of hope. But I do really think it is very much a coin flip. Now that I've defended myself, why'd you pick Nonverbal?
Better team. I don't know. Vibes.
You don't gotta tell me that. That's crazy.
I saw everyone else vote for them, and I said, "Me too, girl. Me too."
No way. No way. No way. All right. Fair enough, though.
Bandwagon or bias caster? Chat, pick who has the worst opinion. When we we'll see if Nonverbal can prove us right or wrong, depending on what side of the coin you are on. You got the double smokes too with the Clove. You don't get to see that every day, and that's the big compositional difference between the Clove and the Teo.
I think that the compositional change is good. I personally prefer Clove, ironically enough, in this case, because if you have solo smokes on Viper, it's a little difficult in some exec situations. Like this walk up towards B is going to be stalled out, but you don't really have as much. Now, you can argue A site's a little bit more open for the take, and B's where it really matters, but Clove providing that extra cover really helps them a lot. Also, just love Clove. So, more biased for me.
Yeah, I was watching like VCT EMEA today, and they're like, oh, what is it, a red flag if someone says they can play a controller and a Clove comes out? We'll see. Tim, is Tim a red flag or not? And so far, Nonverbal are down 2. It's not looking good. The Spike's been playing it for really how long? And especially when Corrupt can't operate the pit or the wall right now, it's Prosperity. They're just trying to find these last couple of targets. They do have a smoke cutting them off, and now that it's open, Nonverbal have a chance to scrap. It's just Prosperity having really good teamwork out the gates.
I don't know. Some people have been calling it bias. It's too early to say. It's too early to say. Good retake coming out of Prosperity, right? They managed to walk up in. I can see the composition working. I understand why you have Scary Shark. Nora is on the Teo. She's always been really good on that initiator role, along with just a very well-coordinated retake. Now, we did see a lot of good stall out of Clove, just to give that hype, just to give that, you know, I do want to give some backup to why I like Clove, but at the same time, when you just have raw aggression coming out of Prosperity, where they're just like, we're going to go in for it, obviously coordinated, but we're just going to go in and take fights, you tend to win when you have the brawl comp.
Just trying to be self-sufficient as best as you can, but I guess the bullets will just circle around him. Thankfully, Prosperity are always stacked together, so if someone kind of fumbles their shot, there's someone to clean it up. And Prosperity just get to dial things back. They have the man advantage. play off the wall, play off the Magic sightline with the Outlaw. Non-verbal are gonna peek this. You have to just re-clear, especially after Prosperity playing just all up in their face so early.
Now, I mean, does non-verbal try to get up and active into it? I mean, Kumi did buy up into a Marshall, so the long-range engagement should go for them. But Magic, again, those shields really help them in this moment. And I think for Prosperity, they're very comfortable leaving this for a retake because they've already shown they can retake B. They have the Brawl composition to exec. They don't need to worry about it as much.
Now just Prosperity giving up the site here. Still having 3 extra people. You would think it's fine. But if non-verbal are going to extend solo into the clutches of Prosperity, this will be an easier round than Prosperity thought. At least Corrupt is on a cool angle, using the wall to just isolate a 1v1 against the retakers of Prosperity. But it's just Corrupt now, and no fuel and no life remaining. Prosperity looking clean.
Again, it's just a slow burn on a walk-up. Less brawly in this sense and more of just like, we are going to smoke and surround and snuff you guys out. And honestly, it's a really good showing out of them. For non-verbal, though, Kumi buying up is going to mean that they are going to be on light shields, and that Outlaw is going to provide some value. Some other kind of keynotes are the fact that, okay, no, they went for a Guardian, actually, so it's not going to be fully light shields. But those keynotes really do matter because it starts to add up. Are we going to be seeing much of a change of pace? And it seems like that is the case. A little bit more of a spread default. I love mid control on this map. Another fellow caster of mine from Collegiate, always preaching about the mid lurks here. And I'm excited to see what they can do. Back off entirely. Just going to contest mid. Never mind. No mid lurk. Unlucky.
Gotta be careful of this left side of the map, though. Magic with the Outlaw has been scary before. I still think about that flick against Kumi over at A. I'm gonna have nightmares about that, and maybe about that whiff too. All good though. Ooh. Tim is, oh, it didn't even whiff. Just Tim is still alive at 10 HP. Pyro,
it's also
same
a double.
thing.
Yeah, it's also a double. So you're now just a flick away from death. They do have a little bit of advanced A control, so I like this spread out. It's the question of mid and the smoke, and they are going to try and end B.
Sniper wall's good. You have a window to try and plant into, but the wall won't last forever. Non-verbal also spreading themselves thin and scrapping through A, pulling Prosperity's attention. And non-verbal deciding to pivot after losing that member so early, but it's not going to be easy and not a lot of time for non-verbal to hold on to this. It's Prosperity hoping to shake things up. Scary Shark found in her hiding spot. Now things feel more secure for non-verbal.
Again, it's Prosperity on the slow walk up. The counter to it for non-verbal was this default play of their own. Now it's such low HP. You're going down.
Oh, Magic, scary. You know, non-verbal can surprise you. Corrupt left solo again. 1 versus 2. Fantic at the last crumb of HP. No, dodging the shot against Magic. Corrupt gets a win. The time running out, just having to protect the spike a little longer. And Vantic crossing the barrier, but crossing right in front of Corrupt. The first one for non-verbal.
And what a clutch, by the way, because that was so thin on the margins in a 1v1 scenario at 10 HP. Proves that non-verbal's here to play. I liked, like I said, that they spread out. Assumed they were going to go deeper into the B space, considering they were contesting it and leaving that A wraparound. But no, they do hit back towards A, and it creates a little bit of a kerfuffle, but not enough to stop the double, the double up here for Corrupt. And honestly, huge shout out to Corrupt and Nora. It's gonna be, I think that's an even more added element to it of like, since Corrupt is IGLing, you kind of like, they can kind of understand where Nora and how she's gonna be playing.
Yeah, and to still be current teammates now apart. Who's on the better team? That's what we gotta figure out, right?
No. Yeah,
we'll have
I guess
some
we
tea
will.
about it later. And Corrupt gonna have to drop off the high ground after getting dinged by the Sonic from Yuki. Prosperity already had an early win in mid. We get to stack the site, feeling confident about their hold. But with the Armageddon causing chaos, non-verbal have to go toe for toe. And now, Blast and Kumi have the very back wall to worry about. hoping to address it together. Kumi stays safe for now. Manny looking for an angle. Blast. You just could not react in time. Was thinking there was a flank, but that was just a misread.
Yeah, and even more interestingly, Manny was holding up towards rafters, so it felt like the gut call worked. They're even going to save the op. Really good to give Manny this ult charge because they're now going to be 3 off of it. Vantic on the other end of it doesn't necessarily need theirs until a little bit more, especially because they're playing so retake focused that Viper's Pit really could be used just to dissuade them from going to a site rather than necessarily retaking. And now Nonverbal also on an eco of their own. So all in all, we're seeing this really solid sort of slow walk up. The thing that really won Nonverbal the previous round was not only because it was better weapons in the moment, but also because they kind of went fast at it. They tried to capture that sort of, lightning in a bottle moment, but it didn't work. Also, W rep towards Apex. Been watching their games. If anyone is a Game Changers fan, check them out.
Fluorescent is the GOAT. We're hoping more women take up that mantle too, but Nonverbal right now are stuck on a sheriff round. And I'm just seeing also just better information from the Prosperity side of Yuki with these recons, the drones, just sussing out Verbal. And Verbal are conditioned to really worry about just the initial peak because Magic could have an op, could have an outlaw, and at least Nonverbal have some inkling towards that. But the Owl drone revealing Nonverbal still nearby, just hanging out.
Again, right? They won a lot of these rounds based off of chaos. It's a little bit of it's an eco round, right? So it's like a do or die almost. Like, let's get chaotic, let's fight into them. And just, you can even see the way Prosperity's playing. They're surrounding the site for the retake. A has always been retake simulator, but it's been a lot slower. They don't want to go into the goop.
Oh, just that close smoke, sort of hidden spot from Nonverbal. This time they get to utilize it. But this op is going to be a threat. Nonverbal with the pit, a spike planted. Will deny any kind of fun sightline for this op. Hoping to just Teho drone within it, spot the players of Nonverbal. Magic has their own duel to worry about, but enough time for Nonverbal to try and unite one final time, and it's Corrupt left solo within the pit to defend this spike and trying to play dodgeball against bullets. It's not going to be a fun time, but wait, this wraparound could be gross. Weapons to pick up. Maybe Manny hearing this happen. A surprise. Corrupt's pit not gonna last, but the spike now dwindling down. And this is enough time being bought by Corrupt. They just needed to prevent the full defuse. And what a clutch from Prosperity at the end.
1.28 seconds. They managed to bring it back. And it's you'd expect at some point that the slow play, the slow roll is gonna come back to bite you, and Prosperity is just like, no. If we're going to be gambling with time, we make sure that we have the whole kit and caboodle. And now it forces Nonverbal into a timeout. You got to have Corrupt, probably rethinking with their team, right? How are we going to be playing into this? You have really good ultimates. Tim probably going to get really aggro off of it. We need to deal with these retakes that we've been getting caught up in. Obviously, the previous round was not the best example, considering that it was an eco, but they invested an ultimate into it. They had a really good position out of the play that they ran into. Unfortunately, when it came down to it, when the brawl did start, because they didn't have weapons and because they just didn't feel that comfortable, it kind of fell into Prosperity's hands, who are now looking to just continue this streak over and over again. And I don't even want to call it a gamble or luck, because it really is off of them being cognizant of the retakes when they go for them. As well as just, I think it's really funny that, you setting up Magic for success, swapping Scary Shark onto that operator, swapping it up through.
Speaking of ops, I thought maybe Kumi was going to try and invest in that again, because they tried to go band for band with Magic and couldn't. And there's got to be something that pressures this op, if not fighting fire with fire, something to deny that vision, which they tried with the Viper's Pit. But at least Tim is allowed to play that aggressive, but now try to be back into the picture. Nonverbal. Followed the Kumi to dash in. I've been wanting to see this Jet take more space and put more pressure on the defense. And with this different Viper wall too from Corrupt, this seals off the re-entry from the left side, and Tim won't be allowed to keep playing as the ult expires. And the flank is being watched from Nonverbal too. This is looking like a good round. It all depends on how the retake goes. And now Pyro, of all people, has an op. Prosperity. I don't think they're gonna have much luck getting back into this, especially with a late lockdown invested from Nonverbal.
It's pretty locked down for them. It's a matter of timing. Not to mention the fact that Magic, I think, might have had some issues there, stuck on the site. You're gonna hold for it?
Okay, good ping on the spike there, just in case. That was a little scary. I was like, hopefully they didn't fully leave there.
Stuff. Just something to note. You know, Magic was out on the site, kind of standing there, no weapon out. Okay, so they are back. I was worried if that was a tech issue or if something happened. They're just caught off guard is all that happened. And now they are forced down to a potential full buy. I mean, yeah, they're not going to have that money. They buy up. Vantic's going to be the one to take that off. Bladestorm's going to be popped here. I wanted to see Nonverbal potentially go for some sort of, you know, slower play, maybe spread out a bit more and get info. But it seems like speed is the name of the game, and both teams want to control that tempo.
Nonverbal have conditioned Prosperity to just favor the A side so much that maybe a quick push to B could favor them, but of course you're just trying to get sight lines and look for picks, and punishing Magic is pretty huge. And that lurk's going to activate. That's going to give confidence to Nonverbal to maybe try this A side again, because without Magic, that was a huge source of firepower from Prosperity's defense.
And now you have to back out. Scary Shark Nora's being pressured, and at this point, they're just doing a little chunks of damage, right? She's not able to really connect onto anything, and you need to back out and have this slow roll. But slow rolls with, you know, a weak deck of cards is not going to be helpful.
You're not going to have the same Corrupt Viper wall that seals the left side. So Nonverbal just need to be proactive, need to be ready. Corrupt's been in the spot before, and just the jump peek gets good information. One's at the front door. So if Nonverbal swing, they got to be ready for the forces of Prosperity. A shock bolt. Force some movement out of Nonverbal. And now that the smoke's clear on rafters, a lot more angles that Nonverbal have to watch over. But this is just sheriffs anyway from Prosperity. It's just doing what they can, throwing out the bullets at the wall, see what sticks, see what bodies fall, but pretty much a done round.
Yeah, just try and go down to the spike here. You have a save off Vantic to make sure that that op gets carried over. And okay, they do get a little value out of it. But the hunt comes through yet again. Yuki just going to dive on in. Oh, what the? There's no time for that. Regardless, though, for Prosperity, it was a bit unfortunate. The speed being picked up by Nonverbal that we see has been beyond helpful. And you can even see, right, they kind of lurked their way in towards the A site, managed to pop out onto it, so they are exploring different parts of the map and having the calling really be refreshed for Corrupt. On the flip side, I'm looking at Yuki. They have their ultimate here. How are they going to call it? There's no KJ lockdown, at least not for the foreseeable next couple rounds, so are we going to be holding on to it? Are we going to try to play against it? Pyro has theirs, so your lockdown is in jeopardy at any moment. It's that sort of rock, paper, scissors vibe of Sova, KJ, and sometimes KO. That was more towards Ascent, though.
A good read on Nonverbal, liking to take that high ground position, using the Tejo drones from Scary Shark to limit those offensive options, and now playing, just dodging. Playing chicken with the Hunter's Fury. Nonverbal have good map space. And with this deep lurk from Tim, could even get a good cutoff on Prosperity, depending on what angle Manny decides to take. And we'll force that Clove back into cover. With this Viper's wall in place, they could bring that up and really try to stagger Prosperity, even limit the sight lines.
Great pinch mid to A, and now it's going to force Prosperity to really rethink. It's something that I wanted to see earlier out of them, was the fact that you were able to kind of take these fights. Okay, Vantic, is it going to bring it back? No, fortunately not. But what I was saying was you can explore into mid. It's something that I discussed. It's like, you know, we see it a lot in tier 2, sometimes in tier 3 tournaments as well, where, you know, you can't really find much value on a site, so let's try and explore into a split. And now Prosperity's slow sort of vacuum that they've been creating on the A and B site when they go for a retake doesn't really work, because what they've been trying to do is control all the extremities, but you're fighting into an extremity. Because when Tim goes out in there, Tim, I believe, was there with another player. Not exactly sure who. We'll find out on the replay. Memory is fading me, but at this point, it's probably going to even fade on the Prosperity side, considering that they need a change of pace. The vacuum isn't working. On the flip side, Nonverbal, they're probably going to continue to try and keep this speed at top levels, not slow down at all. There's no reason to.
Yeah, and to be able to just humble Magic, or just this backline of the defense, it's been huge for Nonverbal. Ever since their timeout, they've been on a 3-win streak, and I'm used to seeing Corrupt alive so late because this is just such a survivable anchor that helps them still have a round at the end. And now to be able to take high ground positions away from Prosperity, saw at the end, Nonverbal really altering their positions in the late parts of the round to give themselves different angles to strike at Prosperity. And it's been a lot of A-site hits, so are Prosperity going to want to stack more people? And how aggressive do they want to be off the rip?
Considering it's an eco, I think they're going to be extremely aggro at the start and then maybe potentially change some stuff up. I like that they're showing force and allowing Nora to be set up here.
Oh, the immediate ping and execution on Scary Shark. Great job by Pyro to give them such valuable information, forcing out the dashes from Magic. Kumi's on the hunt, and he needed a clean round from Nonverbal, especially with how rich they are to keep this op too. See if Manny can do at least some economical damage, and we'll sneak up onto Blast, but Nonverbal setting themselves up for a good lead.
Of course, I mean, you can't really retake here, especially now that Manny's gone, and Vantic for that matter. But I guess they were looking for economic damage, and I'll find it.
Show me where to go.
This is the question, right? What are they cooking up on this round? Round number 10. I'm looking at it. We started to see some elements of it, I think, towards mid, having Manny set up towards mid to prevent Blast from lurking up, or to have those mid lurks really become an effective part of the Nonverbal game plan. I'd like to see more of that just to dissuade them. Set up this time not in kitchen. They're playing towards the A site and they're setting up for mid, allowing Yuki to play in kitchen.
This early pit from Prosperity, they're hoping to funnel Nonverbal into this op of Magic. Sitting above B. Scary Shark on the low ground. At least running the two controllers is giving Nonverbal some chances to deny some of these sight lines. And Nonverbal usually don't go anywhere without some kind of recon or some kind of Aldrone from Pyro to give them an inkling on what's going on.
But the op is back on this angle. Ooh, Pyro now the one to take it down, and it's traded. So now they know where the op is. It's not going to be repositioned far, and they have to start exploring in other areas. But that mid control and the A control are still there for Prosperity. And that's the key. Prosperity to keep a level head.
You can sense that Magic is not as comfortable without Scary Shark there and just playing all the way back towards Snowman instead of posturing forward. You don't want to be in that one and done spot. Want to be able to fall
30
back.
seconds left.
If there is a lot of aggression from Nonverbal, one step at a time, and it was because of that pivot from Magic. They were even in that position and just Yuki crumbling under the pressure. An opening for Corrupt to find an angle behind this jet, and Magic is gonna go under it and try and hide, and surprise Corrupt with the pistol, and an important shutdown for Magic.
Now this ultimate's gonna flush them out, as well as the fact that towards mid, it created a lot of pressure. Now the vacuum needs to be filled.
Tim was just really going for it, feeling like they couldn't escape from the lockdown. And Prosperity now really losing that advantage in a 1 versus 2, and it's Magic with the op, and Nonverbal fully take over.
What an amazing wraparound from Blast, as well as just the way that they played it towards mid. Blast broke the KJ turret mid, allowing Corrupt to enter in. Obviously, it was a bit unfortunate that we saw Magic with just a nice little couple of clicks of the classic free weapon, managed to take down that player, but still, right, that's super valuable to discuss in terms of like the mid play and the counter play between these teams is starting to develop. And yes, we got it to half. The smoke runs out. You don't expect Blast to be out towards mid, but that's the brilliance of it. That's the best part of Blast being able to wrap around.
Oh, the 3 stack from Prosperity to run it down on mostly a save, bunch of shares, but an important Vandal that still rings true for Magic. But a weapon out of reach still from Prosperity, who can only just benefit by watching Nonverbal on the approach. Drone is going to see the jet on the right side. As Prosperity just wait in the wings and hope to get some lucky shots if they can.
Now, I mean, you have 3 players stacked up on A. The spike is already far down. They haven't committed anything just yet, but because they have such a far push up here, you're expecting Nonverbal to end. They want to find a pick before they do that. There's no recourse otherwise.
Oh, they got a ping on Kumi, I believe, and somebody on the low ground, and good punish. Catch the jet before they could dash away. This is kind of... well, it seemed winnable for Prosperity. If only they could actually upgrade any of these weapons. They got 2 kills and no ways to upgrade. But look at this walk up from Nonverbal to try and cut off and access this backline of Prosperity to get the pit from Corrupt in their face. And Scary Shark could have a good catch from above.
She knows. She's got to know, right? You have the Armageddon as well, and waiting for the players to wrap around all together. It's got to come through here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't just use the Armageddon to just really rain it down on the pit and flush them out of these positions and just hopes to surround it. Working with Yuki in tandem, who's decayed down to just a crumb of health, hoping to hunt down this Viper, and it just does not work out in Prosperity's favor.
I'm assuming Prosperity wanting to save these ultimates, I think, for the next round, to have a really beefy round 12 and 5-7, but it's like, you see the Viper's pit go down, and Nora is just kind of there in that position. I mean, she knows it's a meme, but it's also like, no, real. Like, Nora can spot that out, just in that decision-making on whether to pop that ultimate, or it was Yuki calling for it just to hold off until the rest of the team kind of got there together. Timing's unfortunate. Plays looking really good right now. Nonverbal has gone on a streak, similar to Trust and Plug, and making my prediction look rather worrisome and really bolstering Nonverbal fan base.
Last round of the half, too, with an 2 offensive ops. Are we serious? Pyro and Kumi on different sides, too.
That's awesome. No, that's awesome. I love it. I mean, if one works pretty well, 2 is going to work even better. And for Nonverbal, honestly, with how they've been playing, if they want to get active with it, they can. Pyro also just swapped. They had so much extra funds in the bank that they were like, all right, we could just pick whichever one we want. Ah, yes, this day of the week, I'm going on my Bentley. What, like, that's awesome. That's really funny.
Formation from Prosperity. The Tejo drone just used, and Yuki still having a recon and an owl drone. Now needing to get a bit closer. Sofa's not in reach yet, so Nonverbal gonna work this window of opportunity. Armageddon from Prosperity's side to just slow down Nonverbal's approach. And as soon as that's gone, Nonverbal, it's off to the races. Take full control of the site, but Magic is still lurking around. Corrupt has had 3, and I mean, Magic was just looking for targets and really found none. It's up to Scary Shark to pull off a 1v2 with the spike playing on the other side. Scary Shark to clutch it for the squad. Last round of the half.
Pulling up. They don't have too much utility.
Yeah. Scary Shark just having to clear one step at a time and walking right into Blast. An 8-4 half and off of a win streak. This is quite a statement for a team that is, quote, Nonverbal.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The statement isn't a verbal one. It's one on the server, with them winning 7 rounds in a row non-stop here. Prosperity's timeout did not necessarily help them, and more than that, Nonverbal's looking really good. I mean, I even favored having that Clove comp as well. It allows Tim to get way more active. And in this moment, the utility I was really focusing on is the fact that there's no like info utility for Nora, Scary Shark. She was just out in the water. And I mean, you'd assume that, you know, a shark in the water is deadly, but when you're surrounded by schools and pools of fishes and players, and honestly vicious players, then it comes through here. I don't think Nonverbal's vicious. No, they are very cold, calculated, and silent.
Of a silent lurk from Manny over at A, just to see if Nonverbal are gonna walk up. That's a good angle to hold. Prosperity gonna owl drone through, and they have a close encounter with Corrupt, who's just gonna play on the other side of the box, hoping to get a surprise on anyone wrapping around yellow. And Corrupt has to fight for this tower position, maybe in tandem with the KJ of Blast. A good first start from Corrupt, but eventually gets overwhelmed, and no assistance from Blast, maybe even cut off from the Viper wall. So Orbs, and now some time for Prosperity to figure out what's next.
Taken out. Ooh, what's next is Prosperity losing one of their Sentinels down, putting to a 3v3, and Magic goes as well. So now they have to rush towards B, and it feels kind of like cooked a little.
Enemy remaining.
Prosperity kind of hesitated. They had that first pick on B and decided to retreat, and then they had to re-clear, and that let Blast take that yellow box position. And oh, the timing!
Oh man, it's thin.
Now there's too much for Prosperity to have to carve back through.
Overwhelmed Prosperity. They are not living up to the name, unfortunately, and not prospering. It seems like Nonverbal doing all of the damage, and it really shows that, like, the inconsistent, not even inconsistencies, but like the moments of brilliance that I saw yesterday are just not here. And a lot of it just seems like indecisiveness, which is super unfortunate out of the Prosperity roster, because they've been around for such a long time. It used to be known as Dexterity back in the day, and it's been picked up by Prosperity coming out of Premier. So there's a lot riding on this team, but unfortunately, Nonverbal seems to just be doing such a good job. It's actually quite funny. Both Nonverbal and Prosperity both had like former rosters as a core. So it's a core v core, as well as the two game changers head to head.
Oh, there's the whole core of Prosperity trying to walk up the kitchen. And as soon as that's called, Nonverbal take angles, and even a shot through the window. Kumi just different like that. Prosperity are kind of trapped now in a place where they were trying to surprise Nonverbal and go for a big play. And these are two still teams that are very surprising in their own right. Both coming from Premier in some type of way. Nonverbal through relegation, bit of a scrap with the pistols taking fun angles. The two teams that are hoping to really prove themselves against the toughest of tier 2 competition.
Yeah. And for, like we said, for Nonverbal, right, this is, I want to mention their map pick, so just to give a little bit of like edge to them, but not this much of an edge. It has been a non-stop win streak. If you count the previous map, the previous half as well, already starting to get ahead of myself here, but if you count the previous round, at this point, like, you've got so much surmounting on you guys, and this needs to be the break. It's the third round of the half, meaning it's a buy-up here for Prosperity on the attacking side. They're going for a bit of a default. They have the standard B wall for control and a potential lurk up, as well as a stack towards A. Let them rumble.
Yeah, Prosperity missing out on the pistol is just momentum, more wind in the sails of Nonverbal.
Right here.
And they know that they're so confident that they could take this map. And I mean, the gap in the score says enough, with Pyro, Kumi, and everyone walking up aggressively, and Outlaw to watch over the site. Nonverbal are secure on the right side, but it's the left side that we got to worry about. Can Corrupt hang with this push from Prosperity?
I hope so. Right? They have, I mean, they do also have the KJ set up there, so I'm a little concerned, but not that much. Magic on the other end of it, though, waiting for the push out. And they get it.
All that could be what brings the spike over on that side, but Prosperity don't also hesitate. They have yellow box control, and they feel confident about what their setup could be, especially with their Viper wall. If they have the right fuel, they could create a really safe plant position, depending on if they think Nonverbal will swing on them or not.
Again, it's that indecisiveness. I wish they had gone a little faster if they did want to go towards B. It's a matter of sticking and committing. And Corrupt knows that, as well as the rest of Nonverbal.
Just barely having enough fuel to have a safe plan. At least you have magic. Lands a big double kill to suppress the defense for just long enough, but that was real scary for whoever who was planting.
And here we are, finally. Got ourselves out. Oh, it's a whole lot of rounds. I'm just like kind of melancholy here, but for non-verbal, it's looking really good. They have buy-ups as well. Kumi on the operator. On the flip side, you did lose a couple players. Vantic unable to buy up a lot. You're going full. Okay, no, they do buy up for the team as well, so they do have guns to go for it. Just sacrifice on some of that utility for Manny, it seems. A little rough, but still. They're now just going to be fully rushing in towards the A side off this ultimate.
Okay, looking for pings. Nothing yet. Non-verbal are going to hold their ground. They even have a smoke to just hide into. Give the illusion that they're not really there. And Prosperity, and also non-verbal have to be aware of any fakes. I mean, Prosperity just won a round off of getting a first blood at A and still planting at B. So non-verbal just have to hold their positions.
The mind games continue. Vantic didn't get spotted by that either, so this insert can be proven useful. Also, the fact that they're again doing this where they're slowly defaulting and sending a lot of noise out B. They need to be wary of B, so they're trying to draw rotates out and then hit towards A with some potential utility here, but thankfully non-verbal hold their ground.
Not a lot of space for Tim to work with, but at least up top is Pyro and the rest of non-verbal rotating in. Prosperity have committed enough util that non-verbal feel like they have a good read. Tim ready for the cutoff and just barely dodging these mollies from the Viper. Surprises Prosperity, creates chaos. And it's the defense that's starting to falter with the spike still in hand from Prosperity, recovering it, getting a plant. This will be safe unless Corrupt can wrap around, and Vantic is going to be cut off. Corrupt using their own smoke to just really surprise this team. Prosperity now, one objective done. Vantic spots Corrupt, 1v1. Big win from Vantic. Just leaves Kumi with the op. And at 50 creds, I'm surprised the non-verbal still want to commit to this. Maybe not just keep the op. Oh.
The timing.
Okay. Different weapon. Just sailing across. Just shoot me, bro. Type of swing.
That is definitely the correct way of putting it. You're just going down on the rope and just like, where are we going? Where are we? Yeah. I thought they would save the op there. It is, you are going 6'10". The op is now, you know, such a huge piece of utility. I mean, you can make the argument of, you know, Kumi's not going to be able to be set up for the operator because there's no weaponry, but even then it's still like, okay, it's an op that you can hold, catch someone off guard. And just as well, it's a story of timings, and Prosperity seems to be surprisingly finding them. I was worried about their, you know, commitments and commitment issues of are we pushing in places or not, but it seems like at the end of the day, whether they, you know, commit fast or not, they are going to be landing what they need to.
Ouch. 1 HP and a dream for Magic, by the way, on the Outlaw. Non-verbal just that close to a big shutdown. But on this mostly Sheriff and Scout buy from non-verbal, they're just doing what they can to play together. And Prosperity have a real chance to start closing the gap in the score, not letting non-verbal get away with too much despite non-verbal having the pistol.
Good denial of the plants. They've grouped up for the retake. There's a wall denying them though. So it's not completely in favor of Prosperity, but considering that the weapons advantage is there and we're starting to see some of that stall yet again that we've been seeing out of non-verbal, and Prosperity not really dedicating much yet, creates that little bit of chaos and that little indecision timing that non-verbal could capitalize off of. Unfortunately, they can't capitalize on it right now considering they do not have the weapons, so I'm still giving it to Prosperity here, but I digress. I mean, they're just going to be able to get this plant down. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah, Pyro does have a Hunter's Fury, and this is definitely winnable. 13 seconds. Prosperity took all of 40 seconds to get to the side. They play it in time. Non-verbal have evened up the playing field. Haven't been able to find any upgrades. One rifle would be next to the spike. There's the Hunter's Fury investment. Nonverbal definitely think this is winnable, and a tag on Manny is huge. All depends if Kumi can shake things up with an outlaw, or I guess the sheriff up close. Doesn't work out. Pyro's going crazy this round. The full defuse is about to go through, and Yuki slaps that in the face at the last second. A clutch from Prosperity comes out.
I'm happy they didn't make me a liar in terms of it's winnable. It's like it's Prosperity winning. But I am also happy they didn't make me a liar in the fact that they're like being slightly indecisive and pushing in is really causing them to kind of falter in some rounds. And I'm so happy that we have a timeout here because I feel like that's what it's going to address. Because the reads have been good. Like Yuki has had good reads. I want to be totally clear that I'm not here to continue ragging on them. But like at the same time, I think it's just the fact that you don't need to overthink it as much in this moment. Like nonverbal, right? Yes, they have some rounds up. They have some good players. It's going to be another rifle round. But some of these changes need to come through. And for Prosperity, they have been winning. They've gotten a win streak of their own. It's an attack-sided map, all of it's going for there. On the flip side, this timeout I do want to mention, will help Nonverbal a little bit. They'll give them some time to cool off, talk with their team all together, and potentially come up with better retake strategies. Because that retake was just as winnable for the side of Nonverbal, right? It was so close, down to that 1v1, and it's been like that for the past 3 rounds where it goes down to the wire, and it's just a matter of finding where to snip it.
Kumi's just having a tough game and feels a lot of pressure to be the big playmaker as the duelist of the team, and is going for these solo walk-up plays that, well, it's kind of going in blind. It'd be different if you'd go for a big play when you know exactly the positions that Prosperity are holding, but unfortunately, Kumi going down early is not helping. Magic first blood off the knives being out. Nonverbal getting aggressive early gets punished. Now Prosperity can take this one step at a time, and also Pyro manages to escape.
How to dodge. Run away, run away. And I'm liking this out of Nonverbal. Like I said, this timeout's really going to help them as well on the retakes.
Hey, the Armageddon goes out from Scary Shark. Needs space to be taken from Prosperity, and they're just looking for frags, but the objective is being forgotten about. Maybe we could just make this a little fun death match. Vantic will collect eventually. There's just one target left. Who cares about the spike at this point? This Prosperity are ramping up. They're scaling up. Could be faster. Now it's a 1v1, and it's like, okay, now we have to start thinking about the plan. This is kind of sketchy.
I was about to say, I didn't know they made a new TDM map. W Riot. Yo, giving challengers announcements? That's awesome. But on a real note, yeah, it kind of devolved into just pure chaos. And I can start to see what Prosperity is going for. It's like, all right, let's be decisive. Let's get it. But guys, I meant more like your calling was decisive. If you're gonna fake and rotate, that's all good. Speaking of decisiveness, Vantic's just gonna go for it. The plant's gonna come through. I mean, you have the ult here. It's gonna lock it down, but there's a lockdown on the other end of it.
All right, ult for ult.
One for one.
This pit will even last. Vantic has to get out. A couple of seconds to do so, allowing Blast to get in and actually hunt down this kill. And it's the high ground for Blast, dropping down. Molly, delay for delay. Some damage from Vantic, but a headshot that rings true. Prosperity with the round.
It just consistently feels like bomb diffusing simulator, and not in the sense of like you're trying to defuse the spike, but literally which wire needs to be cut, because it's come down to it so often. And now Nonverbal, they're going to be on an eco of their own. It should be a tightened up scoreline. Both teams feeling a lot more confident on those attack sides. Even then, at the end of it, it still goes down to the last single players in digits. I expect the Blaze storm off Kumi. I expect a lot in terms of this walk up out of mid to really pressure Prosperity, but they're going to try and use it to get some crucial picks, maybe pick up some guns.
It's a lot of flank watch from Prosperity. Giving up so much map control to Nonverbal. 4-round win streak for this offense, so can't hate it if it's winning. Now with a deep recon, walls come up. Prosperity have to dodge all the Sentinel util and find, is it gonna be Rafters, someone in the tower, someone in the back site? And Prosperity, they guess right, and it's Corrupt, still hanging around, not able to use the pit. Non-verbal have to retake with not the best weaponry, so just good protocols overall from Prosperity.
Yeah, it seems like they cleaned up a lot on the second half for themselves. Not gonna invest that ultimate in, there's no point. Kumi needs to be the difference maker in this, and realistically with 5 players stacked up, I doubt it. The big concern is that because you have 5 players stacked up, you now have to worry about all of that economy falling against your favor. And considering that Prosperity is going to be 1 round away from getting themselves, okay, that was a kerfuffle, but getting themselves into a tied game is what I wanted to say there. I think I'd be very concerned if I was non-verbal.
I would be too. This was an 8-4 lead for non-verbal at the half, and a well-timed timeout to figure this out, because this is a 5-round win streak from Prosperity, now 1 round away from tying things up. And then you have Prosperity who can lead with a Hunter's Fury, and Yuki has been really good with that. So it's gonna be tough to see how non-verbal are gonna defend against that, if they're just gonna try and hide around some corners and go for some surprises, or do they just want to play safe against this Hunter's Fury?
I think honestly, just keeping themselves also alive for some of these retakes really does matter. Like if we look back at exactly this replay, it's just a matter of like the correct hold in terms of reads on Yuki of where to hold that Pyro more specifically, to where to hold that. So it comes down to a lot of those like really tense moments. Because like I said, non-verbal's getting to the 1v1s. They just aren't really making the snap judgments on the micro to really ensure that they can get the defuses. Right now, though, you do have something like Corrupt's ultimate. I would like to see that almost used as a retake buffer, because the retakes have been pretty okay, and it's come down to the wire. If you keep that player alive, you maybe pop it, or maybe even use it early towards the B side if you're going to get rushed. All of those things are viable options for Corrupt here, and for the side of non-verbal to get their 11th round.
Recon's exchange. Now Magic has to take a step back. You just never know if Kumi is going to have a Vandal or an Op, and who's going to be locking you down as soon as you're pinged like that. Prosperity needing a physical reset at that point, just going to stay put while Prosperity makes some headway towards B. And usually there to disrupt that is Corrupt, where I'm surprised they may not just want to pop an early pit just to cut off this angle, and maybe at an inkling that there could be someone nearby, that could be the trigger being pulled, but we'll see.
We'll see. I think they're just waiting, like if they're going to get rushed to pop it or for the retake, right? It's one or the other. Because you can funnel them towards the A stack. You have a good amount of mid control. Corrupt at this point, having no audio and clearing out a chunk of that B pressure, knows, okay, they're most likely hitting towards A, calling for that deeper hold. And now with this exec starting, the worst fears have been confirmed.
Oh, Pyro getting tagged there is really unfortunate. Having full util, can just play off the recon, the owl drone.
30 seconds left.
And to just set Kumi up for success, because they have not revealed their position at the top of that tower. There's finally that pit from Corrupt, but it is leaving quite a gap for Vantic to get around to. And Prosperity have brought the spike over to that side. 12 seconds. Non-verbal could just be on prevention duty, and Blast and Corrupt on the high ground are causing a lot of issues. Corrupt dropping down, playing in tandem with the Sentinel, and non-verbal, just the pit play is huge. Corrupt chose that timing perfectly.
Yeah, yes, just waiting out for it, because you pop it there early without info becomes rather tumult. Like, you know they're going to try and end towards A, they're going to try and fight that, but them being dissuaded off of A, allowing Prosperity to make that mistake within the timeout, post-timeout round, really helps for them. And now, non-verbal has finally picked up a round within the first 5. I mean, it's been 5 in a row for Prosperity. They really tightened the gap. Now I'm looking towards the not dead yet on Tim, as well as the buy-ups that we've seen. Lost, utilizing some of that utility. Corrupt spamming all of theirs. On the flip side, it is Light Shields and Magic with an attack op. Posted up towards A.
And Tim can be aggressive here with the Clove ult, so it's gonna... You're hoping that this Clove is the one to mark the op and to get a second chance to fight against it. But Prosperity not getting the information, not getting any early peeks. Nonverbal playing as safe as they can because it's Prosperity that takes so much time in a round to give themselves the best win possible. And there's the peek from Pyro spotting that up.
I don't think Pyro wants to peek that again. And look at this A setup as well. You have two players playing in such sort of like ratty angles, waiting for good timings. Oh, good catch on that for Magic, allowing them to stay in this corner. Pyro, not fully aware of his position, causes him to fall.
And that's the opening Prosperity wanted. But Kumi on this top power position can't just cower and try to surprise. Doesn't do much.
One enemy remaining.
Nonverbal are gonna depend on Tim to get into a safe spot. They just can't because there was just enemies everywhere. This is Prosperity getting back into this game. 3 versus 1 on the post plant. Get them within 1 of Nonverbal. And this first map's going the distance.
And with all this util setup, has to be broken, gives out info, and he can't break it all. Corrupt doesn't have any of that utility as well. But thankfully, the smokes still come through. Clove being instrumental, but not finding much. And now, I mean, this gives us double digits for both sides. Nonverbal was only able to pick up 1 round. Prosperity still looking pretty clean. A little bit better on their decision-making in terms of just the way that they pop out, and was a rifle round for both teams. Yes, it was a little broken on the Prosperity side, but because they managed to sort of rush in on that attack side off of the attack side off, to be frank, it really helped them out. Now, Nonverbal gonna buy up, hoping to at least get match point here, because if they don't, it's gonna be 11 eco and match point, and then it is most likely 12-11. You don't want that to happen here.
Nonverbal 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, but Nonverbal haven't really wanted to risk walking up and grabbing that orb until now. And Pyro's gonna get the Hunter's Fury, so that investment pays off. You're already hearing shots from Prosperity, so
you should run.
Maybe looking for more information off the Owl drone, and it's the lockdown that is gonna push Nonverbal outside of the site as Pyro looks to dismantle the lockdown, or at least the forces behind it, and almost gets detained there. Prosperity have a chance to plant.
I think they assumed it was on lower instead of upper, but they creeped up and surprised the side of Nonverbal. Now the plant's gonna go down. You have an attack off to hold it, as well as a whole just bunch of utility to throw at it.
Oh, wait a minute. This retake has some bite to it. Nonverbal just trying to get sight lines. And Prosperity want to watch over their spike. Now they're getting smoked off. They have to reposition, and Kumi just watches it all happen. Great coordination from Nonverbal. They'll go to match point.
That is a very, I mean, it's a very interesting plant because you have op for sightlines, so I almost expected them with the security of the lockdown to plant somewhere a bit more open, but it was planted behind 410, so you can't really get a good op sightline on it, which kind of surprised me. That decision making in the moment really confuses me. We're actually going to be like seeing this in the replay. Yes, they get the really good entries, and sure, they find some solid timings post play, as well as Nonverbal just doing a really good job fighting out against their opponents and clearing out all of the wacky corners that Icebox has and provides. But still, now match point attained for Nonverbal. It's their map pick. They're looking to end it out here, so they can go take a break, relax, and prepare themselves for the next map.
Nonverbal can close it out. Prosperity just been hitting this A site so much. Off a Guardian, off Nice being out. There's a ping on that sofa. The Hunter's Fury to try to drown him out. And Magic has the target. Doesn't let Pyro slip away. There's still one at the back, and Prosperity know it. Just has to pick their angle properly. You never know if someone could just swing around the corner. Kumi's gonna allow this plant to happen, hoping... Oh, it actually gets a surprise! And Nonverbal, the retake behind Kumi. And Blast gets good punish. The spike is still planted, but not as many people to defend it now. And the lockdown is gonna make sure Prosperity are nowhere near. This could get the spike to half. Nonverbal feels safe enough. This wraparound from Vantic was kind of gross. Blast looking for the ace, and the defuse will go all the way through with the ace and the win for Nonverbal off of the lockdown. A beautiful play from Blast at the end.
just honestly, good coordination out of them. The timeout really helped them re-coordinate themselves. It did take a while for them to get there, but it came through. Nonverbal proving to everyone here, and more specifically to me, biased caster on desk, that, hey, you know, this is a solid team. I think I said it felt very coin flippy, like 50-50 on who was going to win, but it shows that at the end of the day, they are solid on their side. And even more so, I really was impressed by the way they not only utilized Clove, but they changed up their strategy on the defensive side. We always joke that it seems like retake simulator towards the A side of the map on Icebox. And for a lot of times it is, but they also really need to worry, especially in this current meta and compositions, of a lot of the spam utility, that cringe post plant that people meme about online, and that I always have as a bane of my existence when I run it down in ranked. But unlike me running it down in ranked, these guys did a really good job of coordinating their rundowns when they decided to fight out, which is why, you know, I gotta you know, bite my tongue and bide my time here.
Yeah, not even over yet. Yeah, that first map goes to Nonverbal. You gotta applaud the resilience though from Prosperity to almost tie things up and to have a flawless round to really get back into the game. They need to close out their matches though. Prosperity have gone to a game 3 on every match except this one. We'll see if the trend continues after this break.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
People really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad. And if you're just joining us, you missed a bit of a heater. We had kind of a tale of two halves with Nonverbal versus Prosperity Esports, but Nonverbal take their map pick of Icebox. And Gompers, I'm gonna go straight to you. Like I said before, it was a tale of two halves. We kind of had a prosperity half and then a non-verbal half, but in the end, I believe it was a 10-13 scoreline with non-verbal taking it.
Yeah, it was a battle of, honestly, it felt like a lot of the time just a battle of the first engagements, right? Like there was a lot of varying play styles that I got to see. Some occasionally, you know, trying to play that aggressive role, trying to push themselves forward. Hey, maybe this will work. And actually a lot of the time just gaining sight. Majority of the time, surprisingly, A site seemingly the most comfortable for both of these teams, but rightfully so, right? I felt like all in all, it was very similar in play style on both sides. The retake wall coming up when needed and trying to just fight for the first pick. And it was always the scenario where whoever got the first one was able to feel comfortable, confident moving forward. But I saw a lot of flaws, right? Like getting stuck from prosperity where, you know, a lot of the time right from behind, they allowed Envy to slowly push themselves up on their flank and take advantage of situations like that. So definitely trying not to, you know, let that area go to waste and keep watch of their flank and what's going on. They gained the information, but then at the end of the day, there always was that last person standing on Envy that was able to take advantage of situations like that.
I really like the way that these two teams decided to play it. To be fair, it was very, very slow for both of them on the attacking side. But for the side of non-verbal, they were just doing a couple more things that you don't even see teams at the very, very top doing. Things like, okay, we have a lot of money to work with. We're going to buy 2 operators in the last round on the of the first half, play around it, wait for that push to coming through on the other side. And then with 35 seconds, they were going for the hit with the Armageddon, coming into the 1v1s into the 2v1s that they were able to win alongside with a Viper Spit. So they knew how to play around their resources very well. It got a little tricky when they went into the other side, right? When it comes to the attacking side, where Prosperity is knowing and kind of doing exactly the same thing. A lot of the times ending towards that A side, delaying, going for the ultimates for that post plan. But it was a non-verbal. They knew how to react around it because they're playing pretty much this in the same way and very slowed down, trying to create those delays on the defense with the Viper wall and with the rest of the utility. So with those back and forth, it was a matter of time for the side of non-verbal to close it out.
Something I want to ask you, Gompers, as you see on our screen right now, while Prosperity did lose, Magic had 9 first bloods. And you were talking about the battle of the first engagements. Talk to me about Magic and how 9 first bloods. I think the next highest person is Corrupt, actually, with 3 on the side of non-verbal. But talk to me about Magic and those first engagements that you were highlighting when we came back from break.
Yeah, honestly, such a good player. A lot of the time on A, obviously you have to position yourself well peeking A. It's pretty evident. Everybody knows, you know, who's going to peek, what's going to happen. But I feel like timing-wise and just overall from Magic, they were on point with the aim, with the positioning, with timing. And they were able to, a lot of the time, take advantage of, you know, certain situations where, okay, off the rip, I'm going to just peek up Cat, or I'm sorry, peek up. I completely forgot the name for it. I think it's... oh my gosh, whatever, peek up top and then be able to take advantage of the positioning here. And, you know I'm better. This game is looking like it's mine. So, and I think that Prosperity did a really good job at elevating that and elevating Magic to be that duelist, because again, whoever's having the best game, it really is good to shape around that and let them do their thing. And it didn't go all lost, right? 13-10 isn't that terrible of a scoreline to come from.
There was always a confidence coming through for Magic, even when they were losing those 7 rounds in a row on that first half. You always saw Magic pushing in on that defensive side, trying to get one. And yeah, we always talk about the duelists and the way that the rest of the team is kind of setting them up for success, especially when you're having Scary Shark or Nora on the Tejo, and then Yuki as well, what he was doing on the Sova. But this time around, it was just kind of going in, getting one pick, backing up, and it was maybe the numbers conversion that was not really working out their way, because you had these 2 fraggers just popping off. Kumi doing a little bit of the same on the Jet, playing the same way of going for that aggressive pick, then immediately backing up and going with the rest of the team for the side hit. And then for Corrupt, it was just a lot of the post ones and what he was able to do there. I think it's really impressive to see Corrupt knowing how to win those situations every single time, right? Whether it's going to be a 1v1 with a Viper Spit coming through to close it out, or he's going to be pushing a little bit outside of the Viper Spit, getting a kill with the shorty. It's just constantly being very proactive to make sure that the post plan and then those late runs will go the way of non-verbal.
And Dan, you wanted to highlight Corrupt and Kumi on the side of Nonverbal, and you've been talking a lot about that Viper on the side of Corrupt. We see their stats right there, 248 ACS, but also Kumi there on the Jet. Good, nice head-to-head with, excuse me, Magic over there. But I'm gonna let you take the floor and talk about this head-to-head that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, just these two that, as I just mentioned, we're doing many different things throughout the round. So Kumi is the one, as always, trying to initiate it. And you might not see that initiation for Kumi the same that you were seeing for Magic, of kind of going by yourself in a lot of rounds or with a little to non-support to get that first pick. But Kumi was still able to keep that consistency on, okay, this is how we're going to be opening the sites, especially in that comeback that they were having into the second half, right? And then Corrupt, as I said, post plans were very, very effective. So you have this really good combination of, okay, how do we want to initiate the round and how do we want to close out those rounds? And in most of those cases, it was these two having that impact.
Gompers, I'm going to jump to you about talking about on the side of Prosperity. Their Viper, Vantik, right below Corrupt on the scoreboard if with what we have been sent. Vantik, I know we've been highlighting Corrupt's Viper a lot, but Vantik also definitely showed, you know, why Icebox is a kind of Viper's playground, if you will, and allowing their team to play around them.
Played was gorgeous. I really like the idea behind the Viper's wall. Of course, that retake wall we got to see a bit on A, especially on B. But the thing that I didn't really see resonating was like Vantik was doing such a good job at keeping the space and being able to allow these players to slowly execute on it. It just really was the execution that I felt like was missing on the side of Prosperity. And they should have abused that wall a little bit more, right? Felt the confidence through it, of course, like the decay, take advantage of it. And it felt like we weren't getting the full use of the Viper through, but I really, really did enjoy what they had to offer in terms of how the wall was utilized, how the util was utilized. I just really wanted to see a little bit more.
Well, we after Icebox, we will be heading to Prosperity's map pick, and we have the Icebox. We hadn't seen that at all today, or really the past few days. And then we're heading to Pearl with Prosperity starting on defense. Dan, now you talked about kind of the slow start that they had, kind of the slower attack side that they had on Icebox. Is it a boon for them to start on defense?
I mean, it's going to depend on how this map is going to play out. We already saw in the first match, and I think I wouldn't really be surprised at all if we see changes coming through for the side of Prosperity and the way that they've been playing recently. I still have my questions because they had such a good lead and they just kind of slipped through their fingers. They could not recover from it. This map of Pearl, last time that they played it, both of these teams, they have been opting in the past for the Neon and Yoru compositions, but most recently maybe just only the Neon, not having the Yoru on the other side. So you're gonna have these options that you can work with, and it just. I want to see how the agents look before I tell you who's winning this.
That is completely fair and valid, but I think, you know, Gomper, is something I like to think about a lot is kind of like the confidence and the mental moving forward. While you didn't win the first map, it wasn't your map pick if you're Prosperity, and you put up a pretty damn good fight against Nonverbal, especially kind of that second half. So moving into these second map of Pearl, Prosperity, I would be feeling pretty good. I wouldn't be super down on myself about my performance on Icebox.
No, I mean, absolutely not. This team is coming from, not even from stage one. Like, this team is coming from nowhere and putting up numbers against really, really exceptional players. And I think that in itself is a statement, right? Like a team that was not that well known before, that's coming in and making a name for themselves. That is a huge feat. And I think they're going to do just as good on the second map, if not even better, to be honest, because it's not like there was really that much missing. It felt like the Icebox, honestly, is just a map where you have to be in the right position and you have to play very, very strategically. So I think there's a little bit more leeway on Pearl for sure.
Do you think with Pearl moving forward, what do you want to see from the agent composition? I know Dan talked about, you know, not being able to see who's going to win. We have agent composition. That's completely fair. But 30 you Gompers, what are you looking for with these teams for their agent composition? Are you looking for a double duelist, a double initiator? What are you looking for?
That's a great question. I think the way that it works, I'm assuming we're going to, oh no, I thought we were gonna watch the agent selection because I was like, yes, thank
No,
you,
we
save
are.
me.
There you
Yeah,
go.
save me, save my life. Okay, great. No, I think this is great. I think the double duelist is definitely, I mean, not too interesting for Pearl. I am excited to see Prosperity step into the Magic and Manny kind of duo ship. I know Magic was absolutely excelling, so for them to be able to have a second duelist at hand, if they want to be able to feel more confident doing those very, very fast executions, I think this is perfect to elevate that player and possibly get that third map in.
On the side of non-verbal, this was actually a really good map when they played against Shopify Rebel in Black. Sure, they lose it 13-10, but it was a back and forth between these two teams, and I really want to pay attention to what this set of fun havers or non-verbal are able to do on the defense. I think this is going to be their strong side, even if they're playing with this double duelist composition. It seems like last time they almost had what it takes to take a map off of Shopify Rebel in Black or stage 1 champions, and that is a big statement that not many people can say they've done. Not many teams can say that they've been able to keep it competitive into these maps. So pay attention to non-verbal, what they're going to be able to do when they switch sides, and on that and into the first half too, how the differences between the two Sentinels are going to play out, right? You're looking at this modern composition with a Vice on the side of non-verbal versus that standard classic Killjoy for Prosperity.
It's standard and classic. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type B. But Viz is that meta pick that we are seeing. But enough from us. I'm gonna hand it over to our casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Nerds. Friends, take it away.
Thanks so much. Yeah, one of these teams are going to get their first win of Challengers this stage. One of them will go 0-3 and that much closer to being relegated, a place that non-verbal do not want to return to. But hey, they got the modern comp though, and they're up in the series, so it's a good place for non-verbal.
I was gonna say, I mean, Prosperity don't want to go there either. I mean, all good though, all good, all good. I mean, as you guys are saying, focusing on some of these players, I am gonna be looking at the Kumi Pyro combo. We saw a lot out of Kumi being on that duelist role going in there, as well as Corrupt gonna have a lot of info gathering on Sova for their calling. On the flip side, Yuki's again, Yuki favoring that Sentinel that's not in the mid, like. The IGL, like in the middle of the pack, we've been talking about it. I know, like in VCT interviews, right? I've heard a lot of some like IGLs being like, I like being in the middle of the pack, like John QT on Tejo. So I feel like Corrupt is going to be going for that, whereas Yuki kind of has that more laid back approach. And that's another thing we saw on Icebox as a combination between them is like the head-to-head between not only the Sentinels, but also what the IGL is playing.
You just saw how pivotal Magic was with what, 9 first bloods? Now is a second duelist to frag out with, so see how that goes. Prosperity still ended up dropping the map despite all of those duelist efforts. But with how good he was on the op too, you can imagine that holding B long is going to be an important stand that Prosperity have to make later on. Right now it's the pistol and an early catch from Kumi and Pyro. The duelist fragging out on both the left side and the middle of the map, now putting pressure on Devantic, who's going to try and slip away. Manny trades places and puts Kumi 6 feet under at 20 HP. That was kind of bound to happen. And this is much more of a faster pace than the last map we experienced. 2 versus 2, though, or actually just 1. Yuki's the last one. Just got thorned up, and this isn't a really bad spot. Now it's just Blast hunting them down, and non-verbal take the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of just rushed into it. Nothing too crazy, just a matter of if we're going to be trading blows and going back and forth on a candy cane kill feed, you really need to make sure that you're the first one to get the pick, and it favors the attack side when the kill feed goes into candy territory. It's always going to favor it because you have less players on the site and the defensive side needs to rotate, something that was really capitalized here for non-verbal. Speaking of non-verbal, they're going to be buying up pretty solidly here. A very classic buy of buying 2 really beefy weapons, 3 if you really count the Spectre for it, when you leave the other 2 without those beefy buys.
It's Prosperity that at least stacked. Gamble stacked on the right side. 3 or almost 4. Now going to return to their more default positions, not wanting to let mid 2 open. Having Pyro with the Outlaw too, this could find Yuki, who's in a spot where they can't really escape.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate, especially because now you have your IGL kind of hot in the water and no exit plan out. They're gonna, I mean, it's definitely a bait here, Magic, to go for it. Kumi can't Yuki can't capitalize it. Sorry, Kumi can. And I mean, this is what we expected out of Nonverbal. They played around on the map. They defaulted a little bit. And now they can just take a site pretty handedly. They're backing out, though, just because they have numbers and because they know there might be a rotate out. And they can do whatever they want, considering that they have better weapons. This is the same team, by the way. I was just coming out of promo relegation. Nonverbal was the squad that everyone in Tier 2 and even in Tier 3 were like, they should be in Challengers.
30 seconds left. They should be. They have to take down what Shopify Rebellion Gold to get here, and they went the distance against Shopify Rebellion Black. So Nonverbal definitely impressed us out the gates. But it feels like a lot of the top teams struggled in their first week, whether it was just an extra relaxing off season, whether it's a difference of map pool and a new agent, new players coming in. And wait a minute, Vantic now makes this a 1 versus 3. Not
no
a
weapon to recover.
Yeah.
Jinx again on the thought processes there, Lemon. But unfortunately, that is going to put a little damper on the mood here. Prosperity, on the other hand, right? It's the same story, right? Just slightly flipped of being a core. Vantic's gonna go and try and die to the spike here. Vantic themselves being a very solid controller player overall, but at this point, you really can't clutch it up. There they go, down for the loss bonus. And now, I mean, you have Prosperity in a bit of a... It's a bit of a tough spot because you're getting started off on a bad foot. They go for a beefy buy-up. Pyro has an ultimate here. That's going to be pivotal, I would say, for Nonverbal, especially on the attacking side, because Pyro is able to get active so early, farm up the orbs, farm up the frags. You can now realistically enter into any set you want, or even dimensional drift on a retake, like to prevent anyone from retaking. You just have full info. Gives them the Spectre as well, so it's going to be even more potent.
Feels like there's still going to be a battle. Depends if Prosperity are going to want to duke it out here, and it's not the immediate dimensional drift. Pyro is going to insert himself into the corner, and Prosperity back out and yield the orb to Nonverbal. Now you can have the dimensional drift used even deeper into the site rather than just for the orb control, so this is good for Nonverbal.
You know, but the spike has been down towards spawn this entire time, so I was gonna mention that at some point. I think they're gonna back out or allow Astra to bring it back. It's very fluid. And that's the one thing that I really wanted to highlight on Nonverbal side, is that they were very good at like changing calls, the mid rounding out of Corrupt to be like, hey, you know, we couldn't like really get into this. We got stunted by Manny. So let's rotate out here. We can pop the dimensional drift towards B, get info, and hit that instead.
Prosperity will wait for the approach. Nonverbal eating up a lot of this time and also having their lurk inserted around mid. So Blast isn't going to let some crazy flank from Manny happen. They marked that last round. So Nonverbal, here's the hit on the site, wrapping around through the back, and no presence from Prosperity within. And now have rotated in time. Manny through the smokes, hoping to hunt through on the high ground. I guess waiting for it to expire. Once that magic's in position, they could also just flash out. That could be the biggest source of success for Prosperity, but Nonverbal just playing in anti-flash positions, and Manny is looking for kills. Pyro has a big shutdown once Manny pivots. And Prosperity has to duke it out within time to get a defuse, and it's Tim and Blast that are making as difficult as possible, with Tim playing from main, Blast from within. Tim is also smoked off the spike. And may not have much to say about this defuse from Prosperity.
The timing on the defuse is so unfortunate because you use the utility, they get off the spike, spam bullets with an outlaw, and it does not land, allowing Prosperity to retake. And more than that, I think me and you both, Lemon, were like, where is this dimensional drift? And it just didn't come through, which is a little weird. Because the motto that I've always heard from, not every motto, but some of the mottos that I've heard was, if you use your ultimate, like earlier you could use it, the earlier it comes back. And it's such a good ultimate to start off on. You get yourself a nice 3-0 with full info. They're on better weapons. It sways the round in your favor. But at this point, judge in hand, you're definitely going to be seeing it used now. And it's all of mid and arc cleared out.
Just hoping to set up Kumi and the rest of the team for success, and even ready to decloak with the flash, the clone, and everything with a judge up close and personal. Pyro has set themselves up for a good round. And now even the Hunter's Fury added into the mix. There's peppering down Prosperity, not giving them any inch to work with. Nonverbal get an easy plan out of that, but around the corner is Stinger. Manny, he could be a real problem, and 2 flashes from Magic. They just gotta sync up together.
It's a very common plan for Nonverbal. They've done this multiple times and it worked for them. So I'm happy they're doing it as well as a pinch play coming out from Pyro.
There's the walls to try and divide things. Less issues. Manny gets close enough. All up in Nonverbal's face with the slides, with the Stinger. Pyro's behind with the Judge. And the 1-2 goodbye. 1 still left. Manny with no HP against the Judge. Just 1 shot could just end it all, but hoping to just dance against the bullets and can't do much. What a round for Pyro.
I love that jumping Judge play. And like you said, what a round for Pyro. It's something that we expected to see round number 3. But it works out here in number 4, getting them that 3rd round overall in the scoreline. I guess they wanted to make sure that the rest of the roster can support that ultimate. And I'm going to give them a huge level of props for it because they set up Pyro for more than just success. Pyro has literally farmed themselves up to the point where they are 3 away from another dimensional drift at the top of the board for Nonverbal, ever so closely inching it back into their favor. 2-0 being a very big possibility for them. It does mean they need to have that pressure ramped up super consistently throughout the game.
Big ult advantage, at least for the other side. Prosperity to activate Manny with the overdrive, but it's first depending on if Yuki can survive, which is not the case. Not able to link up with Vantic, who sits on the other side. Nonverbal will plant. Now Prosperity have options, a Cosmic Divide to kind of try to separate Nonverbal. Vantic gonna do just that to seal in Nonverbal so they can't play from main. And speaking of that, Pyro's out of the picture, but Tim and Yumi take the mantle and just shove it in Prosperity's face.
Yeah, you just back out here if you're Scary Shark. Nora not wanting to fight that. She's out. She's out, and that's fair. Because at this point, Prosperity, they're down 4-1. You have so much stacked up for the Nonverbal side. I think Pyro's even hunting, searching for another one. They're like, yeah, I want to be 2 away from my ultimate right now. But it just comes down to the fact that Nonverbal have had really solid pushes on sites. They're really good at setting that pace. We saw that a lot on Icebox. It's carried over here. There's not much of a change. And I don't expect the timeout just yet. No, okay. I guess I kind of psyched myself out there. I was like, it could be early for a timeout. Maybe they time out round 7, but they have a lot to work with. There's a dimensional drift available. They just expended Manny's overdrive, so they're going to talk about that, clean up some of the comms, clean up some of the issues that they've been seeing, because Nonverbal has had their ticket ever since the beginning of this game. The 3rd round, again, was just, you know, better weaponry, right? It's the round where you have rifles, so you kind of give credit to that, and there needs to be a change in strategy here for Nonverbal. Or sorry, for Prosperity. Nonverbal's doing great. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, barely. The 4-1, it's I need more insurance than that, for at least for Nonverbal. With the 8-4 half, it did get kind of close on the Icebox near the 2nd half. So maybe it's about leveraging this overdrive on offense and what Nonverbal can do, because sometimes they hesitate on whether they want to use ultimates. We think about the dimensional drift, came out in a later round, which guaranteed it for Pyro when he got a 4K. Once he did use it, we just need this confidence from Nonverbal to really blossom, and this is it. Both teams are really seeking to have more experience from being in Challengers, from growing from Premier, one fighting through relegation, one just from Premier. So Nonverbal really got to set up Kumi for the best possible situation.
Oh, they're just running it in. Really nice 3-stack, has to force out Pyro. Good fight for control out of Prosperity, something they definitely talked about of what they were going to do.
Just good to have that gate crash just in case you make the wrong move. Nonverbal taking full control of the right side of the map and coming through hard, and KJ is going to be under a lot of fire. Yuki with the Bucky at least goes 1 for 1. Not too bad. Verbal have cleared things up, but do they want to try to extend out? Remember, Pyro went for such a fun little flank wrapping around the defense. He won't be here now, but maybe the rest of the team could be inspired to be creative. But Non-Verbal is just going to stick to kind of a traditional hold, and Prosperity's chance at a flank gets diminished. And there's not going to be much more to do with the weapons that they have. Corrupt, though, locks in 4, which is awesome.
Huge off Corrupt. Corrupt has always been that fragging IGL, really doing it for this roster. And yeah, I think they've allowed a lot of the times, if Pyro was alive, for Pyro to go for those pinches. But even then on an eco, you're really concerned about giving up one of those weapons and having that balance tipped against your favor. And now all of that culminates into Prosperity. What have you cooked up for this round? There's an op in Magic's hands. It's going to be really good for repositions. It's posted up towards B. So probably going to walk up towards the B site, gate crash out when they need to back, and support this A push.
Finally an op bot by Magic, and I've been waiting for this to happen, but unfortunately Non-Verbal not even going to knock at that door. Just kicking you, Kumi in the teeth on the overdrive. Non-Verbal have one win condition taken away, and Tim on his last leg. This is not going to be a very winnable round, especially with Prosperity bolstering the A site. Non-Verbal will have to leave.
Yeah, I mean, you have the boomstick down B, so they're not worried about it. So they bolster the defenses everywhere else, and you just run straight into it. You said one win condition down. In my mind, it's as soon as Tim goes down, it's probably 2 win conditions out, considering you don't have much to sway it in your favor. Now, there is another element of Corrupt having their ultimate, but even then it hinges on having not numbers, but at least somewhat even numbers in a post plant. And even then, you still have that op set up towards B. You're walking straight into it.
That's going to be something Corrupt's going to find out the hard way. And there's always unlucky timing of Magic hasn't seen or heard anything, so could have turned their back, but Corrupt didn't have the timing of the backstab. But this lurk could still be dangerous. This Corrupt going in solo off the recon, heard the op, tries to take a 1v1. Vantic wins it, 12 seconds. Non-Verbal have no space and no teammates, almost no players left. And Prosperity, a flawless round to try and break the win streak from Non-Verbal.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Non-Verbal is definitely going to be rethinking about their splits. They've been doing a good job of fighting into an area, sometimes even backing out and pushing in and really kind of pressuring the way Prosperity has been playing. But now, on that round 7, they ran into Art, they sped it up, and it just got completely decimated. Not to mention the fact that Vantic was that player that has had multiple really good reads about timings when Non-Verbal lurks off the sides and whatnot in the early game of Icebox. It comes down to now if Prosperity is going to maintain this pressure or if this sort of slightly spread out A hit is going to be a little bit better for them.
Onto Fury from Corrupt. Somehow Manny gets a pick on someone in mid. So Non-Verbal, another round on a back foot. And no ults, no advantages, no Tim, and a bunch of KJ util that could delay things in sort of this crossfire almost from Prosperity at different angles. Non-Verbal somehow managed to clear that.
And Non-Verbal, they've been really good about getting this art control, and that's something Prosperity wanted to hold on to because they plant in the same spot ever consistently, and it's a matter of trying to flush them out. So this art threaten into a potential B hit might work out for them. It's a matter of if Corrupt can join them in time, but Corrupt gets spotted. Now Vantic knows that's the read called.
Oh, Vantic, jump peek. There's a whole squad and couldn't get out. A huge punish from Non-Verbal. Now, tables are equal. The teleport forward. Pyro just eats that. And Prosperity have completely wiped out Non-Verbal. Just rotating in time. And Non-Verbal just have Corrupt left in a 1 versus 4. And this lead is slowly slipping away.
It's just been really going away from the side of Non-Verbal, who started off so hot and now unfortunately don't have anything. We even saw that ultimate from Corrupt used super early to contest art control. It's something that has happened for, I believe, the first 3 to 4 rounds of the game, especially the rounds that Non-Verbal was winning super consistently. Now, talking about Non-Verbal, they do have, like we said, Dimensional Drift. It got popped out early previously on round number 4, and now you pop it early, you get it back early. Pyro was able to capitalize really well off of it on just a sight hit. This A control has not been good. There we go. Great timing for a timeout to not only talk about how we're going to be using these ultimates. Pyro does have enough to buy a shotgun of some kind, but also on top of that, as a layer of it, you have Tim. Cosmic Divides available and Magic with their own dimensional drift. So a really nice sort of setup here for both teams. And what I'm going to try and like lock in on is specifically if Nonverbal is going to go for just like a full-on sight hit like they have been, or if they're going to try to split again. Because the times that they've tried to split have been countered. Prosperity knows, okay, this A split is something that Nonverbal are pretty solid on. They've trained it. They plant in a really weird spot. They don't plant default. They plant a little bit outside of that box so they can play art and main wherever they realistically want to. So now Nonverbal is probably going to be shifting that a little bit. And I'm wondering where that is, and seems like it's going to be towards B. Okay, good stuff.
And Yoru is one of Pyro's pocket picks out of his arsenal of agents, so it's got to show us what this dimensional drift can do. And is it going to be early in the round, or what's going to be the go sign? Because Pyro was so aggressive and kind of single-handedly won a round when he did have it before for Nonverbal. And now it's just about operating off of info. The Owl drone helps Nonverbal take care of some KG turret action from Prosperity at B. You got a lurk over on the right side. A very aggressive gate crash from Pyro. He's going to try and do it again, this time not eat an op shot. Prosperity will have Magic at the back. Scary Shark sort of limits Nonverbal's lurk, and Yuki puts a stop to this offense. And even while flashed up, Corrupt has a window to engage, can't pull off the double kill, swings away, and Tim has to swing against 1 and 3 people. That is insane. Prosperity catching up.
Yeah, ever so slightly. I mean, that timeout was, they kind of did what I thought they were going to do, where they went towards one specific site rather than splitting on A. And the answer was definitely go B. Unfortunately, Prosperity had the exact same answer in their book. Listen, if we're doing a test here and the answer is going to be the same, you're both trying to score 100%. Prosperity know that, and they got to get themselves that report card here. No Timmy's in chat, and instead, Prosperity now are facing themselves a 1-round deficit. After losing 3 in a row, they pick 3 in a row up themselves, and now, oh, they're looking ever so confident.
Still always up to Yuki, but this time really needing to live out this round to use a lockdown if they need a good retake option. It's just less flashes, less fun for the KJ versus the Vise, and that's been the big difference compositionally, as Yuki keeping themselves as hidden as possible, waiting for the lockdown. Maybe as soon as the plant happens, when the team's in position, Magic has the op watching over, and the lockdown gets destroyed. Nonverbal are on the hunt. They're taking all the map control they can, trying to activate Kumi, just because goes 1 for 1. Nonverbal have the site, use the Cosmic Divide from Tim to try and seal it for real, and Prosperity get crab-welled almost into the action. Still a good win for Vantic, and a defuse that goes through unless Blast can prevent it. Wait a minute! The clutch is insane!
What? Blast even has their own spray. That's criminal. I mean, wow. I mean, it was from Bow's Dumpling to Blast having a spray that I said something Blast or something like that. But all I gotta say is I was actually gonna be worried, and my thought process on this like post in between round color analysis was gonna be like, I'm worried about Blast not getting there in time. But just in the nick of time, Blast proves me wrong with a spray down transfer to clutch it up. You can never discount the X factor for Nonverbal, who find the 6. They at least secure that halfway marker, but they're gonna hope to go get some of that extra credit.
Magic info from Magic, just totally out of there. Prosperity, just wait. I would like to see more support for someone like Yuki. It's been a lot of B-side hits, and Kumi gonna circle around like a vulture, and Kumi still gets a huge surprise, and if that with a pistol, Nonverbal infiltrate, but they just can't get trades in their favor. It's just impossible to dislodge Yuki and friends back there.
Yeah, I mean, I was really concerned about Yuki in that position as well, because they go down. That means you don't have as strong of calling as well as a strong B hold here. They're looking to re-aggress towards B. Yuki now knows this.
Too frustrating because the Steel Garden was popped and Yuki still wins with the pistol. Now can play off contact with the turret. There's the flash outs and Prosperity, and Corrupt's in the spot that can't be supported. Tim does what they can, but they're out in the open with no cover. So 6-5. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, every time we start seeing a team pull away a little bit, the other one just decides to bite back. And who else other than Scary Shark to highlight when you're talking about bites there near the end? I mean, she's been doing really good as well, having some moments for herself. But this really was a team effort, right? Out of Prosperity, I want to highlight the fact that, yes, you know, we did see near the end Scary Shark getting active, but it was because they needed to support Yuki, who Yuki got active. And now you get this chain of command of, like, they're all working in tandem. So when you do see the back and forth fight between these two rosters, it really shows in Prosperity that they're like, yeah, we got to be coordinated as much as we can.
Well, rest in peace, Pyro.
What was their game plan? Just get the orb, get out? Like,
for the best.
I mean, pray?
I guess. Pray, I guess. Well, better late than never. I wanted to see some op action. Magic's cool. How about Manny? Overdrive? We've not seen any Neons have fun today, or at least not be as explosive as we're used to seeing in Challengers. And it's just Kumi. And that's a flawless round to end the half 6-6. Prosperity are not joking around.
Back-to-back game threes would be a daunting day for everyone indeed, but Prosperity's looking to claw their way back, and they are no stranger to having daunting days. I also want to say, I think my it's like your taste buds have been desensitized, and for me, it really feels like that when you watch someone like Paint. It's like, yeah, I mean, we really aren't seeing the Neons get activated. And you think of Paint's performances, like Paint being the outlier and this being the standard, but so used to living on the high life. But regardless, 6-6 is a fresh slate for both sides. You consider it 0-0, fresh mental. And going into round 13, like you mentioned, Lemon, it's anyone's game.
Already posted up for B, and now the Vi's on the defense. Thorns flashes at the ready to just be a solo dependable sentinel. Blast will have your back, and Pyro will be on his back. Yuki early first blood off the lurk, and is gonna have more to push. But hey, that's Yuki keeping a lot of people's attention. But Nonverbal have a Vi's wall that Prosperity had to wait for it to expire. Yuki won't give them any more options. Prosperity floating in, just deathballing into these Sentinels, or into Nonverbal's defense. It's just him and Corrupt falling one by one. Corrupt has a chance to clutch 1 versus 2. Manny's tagged up. The spike hasn't been planted yet. There's a window for Corrupt to work with, and they don't know where Corrupt is, but Manny is just better.
And he gets it. And I believe that is both attack sides finding the pistol. And we now have a game on our hands here. Prosperity starting to mount themselves here. They're going to get the double. We don't see Nonverbal buying up. And that makes a lot of sense out of them. Funny enough, I mean, highlighting, right, Nora, Scary Shark, they're the only one I think that's was not part of the original, like, Dexterity core, if I'm not mistaken, and joined a bit later, but still very much part of the same core that Prosperity has been playing under for a hot minute in a lot of Tier 3 and other tournaments.
Oh, jeez, Prosperity. Well, they get greeted earlier than they expected and get a free orb out of it, so we'll make quick work of their anti-eco. And Nonver will be on their way to be taken out by the spike, ideally, but Prosperity setting themselves up to steal away the lead, or at least continue it.
As much as I can, but you're stuck between a Stinger and a Bulldog. There it is. Stinger's going to get you here. Honey's been made, and fortunately, you've been found. Now Prosperity, though, they got a pretty solid victory off that. Carry over 3 Bulldogs into it. Round 15 is looking rather difficult, I would say, for Nonverbal, considering that there's a pretty solid buy. Manny on a Stinger cannot be discounted because you just run, gun, and shoot them. And honestly, I'm a little concerned. I'm looking at the setup here for Nonverbal. They do have 3 players down towards the A site. It's going to be a really nice push out of them considering it's the double Duelist stack with the Initiator.
Double Duelist versus double Duelist on the right side. I'm excited for that one. That's the true diff you want to see exposed, but a flash pyro spots a position off the smoke, ready to swing up close. Just about how you react, but the counter flash from Prosperity was almost better. It may have even caught each other off guard. And it's somehow Prosperity not with a better reaction, and they'll leave a Duelist down.
I still left the spike down as well, so they are really playing reactive to non-verbal here, not trying to give too much up. Because they have a Duelist down, they have to get active, but they're just not finding much. Non-verbal collapse onto Prosperity.
A good first rifle round for non-verbal in this half. Let's kind of consolidate together, work in pairs, work for trades, and just have good setups off of Pyro, who really showing his experience on the agent really well. Non-verbal have some catching up to do, so this is a good start for them.
Hopefully not the last of them. You do see the site take coming through. They push on in. But man, he's at 6 HP. Vantic is stuck alone here as well, so it's going to be a matter of timing still. And bringing it back just barely on the kill feed. Non-verbal get the 7th, and I was worried about the setup, but it seems like you fight out of A and then you retake double Duelist towards the B side alongside the Initiator combo. Really showed and proved for the side of non-verbal that their retake towards B is something that can be mildly sustainable. I say mildly sustainable only because we haven't really seen a true test of force out of both sides. It's going to be the rifle round coming in now, and that will be the really big test of force here. But I want to just mention it got really close considering they had, I believe, 2-to-1 numbers within that retake, Lemon.
This whole map has been super close. And Icebox non-verbal won their map pick. Prosperity still has some bite to them. They have an overdrive and a dimensional drift, so especially on such a long lane like B, dimensional drift could be safer. And Magic is not the type of Yoru, at least like Pyro, likes to gate crash in your face and rather take a step back. A very quiet start for Prosperity so far.
Lone Steady wins the race. You control the tempo and the base, and now it's going really good for you. You can get into the face of your enemies here as the dimensional drift gets popped, clears out a lot. So now Prosperity is going to have good info on what to do here.
Corrupt, a recon could be left unchecked, no pings, so non-verbal are going in kind of blind and through a lot of smokes, a lot of 1v1s. Non-verbal are winning their duels though, and they drop the spike, and Yuki is left to collect and not pass go at this point. Non-verbal with a big catch-up with, presuming a tie coming up.
Yeah, getting caught out with util hands is definitely unfortunate. A little bit of a unlucky situation to be in. Caught mid-util, but 8-8's going to be at the half. It's the story coming out from Icebox between these two teams, both coming from similar starts and beginnings, and now trying to have a similar end. Forces Prosperity into a timeout. Very interesting they're taking such an early timeout considering it is 8-8. I do like it. I always prefer early timeouts just as someone who's just like watches esports a lot, but I also know some teams to like wait until it's like at least like a 10-8. It is an eco round, so they're most likely going to be resetting, I think, mental. I don't think they're super like the strategy. They're like, oh, well, it seems like our timings aren't off. Seems like a lot of that is just needing to be cleaned up altogether. Otherwise, I'm not sure what they're going to cook up here on the timeout. It's an eco.
Yeah, to use a dimensional drift to not get much. At least you have Manny. You got plan B. You got an overdrive. Try and full send it. But that's what I want to see, right? A team that full sends it. That's the whole point of Neon. Of just utilizing the speed. There's not going to be much more to it than Manny go frag. And maybe not his typical role, but something that he has to pull through. And he is top fragging for the team, 17 and 10, as a Neon should. May not have the healthiest buy to do so, but hey, a stinger up in your face will still clap.
Oh yeah, it'll still scare you off of an angle or really persuade, I guess, non-verbal to get out of it. But my question is the laser beam of death going to be enough for Prosperity? I'd hope so. I think it will. just a matter of how they use it.
They're trying to maximize ult value by just really waiting for information or close targets before popping it, and even just using it to zone or to scare nonverbal back is huge. Manny finally pops it. He's at 77 HP and now walks into kind of an animal trap where he's isolated away, but he's slowed, not stopped, but it allows Nonverbal to have a firing squad on the site. And Kumi with a big double, Nonverbal with a flawless round, and back-to-back rounds where they shut down Duelist ultimates.
Wow, I mean, it's almost like the animal trap thing you said really kind of bit him, because the wall caught Manny between such a... It's just such a tough spot. I don't know how to sugarcoat it lightly. Homie just ran in there with a huge load of confidence and got nothing in return. And now Nonverbal is threatening double digits. I will say there is a boon in the fact that both teams have rifles, so it should be a bit harder. But Nonverbal, they still have pyro opping. They're close to some ultimates as well. They have the Steel Garden available for retakes. They're feeling really comfortable. And pyro is just pushed up here, fully confident in their one.
Oh my god. That flick was scary. Oh, that elbow. That elbow is bleeding now. Yuki is still up. Need to get a band-aid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We're thinking the same today. So much mid control. And now finally deciding to converge into art. There is going to be that Vise wall that could delay things. And there's been such good delay from Nonverbal. Just think about how they were able to stop Manny even for a few seconds to get their bearings. Nonverbal, time benefits them.
They trip up the wall to hopefully keep Nonverbal here or to make them think something, but the spike is on the A side, so if they are going to exit there, players are rotated.
Wow, the Cosmic Divide is very up close. Prosperity only have inches to work with in terms of spike, and Flash barely catches the tail end of that Sofa, and Prosperity escape into the shadows. Nonverbal, what do they do with this map control? They're gonna keep pressing, but they walk into the sideline solo of Vantic. Kumi takes his time with it, almost with the second. Scary Shark just has to buy time and isolates Duels. Even Flash, Scary Shark wins that, and Prosperity's post plant works out.
That's EG VCT Game Changers champ right there, Scary Shark Nora. Prime performance. Because I was about to be really critical here and say Prosperity, they tripped up the wall, the Vice wall, on the A site as they were execing A, rotating players towards the A site. True, like, logically, the wall gets tripped, you wait out the wall, they're going to try and end on A, that you realize that. But just a stellar performance in terms of aim out of Scary Shark, keeps Prosperity in it. And that's why I was thinking, like, that timeout felt more like a mental reset than much of like a big call or some sort of big overhaul, because for this game it's been very close, so it's not as much the strategy and a lot more of that micro individual play.
Corrupt just playing as far back as he can, not as an individual, as a duo, at least with his Sentinel. A pivot from Blast to bolster up A when Prosperity's favorite site has been A, but it is going to be a different plan this time around. Just Yuki holding on to mid and thinking about working with Manny to try and go down this mid alleyway. There is a crossfire from Tim and Kumi to worry about. And if Kumi senses blood, even gets first blood, this overdrive could be scary. Good first blood from the defense. The activated Neon comes through, but Prosperity are different. A shutdown on both. Yuki still stands, and a Hunter's Fury from Scary Shark to just pave the way, but not a sense of confidence or security for Prosperity.
Whoa.
Now they could feel good about that. A really good shutdown from Scary Shark.
I mean, Pyro, I guess, again, overconfident in that moment, and they've been lacking a little bit here. The plant's gonna go through. Dropped on the other end of it.
Prosperity slow walking, catches almost both. Scary Shark turns in time, 30 HP. And Yuki always closing out these rounds for Prosperity when things get dire. So a small lead, but one step closer to forcing a third map.
Yep, they get double digits. That's 3 away here. Nonverbal, though. I'm just looking at the ultimates stacked up on them, the pyro over aggression. There's just a lot of those like small things, and it really feels like we're back to Icebox, where it's like a lot of small mistakes that are really kind of coming out here. But Nonverbal, like if we're talking about Icebox, Nonverbal did have the edge there. Speaking of, only 2 rifles going to be picked up by Nonverbal to give themselves an edge.
Hunter's Fury from Corrupt, and this time of First Blood, they are able to download where Pyro was. There's still Kumi with the overdrive. Got rid of 1 Duelist ultimate, still another to go. Prosperity are not ones to rush in, at least to rush in blind. In Corrupt's position with Tim who could swing. Prosperity really have to have something cooked up nice, and it's magic. Activates a dimensional drift, has a flash in his back pocket, and Neon's just racing past, like following Mother Duckling, and Tim in the corner. It's just such an anchor, and Nonverbal hold the line. Prosperity now limited by the Vice Thorns in their path, and Kumi's just different, and the spike is down. This whole round is over.
My ultimate is ready.
Well, you say that immediately. Yuki pops one, has ultimate up, but I am going to agree. If Yuki wins this will be one of the most insane clutches we've seen. But unfortunately, with the setup here, you have a very nice hold coming out from Kumi. Corrupt is there towards the same corner that wasn't cleared, and honestly, at this point, a lot of the cards have been laid out here. Peak to come through and to fall, and my brow has been furrowed because I'm just like, you have the most amazing ultimate in the entire game. In my opinion, one of the best converted ultimates. I think Roy had a statistic on this where it's like, the dimensional drift is the highest conversion rate in terms of ultimates, but you don't clear a corner here because Tim smokes themselves off. And because of that, Tim anchoring the site single-handedly allows Nonverbal to swing it back into their favor. That's not to mention the rest of the Nonverbal squad really coming up to par and up to bat against Prosperity. It's not like, oh, it was just all of Tim. No, it was an entire team effort to swarm and kind of like how Prosperity did it on Icebox, vacuum that site sealed.
I feel like Magic should have definitely called that out, though, because...
Didn't see it. I don't think he did.
Yeah, I just feel like the dimensional drifts to get info, not just to push that back hallway, and that's tough. Manny really trusted in that push, and that all falls apart, and you still have to lock in for these last couple rounds. Prosperity can't think about that, and that slip up. Gotta think about mid, and there's a Vise wall that could split things up. Good delay, and then there's a ranged battle, but with Sheriffs, that's not exactly gonna favor Prosperity. Unless Yuki, and Yuki's actually walled off from the rest of the team, so we'll be able to join them quite soon. Nonverbal are smoked off, and, well, I thought so. I think there's a crack in that smoke, and Pyro finds a target. Pyro, okay, that's a clone. I don't think Agori usually looks at the wall like that, but just making sure everybody is down for the count. Pyro dimensional trip, flashing up, setting up blast, and emerges to give Nonverbal the win.
There it is. They start to break ahead a little bit here, but with how this game has gone back and forth, I'm not going to discount them. A huge play out of Pyro there off the dimensional drift. The Duelist ultimates have really been pivotal and really showing, hey, you know, in terms of the mischief makers, we've had a lot of mischief makers and Yoru players, but you really need to be precise with how you use that utility. Because Pyro, I just want to highlight, not to be a kill count Kathy, but just to showcase that 11 assists, as well as allowing Kumi to be that top of the leaderboard for Nonverbal and leading the charge. It really shows that Pyro is focusing a lot on the utility and making sure that, yes, in a Duelist head-to-head, I'm playing Yoru, I'm playing Entry, but I'm also getting as much info before just holding down another sightline with this First Blood op.
First Blood op from Pyro. We'll see if he's gonna get any friends to come around through mid. Prosperity, as long as they dodge that early recon from Corrupt, they could try to get away. And this lockdown is to really sell B, and it's pulled all the attention. So that's a big advantage to give up for a fake. So Prosperity got to use this window to take full advantage of this open site.
I mean, but we've seen the Nonverbal retakes. They have been pretty solid. It's a matter of, you know, you don't have that dimensional drift. You do have Kumi potentially, and it's going to get popped for both sides.
Manny overdrive is going to get stunned, and Nonverbal follow-up just now. They go 1 for 1, both Neons down, and Prosperity, no, the backside is all they have to worry about. And Yuki will help join the fray. Nonverbal That Pyro, but with no flashes, corrupt with shock bolts to try and drown them out. Here's the retake, non-verbal on the site. But they're getting surrounded by Prosperity, ready to pick them apart. But it's Pyro with the picks. It's non-verbal, so close to match point. But it's just toe for toe, trade for trade. Pyro and Blast running out of time. A defuse at halfway that needs to be kept up. And Yuki, again the janitor on duty for Prosperity.
Ooh, Magic's gonna go down, and again, I said this, you can't discount them yet here. 2 in a row picked up previously for the side of non-verbal. They can't get that third up. We do see a myriad of buys. Pyro really close to having another dimensional drift, and they've been able to convert so much off of it. And again, right, like we haven't seen as much conversion out of the overdrives for the Neons, but we have out of the dimensional drift specifically on Pyro. So is that what's going to take them over the edge potentially here? You're walking up towards B. No one's there. They can farm up this orb and then retake a bit more solidly. Oh no, Yuki's there on the lurk.
That was just such a fake from Prosperity, and non-verbal want to try and get more map control to not fall for any kind of ruse like that. Yeah, at least you know, okay, that yours still is the op, and I don't want to be there, says Yuki. But it's going to bring the whole squad to feed this op, potentially.
But they know Pyro's been on this op, so they're going to try and fake it a little bit more so Pyro can call or stay here with this op. And now that they know, they're definitely leaning towards A. But look at the stack. Non-verbal aware of this. Both brains working really hard. Yuki makes the call, but Corrupt does just as fast and just as well.
And with these stars placed from the Asher too, Tim could really cause some disruption. Just early picks as Prosperity flood in one by one. Non-verbal, we're waiting for this to happen, as you said. And Prosperity walked into a trap and could be walking into non-verbal's match point very soon. A cosmic divide will expire there soon. And Prosperity won't have too much to work with. And especially this Vise Wall is gonna cost some crucial seconds.
Sorry for laughing, a bit unfortunate on the timing, but looking at this, it's just going to be a retake flooded out here.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
1v3, spike down, trying to isolate 1-to-1. Wait up, Yuki's an end round goat. I swear to God, staking these duels. Pyro and Blast try to sync up. That came down to the last crumb of Blast, 27 HP and almost a 1v3 clutch. A little scary there, nerds.
My brow went from being furrowed to being beyond belief. That is... Okay, it's crazy to see how non-verbal and Yuki are fighting against each other there. And Yuki has, like, so much clutch potential there. But I digress. I want to stress a different fact. Pyro not only has the op carried over, but also has a dimensional drift forcing Prosperity. Oh, okay. It's non-verbal on the timeout. I was going to say, I don't know if Prosperity's taking this timeout, but non-verbal taking this timeout is actually, I think it's really good. It's going to reset their mental. It's going to make sure that they don't psych themselves out. A lot of teams get to 11-12 and they think to themselves, just one more round and we're winning, we're good to go. But that's not the mental you need to have. You need to make sure to respect every single myriad of utility, little small breath in some different area, and you have to treat it as if it is literally series point on the line. If they don't win this, there's a chance we go to overtime, and even more so, there's a chance that non-verbal have to play another map here, which is something that I'm assuming non-verbal does not want to do. More than that, they do have Pyro's ultimate, the key to entry on any site that they want to go to. It's been so good for conversions that, honestly, if we don't see Pyro ulting into the site for a retake, I'm going to be truly shocked here, right? That would actually probably shock me with how much value Pyro has been able to provide. That's not to give all of the hype to non-verbal. Prosperity do still have some pieces of utility of their own. I'm just a little bit worried because it's a broken buy, a sheriff for Yuki. We have stingers and specters galore. The only thing they have, I guess, is maybe the Hunter's Fury on Scary Shark, but she's really needing to find some value off of it.
Desperate times for Prosperity, but sprinting forward into their fate. Manny wraps the corner, fellow Duelist in hand, and non-verbal. They've been successful at just staying back. They've had good reads on where Prosperity are set up post timeout too. If they wanted to adjust Blast and where the Sentinel util is going to be. Now the Pyro up is going to be able to teleport out Hunter's Fury to drown out the site, giving an inkling to Nonverbal that B site could be the hit. And it's smoked off, so Nonverbal are not going to have much vision. They do have ears, and it's been quite loud and proud from the Prosperity side. Dimensional Drift from Pyro gets a good catch on Scary Shark, and Nonverbal, match point, series point, setting themselves up for success. Not the best buy from Prosperity, and they gotta bunker down. Now, vision is open, smokes are clear. Peek from Manny at low HP, dealt with by Pyro. It's just Duck Hunt for this guy, and Prosperity can only just depend on the Magician, and it's out of the hat, and it's out of their hands. Nonverbal will take the series.
Multiple games going past the limit, multiple games going 20 rounds, but Nonverbal win it out here. And they didn't even use the Pyro Dimensional Drift, so I guess I am actually losing my mind here. It was magic to use it at the end, and I'm just here like, they didn't even need it. They unironically didn't need it because they just had all posted up and they managed to win. And the fact that that happened is crazy to me because this entire game felt like both teams really outthinking each other and having such a good time of layering how they're doing stuff on top of one another that it's a little surprising to me that near the end we didn't go into overtime. But I do still want to congratulate Nonverbal for making it. They've gotten themselves 1-2 in terms of the standings. They've got themselves their first victory here. So huge congrats to them. And unfortunately for Prosperity, you're going into 0-3 camp here, and it's going to be looking a lot scarier for you guys.
Yeah, just a lot of weight on your shoulders to be a premier team and to hoist that flag and to gather the respect of the community, but a lot of respect afforded to also Nonverbal for not only going to map 3 against SRB, the Challengers champions from stage 1, and we kind of had a thought, okay, was it SRB on a bad day or Nonverbal? What are they up to? And this first win, I think, was really solid. I'm excited to hear what they want to say in their first interview of Challengers and what the desk thinks, so we'll see you guys after this.
really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back for the final time to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Dryad. And if you're just joining us, so sorry you missed it. You missed a very hard fought, but a clean 2-0 nonverbal, taking the win away from Prosperity Esports. Gompers, Dan, we were correct. We predded nonverbal, and we were correct. Nerds, I'm so sorry, you were incorrect. Even though Prosperity Esports did show that they were absolutely willing to put up a fight and making nonverbal have like a run for their money, Gompers, essentially.
Yeah, no, Prosperity did put up a good fight. There were definitely, I mean, no, I'm not even going to say there were moments where mistakes were made. I feel like just nonverbal, the way they played was honestly fantastic. I was very, very impressed with the Astra, honestly, this game, coming through from nonverbal side, because it felt like a lot of the time the thing they did the best was play alongside all of that utility and kind of like weave their way through and throughout the util, the smokes that we got to see, and actually utilize the smokes as well to kind of create some coverage there. So I felt like they were really adapting to the space and utilizing their util to the best of their ability. So for Envy, yeah, they've had some hiccups here and there, but overall I was really, really impressed with Tim this game, and you get to see it here, right? Utilizing these weird smokes to kind of help them in a way, and I thought it was really cool to see.
And to be fair, on the side of Prosperity and their attacking side, I actually quite like what they were doing, right? When they were having the Killjoy and the Astra play towards mid, as everybody was going for that A side hit. And it was something that was playing out really well because they have these two players towards mid. Even if A doesn't work out, you realize there's a Vice utility towards there. They go into that B side, they go and you still have that mid presence that is going to help you out into the late run, and it seems like that was keeping them alive in this map for such a long time because it was so back and forth into the last rounds, right? It was 8-8, 9-9. You didn't really know who was going to take that lead towards the end, but then they start changing a little bit on the side of Fun Havers, and what they were doing here is switching that Vice setup that they had towards the A side, where they were having that presence constantly on the attacking side. They place it towards B, or they delay placing it early into the round. They wait just a little bit longer as a couple of the players are coming in, right? You usually have the Yoru coming in first, the Sova trying to get that spike planted, and that's when the delay was working out so well. I think it was a really good effort for Prosperity. They had some cool ideas. They were going with the fakes, with the lockdown towards that B side as everybody was moving towards A already, and it kept the side of nonverbal kind of not really know how to play around it. It was very reactive, and it just worked out so well for them. It's a bit of the hero plays for Pyro on the operator getting that first pick, or even getting that pick after the side has been taken, into just closing it out the way that they did.
Something I want to ask you, Gompers, is it was a mirror matchup except for our Sentinels. Like Dan said before we got into the map, it was the old school tried and true KJ versus the new modern meta of Vise. Did you think that had an impact on how this was played, or was just kind of comme ci comme ça, it is what it is, not that much of a tangible difference?
You know, I mean, there were occasions where I was like, oh man, that sucks. Like, Yuki had put the lockdown down, and it felt like a lot of the time there wasn't really a lot of impact from the lockdown, if I'm being completely honest, because then, I mean, right behind that, there was, you know, Pyro coming in with ult, or Kumi just coming in with the Neon, and I think the Neon was such a good addition because despite losing maybe those 3 seconds that you would take to get up to site, Kumi's there in 1. So it didn't really feel, I guess, it felt like it was good on occasion of watching mid, of keeping, you know, utility there to keep the damage and also try to zone out the space. But for me, the lockdown didn't feel as effective as typically it would maybe like a year ago, to be quite honest with you. But the meta has changed. Honestly, new players have come about, right? and new characters. So it is something to get used to and to kind of adjust to. But I think Yuki did the best they could with what they were handed.
When it comes down to holding down that flank player, the Killjoy is going to be the best, right? You're not only going to get that information, but you're going to already have that Yuki playing closer to where the utility is going to be. While on the Vice, that wall, just to hold the flank is not as effective. But when it comes to the side, to holding side, to to being that strong holder, that's when Blast was doing the best. Absolutely insane on the Vice, and like I said, very aware of the way the Prosperity were playing towards that A side. They switch it up towards B, and they're able to play around it so much better, to the point that it was just a mess on site, and it came down to a couple of those 1v1s and the hero plays. But I really like what I saw from both sides. I think it just came down to the little details on that first half that maybe would have given Prosperity a better chance.
Yes, if you're Prosperity Esports, not at all upset with that result, besides the actual result. It was very, very hard fought. But we do have Kumi, I believe, on the side of Nonverbal, ready for the post-match interview. Kumi, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, right away, I want to talk to you about those last couple rounds on Pearl. You know, it was very back and forth, and these both were very tight games, so especially those last rounds. You know, we were watching the broadcast thinking it was going to go to overtime. We weren't sure what was going to happen. And Dan mentioned about, like, she saw the adjustments you guys were making. Talk to me about the adjustments you made in those last few rounds so that Nonverbal could take it.
The last few rounds, I mean, they're running like the T1 comp, and the T1 comp is not good at mid, so we knew that they're just going to be working the extremities and then end up execing the site. So we trust ourselves, we trust our aim, we trust our decision making. So we're looking at the ults they had, and we're just thinking about how we're going to hold the sites, and it was just good planning from there.
Talk to me about the double duelist comp on Pearl as well, because you guys basically ran a mirror comp except for the Sentinel. When you have a double duelist comp, do you feel more freedom to roam, especially when you are on the Neon? Or how do you feel about that? I know it's pretty standard on Pearl, but you know, Icebox was different, you know, etc. What does that double duelist comp allow you to do?
I mean, double duelist, it just allows for like really like good like quick site pops. So like we can like walk up and just pop on the site. It's really good for flooding on defense, and those are like the two main things that we try to focus on with this comp. It's really strong in that way.
I want to ask you about the Clove on Icebox as well. That was so much fun as someone who plays Clove. But you don't see it too often. You know, Icebox is a map where you can experiment with agent comps more. But the Clove, I believe Tim played Clove, was so much fun to see. Was this a first time you're trying it out, or has this worked in scrims before? Talk to me about that Clove.
Well, Tim is just a very confident player in general, and Clove fits his play style. And Icebox is the kind of map where you can kind of you like to fight more, and Clove just like brings that fighting out a little bit more from Tim. He didn't have his greatest game, but he was still confident. He still had his rounds, and yeah, it does work in scrims. But yeah, it's really good for fighting on Icebox.
About Tim with the Astra, I'm an Astra main. Those were some wonky smokes we saw on Pearl. Is that just him? Are those planned? Talk to me about this, because like I was looking at it, I was like, am I just seeing this wrong, or am I just not the Astra man I thought I was?
Well, Tim plays pretty much only smoke, so he's just like, I don't know. I wasn't watching him the whole time, but we do have like pre-planned stuff, obviously. But if it's like towards a site hit, he's probably just throwing the smoke that he can play off of the best. And if it's looking a little weird, he probably just had like something in his head that way he can play off of it, you know?
I'm literally going to go back and take notes, because I was like, this is brilliant. Like, this is so good. I want to talk to you more about the macro as well, kind of like where you see Nonverbal right now. You know, this is a team that we've seen kind of keep on pushing within Challengers, and when they were known as Funhammers, now Nonverbal. Where do you see, this is a question I'm asking everyone this week, where do you see Nonverbal in kind of the standings? Because this was a hard fought against Prosperity, but you had definitely, like, we were very impressed on the desk with what we were seeing from you guys, especially from your adaptations.
Is it a question for everyone?
Yeah, so where do you see
Nonverbal?
Nonverbal?
For the team itself?
Yeah.
I mean, we're very confident in what we can do. I mean, we showed good. We showed up against SRB pretty good. I mean, we could have taken that series 2-0, so we're still confident. Even though we start off the split like 0-2, we're still confident. We can see us coming back, hopefully making playoffs, and then showing out from there.
Oh, thank you so much, Kumi. Congratulations again. Enjoy some well-deserved rest. Nice 2-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have really, Dan, I got to go back and watch those Astra smokes, because I was like sitting there and I was like, oh my God. Because sometimes Astra players know You got to be a little selfish sometimes. You gotta play for yourself out there, especially when you're in ranked and no one's communicating. But that's gonna be it for us today. But we do have more games to come tomorrow because we love you so much. We're gonna be more and more and more Valorant. We have Qbert Academy versus TSM. We have Shopify Rebellion Black versus Winthrop, Core versus Envy, and Nightblood Gaming versus YFP tomorrow. Gompers, I mean, if you weren't paying attention to the last 2 days, that's fine. I would recommend going back. But tomorrow we got some games, Gompers.
No, we're getting into the deep end, and I'm so sad. I'm not casting, I'm not analyzing it. Tomorrow I'm gonna be off, but I will be watching for sure, right? So I believe it's, oh my gosh, bye. My brain. Cube, TSM, Core, Envy, Shopify, Rebellion, Black. I don't even know. Everything going on here is just looking interesting to me, especially since we haven't necessarily, I personally haven't seen live so far in Stage 2 Cube Esports within the main channel. So I kind of want to get into depth of who this team is, what they have to offer this stage and what they've been fixing, honestly.
I am very, very excited for the Shopify Rebellion Black and Winthrop University rematch. We haven't had it in some time, and that one was a good one. Also, Qbert Academy, if you don't know, I'm a fan of Qbert Academy, so I'm always excited to see them.
Qbert.
Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, no, are you going to show your crimes to everyone? Oh, my son! Oh, my God! My son!
So I'm excited for that one as well. It should be good against TSM.
I'm personally extremely excited for TSM, my boy Guimond, on that team. But that's going to be it for us today. On behalf of production, the casters, and everyone here at the desk, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to say goodbye for now. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and get a little bit of extra sleep tonight. And Qbert says goodbye too. But I'm going to steal him back in LA, Den. That Qbert's mine.
A lot of time trusting Plug to look for information off of Bones and just feeling the most confident about how they can converge into B, but they really revealed their cards, they revealed their foreheads to someone like Caillou, who, man, must have been really warmed up for their drift. Sato was not afraid to uncloak behind them, and he just backstabs Bones, opens up the lane for M80 to walk through, and with this Viper wall, they could do anything from go to ramp to go through main, and it's Team with the 3-piece, almost the 4th. And just like with an Outlaw, with an Op, Sato is such a star. He's able to turn a lot of rounds into advantages for M80. And now it's Victor's turn in his A-short area. It's his deadly duo. And Plug have to react to. And Sato's so disgusting. The spike is down at the worst spot. Bones has an important headshot to hit while worrying about who's in A main. Gonna try and just isolate this angle, and Sato snuffs out the life. Played a Yoru like a Neon, just teleporting forward into danger, and Victor faces danger alone. Did get a lot of attention from Plug while the rest of M80 infiltrates through B, but as the spike gets planted, there's the paranoia, there's an execution. Judge, jury, and the whole squad of Plug take it so planted, but not as many people to defend it now. And the lockdown is going to make sure Prosperity are nowhere near. This could get the spike to half. Nonverbal feels safe enough. Wraparound from Vantic was kind of gross. Blast looking for the ace, and the defuse will go all the way through with the ace and the win for Nonverbal from Pyro. Gets a good catch on Scary Shark, and Nonverbal, match point, series point, setting themselves up for success. Not the best buy from Prosperity, and they gotta bunker down. Now, vision is open, smokes are clear. Peek from Manny at low HP, dealt with by Pyro. It's just Duck Hunt for this guy, and Prosperity can only just depend on the Magician, and it's out of the hat, and it's